In the fierce sweeping winds of the early 20th century, Roy Chapman Andrews led his motor convoy deep into the remote heart of the Gobi Desert, a desolate land long feared and named the place of death. He journeyed far beyond ordinary fossil hunting, for he sought to uncover humanity's earliest faint understanding of the primeval ancient world. Across this barren wilderness, abandoned and forgotten by modern civilization, he faced ruthless bandit gangs and stumbled upon wonders that would rewrite scientific history. Tonight, follow in his footsteps, wander back into those quiet, profound tales hidden within desolate open lands, and sink into calm tranquility amid the low murmuring of drifting sand and wind. If there exists a life entirely devoted to wandering toward distant frontiers, it is undoubtedly the life of Roy Chapman Andrews. Armed with a loaded revolver and delicate precision scientific instruments, he discovered world-altering dinosaur egg nests beneath the towering red cliff faces of the eastern Gobi. This is a quiet story of extraordinary courage and deep, thoughtful reflection, free from noisy chaos, filled only with the faint, soft sound of weathered rock peeling away and the distant echoing breath of life from millions of years ago. May this gentle, fate-filled narration stay beside you and guide you into a peaceful, untroubled dreamland. Tonight's story revolves around one bold explorer who dedicated his life to searching for traces of ancient life amid endless rolling yellow sand. His name was Roy Chapman Andrews. His whole journey was woven with striking contrasts. Rising from a humble museum cleaner to become a world-renowned naturalist, he spent every passing year wandering the open wilderness, searching endlessly for hidden answers. Listen closely as the brutal winds of the Gobi cut through the cracks of history, and feel the quiet, solemn power lingering within those long-forgotten ancient bones. Close your eyes and let this profound, soothing melody carry you back to that pure, perilous golden age of wilderness exploration. Picture the remote depths of the Gobi Desert in the 1920s, thick swirling clouds of crimson sand veiling the sun's full glow upon the horizon. A strange, striking procession made up of sturdy Dodge automobiles and long, winding camel caravans traveled slowly and silently across the almost entirely uninhabited wilderness. Leading the expedition stood a man with a revolver fastened firmly at his waist, his gaze sharp and piercing like that of a soaring eagle, guiding humanity forward into an ancient, forbidden realm never before uncovered by modern eyes. He was Roy Chapman Andrews, later known to the world as the real-life prototype of Indiana Jones. Yet in his later years he carried a deep, heavy sense of debt and regret toward the vast wilderness that had brought him boundless fame and glory. Tonight, let the soft, gentle glow of flickering firelight stay with us as we walk fully into the untold story of his life. This journey was far more than an expedition to hunt for fossil remains. It was a long, quiet exile of the soul, wandering between desolate, barren wilderness and the overwhelming grandeur of natural history. Now let your thoughts drift slowly away with the desert wind, traveling back to that windy dawn when the world of exploration awaited his arrival. In the late spring of 1922, Roy Chapman Andrews and his expedition team crossed the ancient city walls of Zhangjiago. In that turbulent, chaotic era, beyond the protective walls lay a gray, dangerous borderland tangled with warlords, roaming bandit gangs, and brutal extreme weather conditions. Many regarded his ambition as sheer madness, for he planned to carry not only heavy, cumbersome research equipment but also expensive, fragile Dodge automobiles deep into trackless, barren desert lands. Yet his inner intuition spoke far louder than any warning from others. He firmly believed the hidden secrets of human origin lay concealed deep within the inner heart of the Asian continent. As the convoy jolted and rumbled across rough gravel terrain, fierce gusts of wind sent tiny, sharp stones clattering against the vehicle windows. Andrews sat quietly in the passenger seat, sinking into prolonged, thoughtful silence. His mind drifted far from future fame and public praise back to the years long past, when he worked quietly mopping floors within the halls of a natural history museum. That restless longing to be seen and recognized by the world, tangled with the overwhelming unease of being an unknown, ordinary soul, eventually drove him onward into this most primitive, untamed corner of the earth. This marked the first quiet crack in his destined journey. He risked all his sponsorship funding and even his own life, determined to unlock a door sealed away for hundreds of millions of years. On their first night camping beneath the open sky, distant wolf howls mingled with haunting rumors of roaming bandits around the crackling campfire. Andrews tightened his grip around the handle of his pistol, feeling for the first time the immense, oppressive weight of the untamed wilderness. Within the vast expanse of the Gobi, the greatest danger rarely came from hunger, thirst, or harsh weather. It lurked in the ruthless mounted bandits wandering far beyond the reach of law and order. Andrews' convoy was blocked multiple times by armed, fierce outlaws in narrow mountain valleys, each encounter a tense life or death gamble. He never flinched or retreated, instead relying on the psychological shock created by these monster automobiles, never seen before by local bandits, paired with his own almost reckless confidence to negotiate calmly face to face. He once sat drinking quietly with bandit leaders inside a simple tent, his expression as calm and still as deep unrippled water, fully aware that one sudden careless movement from his host could end his entire expedition in an instant. This tense balance, walking constantly on the edge of mortal danger, never filled him with reckless excitement. Instead, it stirred a profound, fated emptiness deep within his heart. He began to realize that, though surrounded by his team and companions, he was drifting farther and farther away from true civilized society. In many quiet ways he was no different from these wanderers struggling to survive amid endless sand, all lonely souls driven forward by some hidden inner desire. It was during these tense, sleepless nights that he filled his notebooks with quiet reflections on the fragile, fleeting nature of human life, pressed relentlessly by the turbulence of his era. He had no choice but to dig something far more enduring than death itself out of this blood-hued sandy wilderness. At last the expedition reached the striking red cliff faces beneath the blazing mountain range, a place Andrews named the Flaming Perilous Cliffs. It was the summer of 1923, the midday sun scorching the ground until it seemed ready to burn dry. Team members labored mechanically, digging steadily through layered rock formations in sweltering heat. At this moment Andrews' assistant Shackelford stumbled upon something strange: several oval-shaped objects lying neatly embedded within layers of sandstone. Andrews set down his soft fossil brush, holding his breath in quiet awe, fully aware he stood on the verge of uncovering one of the greatest unsolved puzzles in scientific history. Until that moment the entire global academic community universally accepted that dinosaurs gave birth to live young, or held no solid tangible proof of egg-laying reproduction. Yet here upon this desolate, lonely stretch of Gobi sand they discovered a preserved nest of dinosaur eggs traveling across hundreds of millions of years, frozen forever in the gentle protective posture of a mother guarding her unborn young. Andrews knelt down upon the scorching hot sand, his fingertips trembling slightly as he brushed away fine dust from the ancient egg shells. In that profound, timeless instant all motion seemed to stand still. The threat of roaming bandits, the heavy pressure of limited funding, the noisy chaos of the mortal world all faded completely away, leaving only the quiet, echoing warmth of maternal instinct spanning countless geological epochs. He no longer felt like an outsider intruding upon ancient sacred land, but a humble witness standing silently to behold the unyielding spark of life enduring through the harshest natural trials. Yet the most brilliant milestone achievements almost always carry the sharpest hidden costs. Following the astonishing discovery of these fossil treasures hailed as golden relics of prehistory, Andrews became entangled within an intricate, swirling vortex of political power and conflicting interests. At that time the Chinese government and local public sentiment began growing increasingly resistant and suspicious toward foreign expedition teams roaming freely across inland lands. He was publicly accused of being a scientific robber, plundering precious cultural relics, facing severe troubles including the seizure of his entire convoy and the imprisonment of his team members. Andrews sat quietly inside a traditional courtyard residence in Beijing, gazing out toward the fading sunset. Filled with quiet confusion and overwhelming exhaustion, he believed sincerely he was rescuing priceless scientific knowledge from oblivion, while his era judged him as an intruder invading and seizing local cultural heritage. This sharp break between self-identity and public perception left him drowning in unprecedented loneliness. He attempted time and again to communicate and reason, hoping the pure pursuit of science could persuade the tangled complexity of political power, yet he could only retreat step by step amid endless bureaucratic evasion and delay. The westward expedition route he had cherished and built with all his heart was forced to close permanently amid the political unrest of the 1930s, a bitter regret that lingered with him for the rest of his lifetime. What he left behind extended far beyond the fossil specimens shipped to New York. He also carried within his soul a deep misplaced love for this vast wilderness land he could never fully take with him. In his later retired years Andrews withdrew to his quiet farm in California, yet his heart and spirit never truly left the endless sands of the Gobi. He often woke abruptly from vivid dreams, finding himself once again standing beneath those towering red cliff faces, fierce desert winds tangling wildly through his hair. He once wrote in his memoirs that whenever he closed his eyes the absolute profound silence of the Gobi would sweep over him like endless rising tides. No longer the celebrated distinguished museum director, he was merely an aging man longing to hear once again the familiar distant ringing of camel bells. He spent hours sorting through old photographs of ancient bones and preserved dinosaur egg nests, yet what he saw was not worldly fame and glorious achievement, but the memory of companions buried silently beneath drifting sand and the quiet ancient spirits he had disturbed by venturing into their timeless resting place. He came to understand that his own life resembled One of those ancient dinosaur eggs encased within the hard shell of fate gradually stripped bare displayed for the world to see and slowly weathered away by the endless passage of time. In the fading twilight of his life he slowly learned to reconcile with unsolved mysteries, unfulfilled journeys and lingering regrets. That profound sense of desolate solitude no longer brought fear, it turned into gentle quiet companionship, guiding him steadily toward his final destined resting place. Now as we listen to this distant tale within the warmth and comfort of quiet rooms, the face of the Gobi Andrews once wandered may have changed greatly with time, yet the dinosaur eggs he unearthed still lie peacefully displayed behind museum glass cabinets, silently telling the timeless story of life's unbreakable resilience. His life answers the quiet lingering suspense woven into the opening tale. Amid extreme contrasts of fate, one person can carry both the mark of an outsider and the spirit of a devoted giver. What he bequeathed to the world stretches far beyond fossil relics. It is the unshakable courage to search for profound meaning hidden within desolate empty wilderness. The firelight softens low and faint and the story draws to its gentle close. May your dreams stretch as vast, deep and peaceful as the starry sky above the great desert. No need to dwell on what time may forget, for what is truly profound and eternal is already etched forever within the natural lines of ancient rock. Slow your breathing and let the fine soft drizzle of the desert wash away all weariness of the day. Good night and sweet dreams. Beneath the crystal waves of the Aegean Sea lies a long-forgotten tale of maritime rise and fall. Arthur Evans, a refined, elegant archaeologist, stepped onto the ancient soil of Crete and awakened the glorious Minoan civilization that had vanished from the world for 3,000 years. Tonight, accompanied by soft faint glimmers of light, we wander into this soothing bedtime story woven with ancient labyrinths, volcanic catastrophe and eternal quiet remembrance. If the legendary realm of Atlantis ever truly existed, then its most vivid living shadow can be found right here on the island of Crete. Arthur Evans spent his whole life utterly obsessed with the mythical labyrinth of old. He did not merely dig up cold weathered stones, he devoted his days to mending the most magnificent dream woven by human imagination. On this calm, quiet night, drift gently into peaceful slumber with him, carried by the soft sea wind of the deep blue Aegean. Some ancient civilizations are destined to fall into ruin, and some souls are destined to seek them out amid the dust of time. Arthur Evans rebuilt the grand palace of Knossos atop broken ancient ruins. Though his restoration work drew endless academic controversy, he once again brought the glorious age of Minoan maritime dominance back into the light of the world. Listen closely, you can hear the faint gentle whispers of ancient Minoan civilization drifting across the tides, bringing you the quietest, most soothing companionship for the night. Imagine the deep blue melancholy heart of the Aegean Sea, where the island of Crete rests like a priceless gem long abandoned by the passage of time. 3,000 years ago this sacred island stood as the brilliant center of the ancient world, filled with endless merchant ships sailing across the waves and magnificent palaces rising toward the sky, until a shroud of volcanic ash blotted out the sunlight and silenced all worldly splendor. People once believed all tales of King Minos and the terrifying labyrinth of the Minotaur were nothing more than wild, fanciful ramblings of intoxicated poets. That all changed when Arthur Evans, with his refined gentle features and unyielding idealistic obsession, set foot upon this dust-covered ancient land. Tonight let the soft gentle glow of flickering firelight stay with us as we walk fully into the untold story of his life. What he unearthed was far more than grand weathered stone structures. He uncovered the truest flesh and bone behind the immortal legend of Atlantis. This is a tender, heartfelt tale of seeking, wandering, loss and learning to face the inevitable ruin of mortal civilizations. Now close your eyes, let your thoughts drift with the slow rolling tides back to the very beginning, where this glorious ancient civilization first rose from the sea. The turning point of Arthur Evans' destiny began with a small stone carved with mysterious unknown symbols. By that time Evans had already risen to hold an honored, respected position as keeper of the Ashmolean Museum at Oxford University, enjoying stable status and peaceful daily life. Yet deep within his heart he lingered under the weight of an indescribable spiritual hunger, feeling the pages of recorded human history were missing one vital introductory chapter. While wandering the bustling markets of Athens, he discovered smooth ancient etched stones local women treasured as protective talismans. In Evans' perceptive gaze these strange markings resembled a long dormant sequence of secret codes pointing toward an unknown powerful ancient kingdom hidden deep within the Aegean Sea. This profound intuitive insight was no mere arrogant fancy, rooted in his vast scholarly knowledge and a fated spiritual calling he could not ignore. Ignoring doubt and criticism from academic peers, he poured vast sums of inherited family wealth into purchasing a sprawling stretch of barren wasteland at Knossos on Crete, standing for the first time amid piles of scattered broken rubble, sea wine stirring the hair at his temples. He spoke firmly, pointing toward the earth beneath his feet, declaring this was the very place where the legendary labyrinth lay. No one believed him in that moment. No one could fathom that beneath this silent ordinary mound slumbered the earliest brilliant European civilization ever known. The long laborious excavation unfolded like an endless quiet conversation with lingering ancient spirits. Arthur Evans remained trapped in a state of restrained burning passion with every passing day. With each strike of the digging spade against solid ancient foundation stones, the magnificent outline of the palace of Knossos emerged as if by divine miracle. This was no dark gloomy fortress, it stood as a breathtaking architectural wonder, holding thousands of intricate rooms, sophisticated underground drainage systems, and sweeping grand terraces overlooking the sea. He gazed upon vivid bull-leaping murals frozen forever on ancient walls, capturing young agile figures dancing beneath the golden glow of the sun, admired delicate painted lilies blooming across palace corridors, and marveled at the bold, refined, elegant attire worn by noble Minoan women. Evans stood utterly mesmerized by such breathtaking, timeless beauty, gradually realizing he had stumbled upon far more than an ordinary historical relic. He had discovered an ideal ancient kingdom rooted in peace, artistic grace, and unrivaled maritime power, a pure paradise untouched by brutal outside violence and war. In his private journal he wrote that every detail he uncovered reminded him deeply of the lost sunken world of Atlantis, swallowed by the great flood. Every choice he made carried profound sympathy and reverence for this vanished beauty, driven not only by a desire to uncover the ruins but to rescue their splendor from oblivion. This inner conviction led him to take bold, controversial action in later years, choosing to reconstruct vast sections of the ruined palace with reinforced concrete and modern materials. He sought to restore the faded, lost colors and grandeur of history by force, even knowing such ambitious restoration would later be judged by scholars as a costly, well-meaning misinterpretation of ancient heritage. The peak of worldly glory always carries the lingering shadow of inevitable ruin, and through relentless research Arthur Evans uncovered a haunting, overwhelming truth. The mighty Minoan civilization which ruled the seas with unmatched naval power did not perish in bloody war. It fell victim to the cruel, unforeseen betrayal of raw natural forces on the nearby island of Santorini. A catastrophic volcanic eruption of unimaginable scale unleashed towering tsunamis powerful enough to consume everything in their path. Walking amid layers of ash and charred debris at Knossos, Evans could almost witness the final desperate moments of the Minoan people, staring hopelessly out toward the endless ocean, watching towering walls of water hundreds of feet high shatter their proud fleets and reduce their magnificent palaces into silent burial grounds. This overwhelming sense of tragic fate turned Evans increasingly quiet and withdrawn. In his later years, he would wander alone among the ancient ruins, standing for long stretches gazing silently out over the rolling sea. Lost in quiet contemplation, he pondered how such an exquisitely refined, cultured society could appear so fragile and helpless against the overwhelming might of nature, as delicate castles built upon shifting sand. This deep sense of sorrow and transience seeped into every corner of his daily life, transforming him from a mere academic scholar into the eternal quiet guardian of the ancient labyrinth. He became one with the sacred land of Crete, his hair turning white with age, his features growing lean and solemn, yet his eyes softened with profound understanding of civilization's rise and fall. He knew he could never halt the relentless flow of time, yet he had at least preserved lasting, tangible evidence of this ancient beauty for all humanity to remember. Arthur Evans spent his later years immersed in quiet solitude, balanced between worldwide fame and endless scholarly controversy. He built a private residence on Crete, naming it the Villa of Lilies, spending every day overlooking the grand palace he had unearthed and brought back to life. The outside world churned with violent upheaval as the shadow of war once again descended across Europe, yet Evans found eternal solace within the timeless murals of Minoan art. He gazed upon painted blue dolphins leaping across ancient waves and young maidens gathering red wildflowers, scenes that had endured 3,000 years of darkness still radiating pure, unyielding vitality. He came to understand that the fall of civilizations may be an unavoidable fate, yet the beauty they leave behind lives on in endless eternal cycles. He dedicated decades of his life composing his monumental work, the Palace of Minos, striving to fix every tiny historical detail firmly upon the map of human history. His movements grew slow and deliberate, every word he wrote crafted with solemn reverence, as if conducting a long-delayed funeral rite for a vanished world. Family members and close friends drifted away with the passing years, yet he remained steadfast, guarding his lonely ancient labyrinth. On every clear, star-filled night he swore he could hear the faint, distant melody of a lyre drifting up from the hidden depths of Knossos. He no longer bothered to argue with critics nor paid mind to endless accusations that His reconstructions damaged precious ancient relics. He had already found his own peaceful final resting place within this timeless dream stretching across thousands of years. Arthur Evans passed away peacefully at the age of 90. The sea breeze of Crete blowing soft and gentle like a tender farewell kiss that night. The palace of Knossos he rediscovered and restored still stands beneath the Aegean sunlight to this day, drawing endless admiration and endless debate from later generations. Did he truly discover the Real Atlantis? Perhaps geographical answers no longer matter. What matters most is that he revealed a profound eternal possibility beneath every buried, forgotten ruin. Lingers an unheard sorrowful song waiting to be acknowledged. His entire life was devoted to transforming the most painful moments of civilization's destruction into the most touching enduring echoes of life. We find the answer to the quiet puzzle posed in the opening. Why did he insist so firmly on rebuilding the ancient palace? He understood deeply that some forms of timeless beauty, if not restored to the light of human sight, would fade completely and wither away forever within the human soul. Now the firelight has slowly faded and the endless sound of rolling waves has fallen into calm. May you too find your own inner peace and tranquility amid fields of golden ancient lilies. The sunlight of Minoan times has gently faded away. May sweet dreams stay always by your side. Good night and sweet dreams. Beneath the fading lingering glow of the Victorian era, a prominent statesman turned away from the world of politics and power, adopting rigorous logical reasoning to elaborate on a myth that seemed absurd yet endlessly fascinating. It was Ignatius Donnelly who transformed Atlantis from an ancient legendary tale into something that felt like undeniable factual truth. Tonight, accompanied by the soft warmth of burning fire, we drift deep into slumber, wandering amid the ancient civilization he wove into existence with nothing but his pen. If the whole course of human history can be regarded as a grand elaborate illusion, then Ignatius Donnelly was the most sincere dreamer among all deceivers. He managed to convince the entire world, and in this uniquely absurd romantic manner eased the widespread spiritual anxiety brought by the relentless rise of the industrial age. He wandered among tales of great catastrophic floods, distant celestial stars, and forgotten prehistoric civilizations, searching tirelessly for the final eternal resting place of the human soul. Tonight, set aside rigid logical judgment and worldly doubt. Follow this master storyteller back to the serene peaceful days long before the great flood swept across the world. Ignatius Donnelly once held high political standing and influential power, yet he chose to seek another form of eternal life amid scattered ancient ruins and dusty old manuscripts. His monumental work centered on Atlantis was far more than a mere misinterpretation of scientific evidence. It stood as a profound romantic elegy for lost ancient glory. Within the story unfolding tonight, you will hear the quiet rhythm of time rolling forward and sense the tranquil lingering echo left behind when a magnificent ancient civilization sank into the endless ocean. Let Donnelly's stubborn persistent obsession become the gentle whisper beside your pillow, guiding your mind toward the remote lost sea realm far beyond the horizon. Pause for a moment and imagine devoting your entire life to proving a truth the whole world deems non-existent. In the quiet late hours of 1882, drawing rooms and salons across London and New York buzzed with whispers of one haunting, mesmerizing name. It was not a newly discovered island or remote land, but an ideal ancient kingdom filled with golden splendor and shimmering crystals sunk beneath the ocean waves 10,000 years prior. Ignatius Donnelly once served as Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota in the United States, and at this moment he wove the old myth into an unbreakable intricate web through almost obsessive rigorous reasoning. Tonight, let the soft gentle glow of flickering firelight stay with us as we walk fully into the untold story of his life. This tale is not merely about archaeology, conspiracy theories, or ancient lore. It tells how one lonely soul carved out a quiet spiritual sanctuary for all humanity amid the cold indifference of a rapidly changing era. He constructed a stairway leading back to primordial antiquity with detailed statistical data and uniquely imaginative logic. Now close your eyes, let your thoughts drift along the surging current of time flowing slowly toward the deep blue boundless sea. The life of Ignatius Donnelly was originally destined to climb steadily toward the peak of political power. In his early 30s he claimed the office of Minnesota Lieutenant Governor, and his speeches on the congressional podium held such extraordinary talent that audiences fell utterly silent, hanging on every word. Yet beneath his refined intellectual outward demeanor, Donnelly always felt like a stranger out of place in his own time. 19th century America churned relentlessly under the massive wheels of the Industrial Revolution. Thick black smoke billowed from countless factory chimneys, and the whole world grew noisy, restless, and consumed by material greed. Amid breaks from busy official duties, Donnelly often sat alone in his dim study piled high with ancient books, his expression quiet, melancholy, and solemn. He yearned for something purer, grander, and more profound, an ultimate eternal truth capable of explaining the very origin of human civilization, that inner slumbering longing awoke the moment he read Plato's brief subtle accounts of the lost island hidden deep within the Atlantic Ocean. From that day forward he abandoned his stable promising political career and began collecting and comparing ancient myths from every corner of the globe. With the single-minded dedication of a passionate visionary, he noticed striking similarities between the pyramids of Central America and those of ancient Egypt, and discovered nearly every ancient race around the world preserved shared memories of a devastating global flood. In his eyes these parallels were no mere coincidence, they revealed a common ancestral civilization silently calling to modern humanity from beneath buried layers of earth. He resolved to become the one to uncover its secrets, not with farming tools and digging spades but with nothing more than his gifted pen that held the power to shape worlds. In 1882 his monumental work Atlantis the Antediluvian World officially published, sweeping across the globe, leaving readers stunned by its curious blend of strict academic tone and fantastical imagination. Donnelly never adopted the vague mystical language of superstition. Instead he wrote in the formal serious voice of a seasoned scholarly researcher. He cited detailed plant classification records, geological terrain trends, linguistic root derivations, and even the natural flow of ocean currents across vast waters. He sought to prove that every spark of human civilization, including farming, metallurgy, and written alphabet systems, all originated from the great sunken continent swallowed by the ancient flood. In those years endless deep contemplation aged his features prematurely, his beard always neatly groomed and his eyes burning with an awe-inspiring inner fire. He was not merely writing a single literary work, he was rebuilding a spiritual Garden of Eden for Victorian people who had lost their inner spiritual home amid industrial turmoil. Readers of his era were captivated beyond measure, envisioning walls forged from pure gleaming gold and graceful vessels capable of gliding freely through the open sky. Even though modern science reveals countless logical flaws and loopholes in his inferences, every reader who opened his book on quiet, lonely nights could almost taste the salty ancient breeze drifting up from the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. Donnelly became widely regarded as the founding father of Atlantis studies, yet he understood well the eternal misunderstanding hidden beneath such fame. Mainstream academic circles mocked him relentlessly, labeling him a cunning deceiver and pseudo-scholar, yet he simply sat quietly beside his hearth gazing into the dancing flames, fully convinced he had brushed close to the divine mysteries of the universe. Donnelly's stubborn obsession never stopped at merely exploring sunken ocean realms. His vision stretched far deeper into the core of human civilization and historical mystery. He turned his attention to Shakespeare's timeless plays, using his own set of logical methods to argue those great dramatic masterpieces were actually written by Francis Bacon. His train of thought expanded endlessly like twisting, spreading vines, striving to fill every hidden crack in recorded history with his own constructed logic. At his estate in Newington, Donnelly nearly cut himself off entirely from the trivial distractions of the real world, only his wife accompanying him through his lonely, unyielding fixation. On quiet late nights he would stand murmuring softly before a huge wall-mounted world map, tracing the center of the Atlantic Ocean with his fingertips, as if he could feel the steady heartbeat of a long-buried civilization beating beneath the waves. His life endured heavy financial losses, gradual political marginalization, and even slow fading from public memory, yet his inner belief never wavered. This unique aesthetic of rigorous logic wrapped in romantic absurdity became his strongest armor, shielding him from the cold pressure and indifference of his era. He firmly believed the world operated under orderly natural laws, that all human civilizations must share one warm sacred origin rather than growing cold, ruthless, and materialistic like industrial society. This relentless pursuit of perfect order filled his life with a profound tragic sense of fate. The harder he strove to prove his version of historical truth, the farther he drifted from mainstream public understanding. He became a solitary island inhabited only by his own beliefs, yet upon that inner island he reigned as sole king, ruling a spiritual territory far vaster than Atlantis itself. In his later advanced years, Ignatius Donnelly's physical health gradually weakened, yet his inner spiritual world grew ever more vivid, surreal, and boundless. He began writing prophetic novels foretelling the eventual collapse of modern civilization and warning humanity of another spiritual great flood looming on the horizon. Through wind-swept, freezing Minnesota winter nights he lay confined to his sickbed, listening not to the howling wind of the mortal world but to the echoing crash of ancient waves from 10,000 years prior. He wrote in his private diary, "Even if the whole world chooses not to believe me, I have already lived fully within that ancient timeless realm." Beneath the dim glow of oil lamplight his features softened greatly, his stern solemn aura melting into complete peaceful resignation. He no longer craved recognition or acknowledgement from others, for within his mind the golden palaces of Atlantis had never truly crumbled away. He had built that eternal ancient city brick By brick with his written words a realm free from poverty, hypocrisy, betrayal and shattered ideals. All his life he played the role of rational scholarly thinker striving to attach scientific reasoning and evidence to romantic ethereal dreams, and this quiet contradiction remained the greatest subtle irony of his life. Yet it was this persistent effort that lent every line of his writing a calm reassuring power, as if whispering, "Gently, do not fear, the world holds a sacred origin and a destined home." When he closed his eyes for the final time, the lifelong inner thirst for understanding the origin of human civilization finally faded into quiet peace. Today the name Ignatius Donnelly has gradually grown unfamiliar to most modern readers. Most of his arguments and theories surrounding Atlantis have long been sealed away in dusty corners labeled as pseudoscience within museum archives. Yet we return to the quiet question raised in the opening of our tale: why do we still willingly listen to his fantastical claims in this age dominated by cold rational logic? Perhaps deep inside every human heart lies a slowly sinking hidden island, an endless, lingering attachment to the glorious forgotten past. Donnelly never physically discovered the real geographical Atlantis, yet he accurately uncovered the eternal empty longing buried deep within the human soul. With his rigorous research and whimsical romantic imagination, he lit a quiet lamp leading back to primordial antiquity for every lonely soul wandering through late night solitude. As this gentle tale fades slowly into the distance tonight, may you too find your own inner tranquility amid the vast deep blue sea. The firelight has dimmed to faint smoldering embers. If you remain awake, slow your breathing and drift down into an ancient dream filled with golden splendor and shimmering crystal, free from worldly noise and unrest. May Donnelly's gift of dream weaving guard your peace tonight. May you embrace a sleep as deep, vast and enduring as a slumbering lost civilization. Good night and sweet dreams. In 19th century Kentucky there lived an ordinary quiet man who only needed to lie down and fall asleep to retrieve the long-lost civilization of Atlantis from the boundless ocean of human subconsciousness. Edgar Cayce, the renowned sleeping prophet, wandered constantly on the blurred boundary between vivid dreams and tangible reality throughout his lifetime. Tonight, following his steady gentle breathing, we dive deep into the forgotten, golden memories buried within the human soul. If the true truth of human history lies not within dusty ancient manuscripts but in the collective subconscious shared by every human being, then Edgar Cayce was the quiet gatekeeper who held the key to the realm of dreams. In a deep hypnotic state, his soft murmuring voice outlined the glorious yet doomed lost kingdom that existed before the great ancient floods. Tonight, cast away all the noise and trivial chaos of the daytime and seek timeless tranquility amid the mild soothing narration of this humble seer. He never traveled far from his quiet hometown, yet in his prolonged sleeping visions he wandered across every corner of ancient Egypt and the sunken land of Atlantis. Tens of thousands of interpretation manuscripts left behind by Edgar Cayce still stand as an eternal beacon for humanity exploring supernatural spiritual realms. This is a soothing tale about an ordinary mortal who touched the boundless cosmic consciousness, carrying a strong calming hypnotic quality perfect for late night listening. May the soft blue glow of Atlantis from Cayce's dreams guard your peaceful slumber through this quiet night. Can you ever imagine such a miracle? An ordinary farmer with only basic education who never stepped foot outside his hometown could precisely describe the complete layout of a civilization vanished beneath the deep ocean tens of thousands of years ago. In an era when modern science was just beginning to flourish, he became an invisible bridge connecting the modern civilized world with the distant ancient past through seemingly supernatural mysterious powers. The name Edgar Cayce shines like a serene profound ray of light in the history of spiritual research and mysticism. Tonight, let the soft gentle glow of flickering firelight stay with us as we walk fully into the untold story of his life. This is no thrilling adventurous journey, it is a silent purifying pilgrimage of the soul that travels inward deep into human consciousness. During his countless prolonged sleep trances he witnessed not merely gleaming gold and devastating catastrophic floods but the endless cyclic reincarnation and fate of all human civilizations. Now adjust your breathing to follow his steady rhythm and drift back to that peaceful supernatural afternoon shrouded in gentle mystery. The beginning of his extraordinary life held no grand astonishing omens, only an unsettling inexplicable loss of voice. In his early youth Cayce worked as an ordinary photographer, leading a simple tranquil life just like the quiet winding country road stretching across rural Kentucky. A sudden severe throat illness stripped him of his ability to speak. Experienced doctors could find no valid cure, leaving him trapped in endless silence with a bleak uncertain future. This irreversible crack in his fate pushed him bravely into the forbidden realm of human consciousness. Deep hypnotic trance. On one calm quiet afternoon, guided by a local professional hypnotist, Cayce slipped into an extremely profound sleeping state. To the utter shock of every witness, the once voiceless man began to speak in a clear authoritative magnetic tone. He accurately diagnosed the root cause of his own illness and provided professional complicated medical solutions beyond the comprehension of contemporary medical experts. When he slowly regained consciousness, his voice returned completely, yet he retained no memory of anything that had transpired during his trance. This was the eternal destiny bound to Casey. He remained a humble devout Christian in his waking hours while transforming into an all-knowing prophet who comprehended the secrets of the universe in his sleep. This drastic contrast between two vastly different identities initially plunged him into deep confusion, yet gradually evolved into an unshakable sacred mission he could never abandon. As the years passed, Casey's hypnotic interpretations gradually expanded from individual physical illnesses to the primordial origins of human civilization. Every time he lay quietly on a simple bench with his hands folded gently over his abdomen, his consciousness transcended physical limitations and entered the mystical realm universally known as the Akashic Records. Free from the constraints of geographical space, he began to describe in meticulous detail a magnificent ancient land named Atlantis. A brilliant advanced civilization glowing brightly in the middle of the vast Atlantic Ocean. In Casey's vivid visions, the buildings of Atlantis were not constructed from ordinary bricks and stones but enormous glowing fire crystals capable of absorbing and storing endless stellar energy. He depicted sleek flying vehicles gliding smoothly across the clear blue sky and described how ancient Atlanteans communicated with all living creatures through pure telepathic connection. Every scene felt as fresh and real as his own personal memories. Every fragment of his narration contained extremely precise, intricate details, including the exact width of water canals, the unique texture of rare minerals, and the delicate tailoring of ancient clothing. These mystical descriptions sounded absurd and unbelievable to ordinary people, yet they constantly impacted and shook Casey's traditional religious values. He often fell into deep unease and panic, fearing these heretical visions would ruin his lifelong reputation and even lead to his expulsion from the local church. Yet every time he witnessed suffering patients recovering from illness and desperate souls regaining hope through his interpretations, all his inner doubts faded away. In his late-night devout prayers, he slowly came to understand that he was nothing more than a pure transparent channel tasked with bringing the long-forgotten fragments of universal truth back to mortal humanity. The Atlantis depicted by Casey was never merely a perfect, glorious paradise. It served as a clear mirror reflecting human greed, ignorance, and moral decay. Within his spiritual dreams, he witnessed three catastrophic collapses of this powerful ancient kingdom, each destruction triggered by the reckless abuse of advanced technology and the gradual moral degeneration of its people. The sacred crystals originally used for medical treatment and clean energy were forcibly modified into deadly destructive weapons, eventually triggering violent earthquakes, monstrous tsunamis, and irreversible natural disasters. The profound sorrow and regret revealed in his gentle tone allowed every listener to distinctly sense the icy, chilling tide of the devastating Great Flood. This profound insight into the cyclic fate of civilizations was not only a recollection of the distant past but also a subtle prophecy for the turbulent, chaotic era he lived in. He accurately predicted the collapse of the stock market and the looming shadow of world wars. Yet what mattered most to his gentle soul was the karmic echoes and past life memories of ordinary suffering people. He comforted tormented souls by explaining that their current hardships and misfortunes were the karmic seeds planted by their ancestors on the sunken island tens of thousands of years ago. This unique interpretation of karma possessed a transcendent logical healing power, endowing human suffering with profound understandable meaning. Within his quiet treatment room, the steady, calm rhythm of his voice resembled an ancient soothing lullaby, gently smoothing out the countless wrinkles and pains of wounded souls. His whole life was neatly divided into simple labor in broad daylight and silent, persistent guardianship of eternal ancient civilizations in his sacred sleeping hours. In his later years, Casey's physical condition deteriorated steadily, for he never refused any request for help from people in need. He conducted multiple exhausting, deep hypnotic interpretations, every single trance consuming massive amounts of his precious limited life energy, yet he could never bring himself to stop believing that every extra minute spent in trance could preserve another precious fragment of universal truth for the mortal world. On a cold winter day in 1945, he foresaw his own peaceful passing, yet he remained extraordinarily calm, as if preparing for a long prearranged journey. He lay down once again on his familiar old sofa, closing his eyes while his breathing turned soft, slow, and steady. His final interpretation contained no mentions of hidden gold mines or undiscovered mysterious lands. It focused solely on the ultimate reconciliation between selfless love and sacred sacrifice. The sleeping prophet completed his last sacred task in the quiet realm of dreams before peacefully stepping into the brilliant eternal afterlife he had described for decades. He left behind tens of thousands of detailed written records and an unsolved mystical paradox that still baffles modern scientific researchers. His life proved that beneath the humble, fragile shell of every ordinary human being lies the potential to communicate with the boundless, vast universe. He was never a divine deity, he was merely a tender quiet night watchman groping patiently for a glimmer of bright light in the endless darkness for all humanity. More than half a century has passed since Edgar Cayce departed from this world, yet the Atlantis in his dreams still echoes softly amid the endless rolling ocean waves. Have human beings ever truly lived on that golden sunken island? Did those luminous crystals and devastating floods really take place in this quiet night? These complicated questions no longer require definite rigid scientific answers. What Cayce truly left to humanity is the precious courage to look up at the starry sky and explore inward into our own souls within this material-driven modern world. Through a lifetime of sleeping trances, he taught us that the greatest wisdoms of the universe often hide in the quiet, unselfish, peaceful moments of life. Tonight, let all trivial puzzles, persistent obsessions and restless thoughts sink into the warm, vast ocean of subconsciousness. Along with his steady breathing, we return to the initial question lingering in our minds: were his visions genuine truth? The answer is yes, as long as you firmly believe that the human soul carries immortal ancient memories. Those sacred scenes will linger eternally on the boundary of your dreams, just like the silent surging tides. The firelight has faded into complete stillness. If you are still awake, gently close your eyes and feel the pure blue sacred tranquility flowing from Cayce's dreams. May his eternal wisdom guard your peaceful slumber. May you enjoy a pure, flawless night of sleep, transcending tens of thousands of years. Good night and sweet dreams. Deep within the tangled jungles of the Aztec realm lingers a haunting, enchanting magic capable of luring mortal minds into endless disorientation. Drio, once a calm, rational explorer, wandered straight into the swirling green mist of these remote wilds and chanced upon a flawless crystal skull, cold, translucent and shrouded in ancient mystery. Tonight, accompanied by soft dim light, listen closely to his tale of lingering on the fragile edge of reason and drift into peaceful slumber amid scattered fragments of spiritual communion and stubborn lifelong obsession. Some claim the crystal skull served as an ancient communication device bridging distant realms, while others regard it as a shadowed gateway leading straight into the realm of death. Drio devoted the first half of his life to uncovering this sacred relic, yet spent every remaining year struggling to flee its lingering influence. In his later days, confined within a room piled high with tattered ancient manuscripts, he poured out his deepest inner thoughts and sorrows to that silent stone carving. Alone tonight, step into Drio's ethereal, sorrow-filled dream woven from exotic ancient lore, and let your soul sink into profound, soothing calm amid the lingering echoes of long-vanished civilizations. If modern science cannot explain the strange sights your eyes have witnessed, would you choose to surrender to the embrace of quiet madness? In his journey exploring forgotten ancient ruins, Drio gradually transformed into a lonely prophet cast aside by his own era. The crystal skull that haunted his gaze reflected far more than glimpses of the distant past. It mirrored his own fractured, broken heart. Listen tonight to this true account of relentless searching and irreversible loss, and let Drio's quiet story carry you into a tranquil night untouched by worldly noise and chaos. On countless silent late nights where only the soft sound of steady breathing filled the air, Drio would settle himself into an old armchair heavy with the faint musty scent of aged wood. Before him rested a crystal skull shimmering with eerie faint radiance amid shadow and dim light. Its flawless translucent form seemed too pure, too perfect to belong to the mortal world, yet Drio's gaze lingered upon it, tangled between overwhelming fear and a strange, tender affection. He was once a promising, esteemed explorer held in high regard by the British Museum, destined for academic renown, yet in the end he descended into isolation, labeled a madman who claimed to speak directly with the spirits of the departed. Tonight, let the soft warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we walk fully into the untold story of his life. He once sought to cut through the mist of ancient civilizations with the precise scalpel of rational thought, only to be swallowed whole by the very fog he aimed to unravel. Drawn into the unfathomable abyss of spiritual clairvoyance, he lost not only his hard-earned reputation but also the path leading back to his ordinary peaceful life. This is a quiet tale of relentless searching, stubborn obsession, and the slow, quiet decay of a soul trapped within exotic ancient fantasy. Close your eyes now, follow the faint lingering scent of wild herbal fragrance drifting on the air, and journey back into the cursed, tangled jungle where his fate was forever altered. The first quiet crack opening into Drio's extraordinary life emerged not before some grand towering ancient ruin, but on an ordinary quiet afternoon in the late 19th century. In those youthful days, Drio possessed enviable vitality alongside the strict, dignified pride typical of Victorian-era scholars. Appointed as a field collector for the British Museum, he was dispatched to the remote wilds of Central America, tasked with uncovering tangible relics that could prove the existence of long-lost Ancient civilizations amid the damp sweltering oppressive jungle-era wilderness that seemed capable of corroding even the firmest will of steel. Drio felt the foundations of his rational certainty waver for the very first time. Local native guides spoke to him in trembling urgent tones, warning him never to disturb forgotten ancient idols, explaining these sacred carvings served as vessels where divine spirits chose to abide. Yet Drio merely responded with quiet disdain, placing unshakable faith only in clay shards, weathered stones, and physical relics unearthed from the earth. Then one fateful day, beneath the collapsed ruins of an ancient altar, he lifted a perfect unblemished crystal skull into his arms. Its icy cold touch traveled up his fingertips, coursing straight through his bones and spinal cord, and in that fleeting instant he seemed to hear a strange resonant frequency entirely foreign to human perception. He believed he had uncovered an invaluable scientific treasure, unaware he had merely taken into his soul a parasitic seed destined to take root and grow. From that moment onward, Drio's world split into two separate realms: the refined elegant order of London society and the endless haunting Aztec visions that never faded from his mind. Upon returning to London, Drio enjoyed a brief period of dazzling renown, celebrated as a heroic explorer in newspaper headlines and a favored guest among elite social salons. Yet he soon found himself unable to adapt to refined formal dinner gatherings and rigid narrow academic debates. Whenever night fell and the world sank into stillness, the crystal skull locked away within a museum display case seemed to call out to him. Silently across the distance, Drio began frequenting dimly lit spiritual clairvoyant salons, experimenting with forbidden esoteric methods to establish communication with the ancient relic. He grew utterly convinced the skull functioned as a sacred vessel storing vast hidden knowledge, holding the ultimate untold secrets behind the downfall of the Maya civilization. Such unconventional beliefs amounted to professional ruin within academic circles. Former colleagues slowly drifted away and his superiors regarded him with growing suspicion and doubt. Drio paid no heed to their judgment, even selling off his personal property to fund another journey back to the jungle that had unsettled his mind long ago. In his private journal he wrote plainly, "I can see them moving. I watch the vanished ancient priests wandering silently through shifting light and shadow." His mental defenses steadily crumbled. The mystique of exotic ancient culture no longer remained merely an academic research subject but evolved into his own personal faith. He hovered repeatedly upon the blurred boundary of reason, yet found himself increasingly captivated by the weightless illusions of the supernatural realm. This became the coldest, most haunting chapter of Drio's life. As he turned his back completely upon the rigorous scientific training he had spent years mastering, he abandoned measuring instruments, excavation tools, and logical analysis, instead carrying crystal spheres, burning incense, and conducting so-called energy observations amid desolate wilderness. This stubborn obsessive shift drove his relationship with family to freezing isolation, his only companions becoming like-minded outsiders who claimed the ability to perceive lingering spirits. To Drio, the crystal skull was far more than a lifeless artifact. It held its own distinct personality, capable of stirring quiet anger when stared upon with unbroken gaze. Drio claimed he had heard the skull emit a low, deep humming sound on countless quiet nights, a mysterious tone whispering tales of solar eclipses, ancient rituals, and inevitable mortal demise. The turbulent global atmosphere of the era pressed heavily upon his mind too, as the shadow of World War loomed large, driving countless souls to seek solace in supernatural faith. Amid uncertainty, Drio wandered further into confusion. Amid this widespread spiritual turn, attempting to use the crystal skull to predict the outcome of global conflict, only sinking deeper into endless disorientation. His private letters revealed overwhelming inner anxiety, haunted by the fear that after his own passing no one remaining alive would understand or interpret the skull's quiet whispered secrets. He began guarding the cold stone relics with the fierce protective devotion of a parent watching over a child, oblivious to his own gaunt, fading reflection in the mirror. His eyes no longer focused on tangible reality unfolding before him, filled instead with weary longing and yearning for another hidden dimension beyond the physical world. In his declining years, Drio resided in a gloomy house on the outskirts of London, half hidden beneath thick, twisting ivy. He retreated into profound seclusion, cutting nearly all contact with the outside world, his rooms crammed full of rare curiosities and ancient artifacts collected from across distant lands. The air hung perpetually filled with a mingled scent of aged timber and strong herbal blends, the very fragrance he used to soothe his mind and slip into vivid hallucinations. He embraced a theory known as holographic history, believing every event of the distant past remained permanently etched within the subtle vibrational energy of all physical matter. When official investigators visited his secluded home, they found the elderly man's fingernails caked with fresh soil, as if he still wandered ancient excavation sites, digging silently. Even within his dreams he would talk quietly to empty air, as if an invisible, wise elder stood beside him, offering silent guidance and instruction. Supernatural influence had seeped fully into the very core of his being, his lifelong obsession transforming him into a pale ghost disconnected from ordinary reality. He even came to believe the crystal skull had replaced his own heartbeat pulsing steadily within his withered chest. This descent into complete madness brought him a strange unforeseen peace, a quiet freedom born from breaking all ties with the conventional world. On the final page of his handwritten notes he left only a vague haunting line: "The crystal never spoke, it merely reflected the loneliness hidden deep within my soul." Drio was discovered lifeless in his familiar armchair one quiet morning in 1956, still clutching a small smooth quartz stone tightly in his palm. His entire life unfolded like a prolonged sacrifice spanning half a century, dedicated to proving the existence of something intangible and unseen. Today, as we stand before museum glass viewing ancient crystal skull artifacts, we rarely pause to imagine the soul one man, surrendered entirely to their haunting allure. Modern scientific research has since confirmed most such skulls were elaborate forgeries crafted in the 19th century, yet this harsh truth only deepens the sorrowful tragedy of Drio's story. He poured a lifetime of genuine affection into loving a beautiful timeless illusion and devoted decades of relentless exploration chasing an exit that never truly existed. Beneath his stubborn obsession with supernatural mystery, however, lingers the quiet loneliness dwelling within every human heart, the innate longing to discover a trace of profound understanding and transcendent warmth within the cold and different material world. Drio has long slipped into the eternal dream he believed in wholeheartedly, and on this quiet night we too release all tangled worries and restless doubts. Questions of truth and illusion no longer hold meaning. What matters most is the sincere beating of a soul forever driven to reach out toward the unknown. Close your eyes and drift away. May your own dreams shine clear and translucent like crystal, free from the heavy loneliness that shadowed his life. Good night and sweet dreams. Mary Renault was a wandering soul dwelling in the narrow twilight gap between ancient myth and tangible reality. With writing strokes as calm and flowing as still water, she reconstructed the resplendent yet sorrowful Bronze Age of antiquity. Tonight follow her gentle perspective and drift back into those long-forgotten years, abandoned by the old gods. Amid the shimmering ripples of her words, feel the soft tender throes of sorrow as a grand, ancient civilization slips toward collapse. Some stories belong only to the bright light of day, yet the tales woven by Mary Renault belong solely to the quiet hush of the night. The heroes in her writings are no longer cold rigid stone statues, but flesh and blood mortals who bear sorrow, shed tears and carry fragile human weakness. Tonight, accompanied by the soft faint glow of flickering hearth fire, we walk deep into the profound journey of her life. Within this timeless quest spanning across centuries, reclaim the long-lost quiet peace of classic literature. If you have ever felt mesmerized by the tangled labyrinth of Crete or the sweeping distant expeditions of Alexander the Great, then the writings of Mary Renault stand as the only secret passage leading straight into that ancient realm. Her entire life unfolds like a grand epic narrative woven with exile, unyielding perseverance and quiet enduring love. Close your eyes and let this sorrowful beautiful reconstruction of ancient history carry you into deep undisturbed slumber. Stand for a moment upon the broken weathered ruins of the Palace of Knossos dating back to the 12th century before the Common Era. The sea wind drifts through fractured stone columns, carrying away the final quiet sigh of the fading Bronze Age as the immortal gods retreat silently, withdrawing their sacred oracles from the mortal world. Centuries later, within the quiet wards of a London hospital, a young female nurse amid the blazing fires of wartime bombing sought to stitch together this broken, fractured passage of time with nothing but her pen. The name Mary Renault lingers in the history of literature like a clear distant moonlight, quiet, profound and endlessly mesmerizing. Tonight let the soft warm glow of flickering firelight stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of her life. She lived as an exile in the physical world, yet wore an invisible crown of spiritual royalty within her inner realm. The heroes she portrayed never truly perished and remained alive forever in the lines of her prose. She possessed a rare gift for drawing lofty distant deities down into mortal dust, revealing their most touching human vulnerability in the final moments before civilizational ruin. Now close your eyes, let your thoughts drift with the rolling tides of the Aegean Sea, sinking deep into the sorrowful, beautifully textured ancient history she carefully recreated from the dust of time. The story of her life began not with the sapphire blue radiance of the Aegean coast, but with the cold endless rain of London and the lingering sharp scent of antiseptic drifting through quiet hospital wards. In her 30s, Mary Renault lived the ordinary quiet life of a dedicated nurse, spending every day walking the fragile boundary between life and death. It was the darkest period of the Second World War, with the thunder of German bomber planes echoing outside the windows and the painful groans of wounded soldiers filling every ward. This direct, intimate understanding of life's fragility laid the deepest foundational logic for her later reconstruction of ancient history. Every grand historical narrative eventually settles upon a trembling, vulnerable human body amid the heavy, exhausting duties of nursing work. By the faint glow of dim lamplight she began crafting her very first modern novels, yet her spirit had long soared far beyond the chaos of wartime London, settling down in the terrifying pivotal moment known to history as the Bronze Age collapse. 3,000 years in the past she discovered haunting similarities between the crumbling of that ancient era and the turbulent Europe of her own time, magnificent civilizations tottering helplessly before the surge of barbaric chaos. This resonant parallel of fate pushed her to make the most vital decision of her life, to flee the suffocating constraints of the old world forever. Accompanied by Julie, her lifelong devoted companion, she boarded a ship bound for South Africa, embarking on a long journey of self-imposed exile. This fateful turning point allowed her to break free entirely from the trivial formalities and complexities of modern society and wholeheartedly embrace the wild ancient landscapes and lingering divine presence of classical Greece. Along the sunlit coast of Cape Town, Mary Renault finally reclaimed the inner tranquility she had long sought, where the warm golden sunlight carried the same soft texture as the skies over ancient Greece. She began to delve deeply into the layers of history buried beneath centuries of dust and time. Her work, far more than mere novel writing, it became a solemn ritual of summoning the spirits of the long-departed past. In her literary work, The King Must Die, she stripped the Athenian hero Theseus free from layers of supernatural myth, placing him firmly within the real, ruthless struggles of ancient political power. Her portrayal carried profound, sorrowful beauty. The legendary labyrinth of Crete was no longer a supernatural wonder, but the final fragile veil of a vast, tottering ancient empire on the brink of ruin. She depicted with delicate precision how the exquisite murals of the Bronze Age shattered violently amid catastrophic earthquakes, and how graceful bull dancers adorned with feathered ornaments performed their final desperate rituals in the face of inevitable doom. Mary Renault held an almost cruel, intuitive grasp of color and atmosphere in her writing. The blood of ancient conflicts always felt warm and vivid, while cold bronze carried the icy weight of time and fate. She never glorified the invincibility of legendary heroes. Instead, she dwelled upon their quiet grace and weary resignation when faced with unyielding, unavoidable destiny. Her unique literary style felt so vivid and authentic, as if she had stood witness to the end of that ancient era with her own eyes and heard the deafening crash of the palace of Knossos as it crumbled into ruin. Shut away inside her study beneath the blazing South African sun, she wove page by page the lost dream of a civilization vanished for 3,000 years. Every word she penned gave voice once more to an age long fallen silent, letting out a long lingering sigh across the stretch of time. The greatest profound paradox of Mary Renault's life lay in the subtle tension between her profound lifelong fascination with masculine heroic tradition and her own marginal place in society. Her most celebrated literary legacy lies in her sweeping trilogy centered on Alexander the Great, pulling the legendary conqueror down from the lofty pedestal of divine myth and reimagining him as a restless soul endlessly gnawed by loneliness beneath the watchful gaze of the old gods. She keenly captured the unique emotional bonds of ancient Greek society, connections of loyal devotion, bitter rivalry, and heartfelt betrayal that transcended the logical boundaries of modern understanding. To restore the most authentic texture and atmosphere of that distant age, she traveled repeatedly to Greece, wandering alone for hours across desolate mountain ridges, tracing the very footsteps once walked by Alexander and his armies. She observed the exact angle of sunlight falling upon weathered, broken marble and studied the worn traces on the feet of ancient soldiers after endless long marches. This almost obsessive pursuit of historical authenticity imbued her writing with a heavy, tangible sense of fate, steeped in the salty tang of sea breeze. The literary world of her era remained puzzled by her unique writing style, with many critics even accusing her of disrespecting classic legends. Yet Mary Renault never bothered to respond to outside judgment. She simply smoked quietly, listening to the endless crash of ocean waves as she continued to build the ancient realms of Persia and Macedonia within her prose. She understood well that true history lies not in cold dates recorded in ancient manuscripts, but in the quiet moment of hesitant doubt felt by great heroes alone beside flickering oil lamps inside military tents. As the years slipped gently by, Mary Renault's features grew as stern and resolute as the marble statues she admired in classical art. In her later years she lived an increasingly secluded, quiet life, growing troubled by the harsh system of apartheid taking hold across South Africa, a struggle that deepened her longing for the ideals of ancient democracy and unbound freedom. She began to meditate deeply on the corruption of power and the inevitable end of civilizations, reflections that emerged in her Later works wrapped in an almost prophetic sense of serene acceptance. Her portrayal of Alexander's final death held no dramatic murder or violent intrigue, only the thick heavy stillness of a sweltering summer afternoon in Babylon. Her writing evoked a profound sense of existential emptiness, as if the entire world had sunk into eternal shadow the moment the great conqueror drew his last breath. Mary Renault spent her entire life exploring the theme of ruin and decline, understanding that all earthly beauty rises inevitably from foundations of decay. Her writing grew increasingly restrained and precise, like a skilled surgeon slicing through the outer surface of time to reveal the raw, vulnerable souls hidden beneath. Even in the final twilight of her life, she continued revising manuscripts on ancient orators, striving to capture the last fading glow of the classical age. She once told Julie that she held no fear of death, only sorrow that the unwritten heroes lingering in her mind might be condemned to eternal silence. Once more this reverent, almost religious devotion to the written word turned her into a solitary island, preserving the spirit of classical civilization amid a turbulent, restless modern world. On a quiet winter day in 1983, Mary Renault passed away peacefully in Cape Town, returning to the quiet question raised in the opening of our tale: if ancient myth has never truly vanished, where do those legendary heroes reside now? The answer lies hidden within the pages of her books, sheltered inside every sentence she reconstructed, waiting patiently to be awakened by quiet readers in the stillness of the night. The most precious legacy Mary Renault left to the world lies not merely in her collection of historical novels, but in the profound, affectionate perspective she gifted us toward the distant past. She taught us that though the collapse of grand civilizations carries its own sorrowful beauty, the flame of remembrance never fades as long as mortal hearts keep those ancient names alive. The story has now reached its gentle close, and the rolling waves of the Aegean Sea have faded into the soft edge of dreamland. Relax your breathing fully and embrace the tranquility spanning 3,000 years, the quiet, timeless world Mary Renault carefully mended for your soul. The old gods have long departed, yet moonlight still falls soft and steady across the broken stones of Crete, unchanged through all the passing ages. Good night and sweet dreams. Beneath the twilight glow of primeval earth, the wilderness no longer remained a roaring battlefield of endless combat. Parasaurolophus, the ancient wanderer born with a natural trumpet upon his head, stood calmly along the riverbank as dusk settled around him. His magnificent towering crest resonated deep and low in the evening wind, humming with the rich, soul-stirring vibration of a cello. Tonight follow this steady, soothing bass frequency, drift far away from the noise and restlessness of the mortal world and sink into a peaceful dream stretching across hundreds of millions of years. Some living beings are destined to conquer brute force with gentle grace, dwelling like a quiet poem within an era ruled by sharp fangs and savage claws. Inside Parasaurolophus' 1-meter-long cranial crest flowed the softest, deepest natural tone of a primordial bass horn. Its resonant hum echoed through winding canyons, resembling a tender lullaby, and a silent tribute bowed toward the twinkling stars. Walk alongside this timeless, unrushed tale, delve into the full journey of his life, and let your weary mind and body melt into complete relaxation. If time itself carried an echoing sound, it would surely hold the heavy, quiet calm unique to Parasaurolophus. This profound, low-frequency vibration cut straight through inner restlessness and chaotic thoughts, wrapping the soul in boundless, serene tranquility. His lifetime held no bloody predation or violent struggle, only unhurried walks beneath the sunset and gentle, resonant calls reaching out to his own kind. On this quiet night, beside the faint, soft glow of burning embers, let us listen closely to the inner voice of this ancient master of deep, low sound. Imagine a savage primeval age where survival depended solely on savage bites, thunderous roars, and unyielding dominance. Yet amid all the chaos existed an extraordinarily rare rhythm of low, gentle vibration. It held none of the bone-chilling ferocity of a tyrannosaurus roar, nor the harsh, piercing shriek of soaring pterosaurs. Instead, it carried warmth, ease, and a touch of sacred solemnity, like an ancient cello hanging down from the clouds. Every soft stroke of its string calming churning rivers into quiet stillness. This was Parasaurolophus, an extraordinary outcast bearing a natural trumpet upon his head, wielding resonant musical tones as his shield. Tonight let the soft, warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of his quiet existence. Within this slowly flowing stretch of time, you need not ponder the harsh logic of survival. Simply surrender your heart and mind to the lingering resonance echoing through ancient canyons. Dim the light around you. Breathe slow and deep and listen as he begins his timeless serenade just for you amid the distant twilight. Fate laid its first trial upon Parasaurolophus not in the form of predator fangs and claws, but through the quiet dignity of his own extraordinary form. Within the dense forests of the late Cretaceous, most creatures learned to hide themselves away or sharpen their cries into threatening warnings. Yet Parasaurolophus bore a vast hollow crest stretching a full meter backward from his head, making him appear like a noble exile crowned with a sacred ceremonial staff when an unusually bitter cold current swept across the ancient basin. Living space for his herd shrank drastically and raw panic spread thick across the air at that fateful twilight turning point. Young Parasaurolophus did not flee blindly alongside his kin nor let out weak helpless cries of fear. He climbed atop the tallest rocky ledge overlooking the river, facing straight into the bitter cutting wind, and sounded the full clear note of his natural cranial instrument. For the very first time a deep profound bass tone rose from within him, accompanied by the powerful rise and fall of his broad chest, reverberating, reflecting and layering endlessly between valley walls, forming solemn gentle waves of sound. Miraculously this resonant hum quieted the restless herd, restoring calm order amid the bitter freezing cold. In that moment he understood the heavy crest upon his head was never a burdensome weight but a sacred authority over tranquility bestowed upon him by nature itself. If you could peer inside his delicate, intricate skull, you would discover Parasaurolophus' crest concealed a complex labyrinth of winding passages crafted like a refined wind instrument. Its purpose was never battle or aggression but to regulate breath and craft enduring resonant harmony amid profound stillness. In peaceful, unhurried days his favorite posture was to stand motionless along the quiet riverbank, letting the setting sun stretch his shadow long across the ground. He would lower his head, slowly drawing in a breath of mild moist air, then exhale gently, guiding the airflow steadily through every winding chamber within his crest. The sound rose like dozens of cellos playing in perfect unison, deep, mellow and hushed, carrying a magical power to lull all living things into quiet rest. This soothing auditory embrace even cast nearby lurking predators into an unnatural state of calm relaxation. He never rushed his steps, every resonant call sending faint gentle tremors into the earth, a profound silent conversation between himself and the ancient soil beneath his feet. Within this realm ruled entirely by his melodic voice, time lost all urgent meaning, leaving only the slow ebb and flow of low-frequency pulse, rising, falling and settling like the endless rhythm of ocean tides. It was as if he wove the breath of his entire life into a vast invisible sonic net, wrapping and sheltering the whole era within its quiet embrace. Yet in a world that worshipped raw muscle, brute strength and savage power, such elegant grace was often misread as weakness. One quiet evening the lulling requiem of his resonant call was suddenly broken by a pack of hungry, ravenous dromaeosaurs, and Parasaurolophus revealed his unique way of resistance. He bore no sharp claws, no thick armored plates. His only weapon remained the soul-stirring vibration of his timeless voice. As predators drew near he did not retreat an inch, instead pressing his crest firmly into a narrow crack in the ground and letting forth the grandest, most powerful hum of his lifetime. The frequency carried enough force to stir minor tremors in the land, the air growing thick and heavy in an instant, sending ripples of vibration that resonated deep within the predators' own bodies. This stark, breathtaking contrast, the gentlest of living beings unleashing the most awe-inspiring sonic waves through the ruthless hunters into unprecedented physical disarray. Parasaurolophus retained his lean, refined, graceful form, retreating calmly into the shelter of the deep forest, leaving his enemies stunned and shaken by lingering echoes. He proved with quiet, dignified action that true dominance never lies in tearing flesh or inflicting harm but in reshaping the very energy and atmosphere of the world around you through pure resonant frequency. In that timeless moment he stood both as a master musician and the loneliest, unshakable guardian of his ancient homeland. In his later years Parasaurolophus' crest grew faded and mottled with age, yet the tones it produced grew purer, heavier and more profound. One somber morning, shrouded beneath drifting volcanic ash, he sensed the final closing performance of his entire species drawing near. Most members of his herd had migrated far away or scattered to distant lands, yet he chose to remain in the river valley he had watched over and protected his entire life. He stepped slowly into knee-deep river water, feeling the cool current brush gently across his skin. His heart settled into perfect, unclouded clarity. He sounded his natural trumpet one last time, no longer filled with warning or quiet resistance, only pure, serene acceptance. His resonant cry pierced through thick layers of ash and cloud, seeming to bid a final gentle farewell to the stars shining high above. He closed his eyes slowly amid the lingering echo, letting the warm cello-like tone wrap softly around his fading consciousness. He knew his physical form would one day decay and return to the earth, yet the profound frequency carried within his voice would remain forever etched into the rocky layers of ancient canyons. When the wind blows through similar natural cracks hundreds of millions of years later, the world will still hear the soft, gentle testimony of his quiet existence. The resonant call of Parasaurolophus has long faded into the endless current of time, yet its calming, tranquil frequency has never truly vanished. It lingers on as a quiet inner suggestion, a deep hidden longing for peace that stirs within every heart as night falls. His life answers the quiet riddle posed at the very beginning. Amid a world of brute force and aggression, gentle sound can become the toughest form of redemption on this still late night when scattered, chaotic thoughts cloud your mind. Pause and picture Parasaurolophus standing solitary in the twilight valley. Imagine the soft steady rise and fall of his broad chest. Feel the cello-like sound waves drifting round and round, brushing lightly over your resting place. All stress, restlessness and tension melt away within the slow low-frequency vibration, leaving your body light, steady and calm as the quiet river water. The embers in the hearth fade softly away, yet the starlight of the dinosaur age still watches over you from afar. You no longer need to struggle or resist the noise of the world. Simply surrender to the flow of this ancient resonant tone and drift quietly into a dream as deep and boundless as the silent ocean. All earthly sound fades into perfect stillness. May this primeval low-frequency lullaby cradle you into peaceful rest all night long. Good night. Beneath the dark quiet night sky of a world 200 million years ago, the age of dinosaurs was never defined only by brutal fights and endless struggle. Maiasaura, the gentle dinosaur whose very name carries the warm breath of motherhood, stood guard over her nest beneath the soft glow of moonlight. Tonight drift along with the light wind and fine drizzle sweeping across the land of Montana, journeying back to that tender beginning of life. Feel the timeless power of motherly love spanning hundreds of millions of years, and let your weary soul settle into calm stillness amid this quiet, soothing narration. Many hidden truths lay sealed away beneath cold barren rock layers until ancient fossil nests were unearthed and revealed to the world. Maiasaura shaped a safe harbor with her own body, shielding her fragile young from harsh wind, rain and lurking danger. This is far more than an ordinary tale of dinosaurs. It is a profound philosophy of guardianship, devoted love and the eternal continuation of all living things. Close your eyes, listen to this gentle story that lingers softly in time, and let your mind and spirit settle into perfect peace alongside the slow steady breath of Maiasaura. If the long history of life is a rough unfinished sketch, Maiasaura stands as the most delicate tender stroke of color woven into its canvas. Upon the moonlit wilderness of the late Cretaceous she murmured soft low sounds to soothe new life, newly breaking free from their eggshells within this timeless space, as quiet and comforting as a late night radio broadcast. Maiasaura's quiet watch becomes a healing rhythm to calm the heart. Follow us into the full life story hidden behind this gentle ancient creature, and beside the warm glow of flickering hearth lights sink into a deep peaceful night of rest. Long ago, upon that vast desolate wilderness, life was once narrowly defined by cold cruelty, endless predation and merciless struggle. People once believed these enormous prehistoric beasts knew nothing but clashing battles in muddy marshes and slow withering beneath scorching sunlight, possessing no trace of tenderness or compassion. That all changed when the passing wind brushed away layers of ancient mud deep within Montana, uncovering a breathtaking fossil puzzle that held the whole world breathless. A gigantic mother dinosaur remained forever bowed over her fossilized nest, her eternal posture shielding her unborn young from endless wind, rain and the cold passage of time. This gentle guardian was Maiasaura. Tonight let the soft warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of her quiet devoted life. On this soothing journey spanning hundreds of millions of years, we set aside tales of dominance and raw power and dwell only on the quiet tenderness that flowed beneath the moonlight, never faded or erased by the march of time. Slow your breathing gently. Imagine yourself standing upon the open wilderness of the late Cretaceous and embrace the profound quiet guardianship she embodied. The true turning point of her story lies not in the final moment of passing but in the quiet choice to stay and remain behind. It was an ordinary afternoon in the late Cretaceous when the mountains of Montana still held the damp misty scent of primeval ancient forests. Maiasaura stood atop a raised earthen mound, her gaze lacking the sharp aggression of ruthless predators, filled instead with quiet anxious vigilance. All her herd companions drifted slowly toward distant water sources, following the primal instinct to survive and migrate, yet she paused firmly in her tracks. Beneath her feet, within a circular nest carefully built from soft soil and woven plant stems, new life trembled faintly inside fragile eggshells. The first faint crack of breaking shell echoed across the open wilderness, soft and faint like a quiet sigh, barely audible amid the rustle of wind and foliage. To other dinosaurs, newly hatched young were merely random traces of nature, but for Maiasaura this fragile beginning marked the start of a long unwavering vigil. She lowered her head, using her broad beak to nudge loose earth with clumsy, infinitely gentle movements, careful not to startle the delicate vulnerable life stirring beneath. This deep reverence for fragility set her apart in an era ruled entirely by survival of the fittest, making her stand apart yet shine brightly with quiet grace. As night fell, moonlight draped over Maiasaura's broad sturdy back like a soft veil of silver silk, and the whole wilderness sank into a deceptive fragile stillness. Faint distant roars drifted from hidden valleys, the low hungry growl of lurking predators wandering silently in the shadows rather than retreating deep into the shelter of dense forest. She stood firm, her massive frame forming an unbreakable barrier directly before her nest. One can almost hear her long steady rhythmic breath, each slow rise and fall, pouring quiet safety and warmth into the hidden nest beneath her body. Tiny newly hatched young, unable yet to forage or fend for themselves, huddled closely beneath their mother's broad frame, seeking the precious warmth of her body. Amid the growing chill, Maiasaura maintained unwavering alertness, never slipping into deep sleep, her eyes half closed, catching every unfamiliar scent and subtle shift carried on the night wind. She knew countless watchful eyes lingered in the surrounding darkness, and her only shield against danger was this tireless, boundless motherly devotion. Fine light rain began to fall, pattering softly across towering fern leaves, creating a soothing rhythmic rustle. She spread her large forelimbs wide like a living umbrella, blocking cold wind, harsh rain, and hidden threats far beyond the shelter of her nest. This lifelong guardianship demanded relentless self-sacrifice, and in this season of scarce natural resources the cost she paid verged on fatal exhaustion. Maiasaura normally needed vast amounts of conifer needles and wild shrubs to sustain her great strength, yet she endured prolonged hunger rather than wandering far from her nest. Her features grew leaner, her golden eyes lined with quiet weariness, yet whenever she gazed down upon her steadily growing young, a restrained quiet warmth glimmered deep within her gaze. She did more than merely feed and protect them, she guided them to understand the rhythms of the wild, teaching them to distinguish friendly calm from hidden danger within the sound of the wind. This quiet education came not through aggression or dominance, but through gentle physical touches and low resonant murmurs shared between mother and young. The natural world around her shifted subtly, climatic changes making food supplies unstable and unpredictable. Maiasaura faced a silent inner struggle, balancing the need to guard her nest constantly against the urge to search farther for ripe berries and fresh foliage. Every choice to linger close or venture out, every hesitation between staying to shield her young from sudden mudslides or seeking nourishment, tested the depth of her spirit. Her entire life was woven together from countless small, heavy decisions, each one a quiet act of defiance against the cruel uncertainty of fate. The most sorrowful endings often arrive quietly beneath calm omens, marking an eternal dawn sealed within earth and stone. When a devastating, catastrophic flood swept through the ancient valley, Maiasaura could have easily fled alone, her great size granting her safe escape, yet in that fateful moment she chose to lower her massive body, using her last remaining strength to cradle every fragile hatchling safely beneath her chest. In that instant, worldly power, status, and even the survival of her kind faded into insignificance, overshadowed by the boundless quiet strength of a mother's love. She closed her eyes, feeling cold mud slowly drift over her scaled skin, pressing heavier and heavier until the last breath of fresh air faded away. Her life froze forever in this eternal guarding posture, becoming a living monument carved from flesh and bone. Slumbering deep beneath the land of Montana for 70 million years, she lay undisturbed, until modern paleontologists brushed away the heavy layers of time and uncovered her fossilized form. The world finally understood that even in that wild, untamed prehistoric age there existed a mother who embodied pure compassion with every beat of her heart. She was once dismissed as nothing more than a giant primitive reptile, yet within her arranged fossil bones humanity clearly recognized the universal emotional bond of motherhood transcending all species and time. Today the wind still sweeps across that ancient wilderness after 230 million years, carrying away all worldly chaos, leaving only the soft lingering echo of Maiasaura's gentle legacy. Her story answers the quiet question posed at the very beginning of our tale, that love alone forms the strongest armor protecting all living things. What she left behind for the world is far more than fossilized remains. It is the eternal courage to stand guard and protect even in the darkest, coldest moments of life. The night has grown deep and still, visions of ancient nests, silver moonlight, and soft drifting rain fade slowly alongside the gentle flicker of hearth light. Maiasaura's slow, steady breath lingers softly all around you, wrapping you in quiet peace for the night. At the close of this gentle, timeless journey, allow yourself to release every heavy burden weighing on heart and mind. Just as the tiny hatchlings sheltered safely beneath their mother's broad frame, you now rest within a harbor of absolute warmth and safety. Free yourself from restless anxiety and unfinished worry, surrounded only by profound stillness and the soft whisper of wind outside. Good night, gentle Maiasaura, good night to you, drifting softly upon the edge of peaceful dreams. In the bitter cold winds of the 19th century, a wealthy, successful merchant abandoned all his vast fortune and traveled alone into the desolate wilderness of remote Turkey, driven by an all-consuming quest to find a legendary city that existed only within the lines of ancient poetry. The life story of Heinrich Schliemann stands as the most profound symphony of human obsession and unfulfilled dreams. Tonight wander with him beneath the soft glow of moonlight amid the ruined remnants of Troy, and uncover the long-buried truth sealed away by the passage of time. The world labeled him a reckless madman, accusing him of ruining the dignity and discipline of formal archaeology, yet Heinrich Schliemann shocked the entire world with the iconic photograph known forever as Priam's Treasure. This is a timeless tale of how a cherished dream can step into reality and the heavy price and endless controversy that inevitably follow in its wake. Close your eyes and let the gentle, unrushed rhythm of narration carry you back to an ancient age where mortal heroes and divine myths walked side by side. The entire life of Heinrich Schliemann seemed destined to revolve entirely around the timeless verses of Homer's epics. He fought relentlessly within the ruthless world of business, amassing immense wealth yet never forgetting the solemn vow he made to himself at the age of 8. Tonight's story carries no anxious restlessness, only the soft lingering echo of voices stretching across thousands of years. May this quiet glimpse into the distant past cradle you gently into the deepest, most peaceful slumber. When a person chooses to believe wholeheartedly in every word of an ancient tale, reality often bends quietly to make way for their faith. Within the cold, exclusive academic salons of the late 19th century, Heinrich Schliemann stood apart as an awkward, misunderstood outsider. Esteemed scholars mocked his rough, unpolished manners and ridiculed his stubborn ambition to dig deep into barren wilderness in search of an ancient city they dismissed as nothing more than poetic fiction. Tonight let the soft warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of his life. He once stood upon the barren mound of Hizarlik, clutching a worn, tattered copy of the Iliad in his hand, surrounded only by the lonely sound of wind and distant barking of wild dogs. Yet in his mind he heard the thunderous roar of war chariots echoing from 3,000 years in the past. This bold, relentless merchant eventually reached into the quiet earth and lifted forth gleaming gold. Hidden asleep for millennia, what he uncovered was far more than the priceless treasures of Troy. It was a grand, sacred offering dedicated to the innocent dreams of his childhood. Yet the moment his dream stepped fully into reality, whispers of curse and bitter controversy rose up instantly beside him, shaping his entire life into an unsolved puzzle filled with heroic spirit yet marked by deep, unhealed fractures. The story begins not with gleaming ancient gold relics but with the dim glow of kerosene lamps in a remote small village nestled in northern Germany. As a young boy, Heinrich Schliemann sat upon his father's knees listening intently to ancient legends of Troy, consumed and burned to ashes in brutal war. At the age of 8 he gazed upon an old illustration depicting Troy's towering, impenetrable stone walls. He turned to his father and asked where this city lay in the modern world, only to be told it existed merely as myth, vanished forever into dust and time. The young Heinrich stared fixed upon the drawing and spoke with calm, unyielding resolve, "I will find it one day." Reality offered no easy path leading straight into epic legend. Instead it subjected him to the harshest, roughest trials life could bring. At 14 his family fell into ruin, forcing him to drop out of school and spend 5 long years working as an apprentice inside a dim, cramped grocery store. Each day he hauled heavy wooden barrels filled with herring-swept piles of scattered wood shavings until his fingers bled raw and sore. In the darkest, loneliest hours of night his only comfort came from a wandering drunkard who would recite hundreds of lines of ancient Greek poetry. The unfamiliar flowing syllables echoed through the narrow shop like a distant call drifting down from the sacred peaks of Mount Olympus. Heinrich would pause his work, his gaze drifting past clouds of floating dust toward the distant, invisible shores of the Aegean Sea. He understood clearly that to fulfill his wild, impossible dream he first had to grow strong and build immense wealth. Money became his only staircase leading toward the lost world of epic poetry. He soon revealed almost ruthless shrewdness within the world of trade, thriving in indigo dye business in St. Petersburg and striking gold trade deals amid the chaos of the California gold rush, accumulating vast fortune amid war, disaster and human turmoil. Even as he counted endless accounts inside his grand, luxurious mansion, he knew deep within his heart all this wealth existed only to purchase the right to uncover the forgotten ancient city of his childhood promise. By 1868 Heinrich Schliemann had grown into one of the wealthiest merchants of his time. Fluent in more than a dozen foreign languages, he finally set aside his ledgers and business affairs, standing at last upon the shores of the Dardanelles, the coastline he had dreamed of since boyhood. Mainstream academic circles firmly believed if Troy had ever truly existed it must lie within a place called Bunarbashi, marked by 2 natural springs matching Homer's description of one spring warm and one cold. Yet Schliemann trusted no established theory, relying instead on fierce, intuitive certainty. Roaming freely across the barren wilderness, he timed his own running pace, carefully calculating how long a heroic warrior clad in heavy bronze armor would need to circle the city walls 3 full times. He soon realized the uneven terrain of Bunarbashi could never allow such freedom of movement for ancient warriors and chariots. It was not until he reached the flat, elevated mound of Hizarlik, Standing close to the coastline that his intuition settled into unshakable certainty, though scholarly experts scoffed openly at his unorthodox method of using ancient poetry as a guide for archaeological excavation. Schliemann was consumed entirely by a profound sense of sacred mission, writing in his diary, "Every choice I make is guided directly by Homer himself." He hired hundreds of local laborers, carving a massive deep trench straight through the heart of the ancient mound. His crude, direct excavation style nearly destroyed precious layered relics future archaeologists would spend lifetime studying. He moved forward like a man mad with longing, eager to cast aside every obstacle and reach the ancient dream hidden deep beneath the earth. This overwhelming urgency stemmed partly from his bold, untamed merchant spirit and partly from quiet fear of growing old, terrified that death would claim him before he could prove the myths were more than empty words written on paper. On a quiet early morning in May 1873, fate finally unveiled its hidden face to this devoted, relentless seeker. At the base of an ancient stone wall within the excavation site, Schliemann caught a faint, unusual glimmer shining through the dusty earth. It was a layer of ruin scarred by traces of ancient fire, with the faint edges of bronze artifacts peeking through the soil. Schliemann held his breath, fully aware he stood upon the threshold of a discovery that would rewrite human history. Without warning, he announced to all workers, "Today we celebrate my birthday. You may all leave early for holiday." The laborers cheered and departed, leaving only Schliemann and his young Greek wife Sophia standing beneath the burning sun. Ignoring the constant danger of collapsing walls, he knelt down, digging frantically into the dirt with a small folding knife. As layers of soil fell away, brilliant golden light burst forth. After spending 3,000 years trapped in darkness, golden headpieces, delicate necklaces, engraved bracelets and sacred golden goblets lay before them, still holding the faint lingering warmth of a fallen ancient empire. Trembling with emotion, Schliemann carefully gathered every golden artifact, tucking them gently inside his wife's red woolen shawl, smuggling them secretly back to their camp. He proclaimed with unrestrained joy that these priceless relics were none other than Priam's treasure, the long-lost legacy of Troy's tragic doomed king. Later, a single famous photograph spread across every corner of the globe, capturing Sophia wearing the 3,000-year-old golden crown, her expression calm, solemn and timeless. In that instant the entire world stood stunned by the impossible dream of a former merchant. He had unearthed not merely piles of gold but awakened the deepest romantic imagination buried within humanity's collective subconscious. Yet behind the fame and the photograph, bitter disputes over treasure ownership and scandal over his secret unauthorized removal of relics rose instantly to the surface. Schliemann soon realized that once a dream comes true, it drags you inevitably into the tangled, messy quagmire of harsh reality. After rising to worldwide fame, Heinrich Schliemann never slowed down to rest upon his achievements. He traveled with Troy's priceless treasures between London, Berlin and Athens, celebrated as a heroic pioneer yet forever cast as a controversial outsider. Though awarded numerous honorary titles, mainstream academic circles never ceased pushing him aside, dismissing him as a crude, arrogant upstart, a liar fabricating false evidence, and a ruthless merchant chasing fame at any cost. This constant exclusion and criticism made him increasingly sensitive, withdrawn and isolated, driving him to seek even deeper, older secrets buried beneath the earth. He journeyed to Mycenae, determined to uncover the tomb of King Agamemnon and replicate his miraculous discovery once more. When he lifted another flawless, pure golden death mask from the ancient soil, he sent an urgent message to the Greek king declaring, "I have gazed directly upon the face of Agamemnon." Later historical research proved the figure buried beneath the mask lived in an era far earlier than the heroic age of the Trojan War. Yet Schliemann's timeless devotion to epic poetry transcended the rigid boundaries of scientific factual accuracy. Throughout those years he struggled endlessly against shifting political tides. Growing exhausted from endless legal disputes and raging public opinion, he once attempted to donate Troy's treasures to his homeland, only to face cold rejection. Wandering alone through Berlin's train stations, he carried enough golden relics to purchase half a city. Hidden close to his chest, once the unbeatable, powerful giant of the business world, he finally understood what his heart truly craved. It was never more wealth or treasure, but a single sincere acknowledgement from the arrogant scholarly circle, admitting simply that you were right. The winter of 1890 marked the final turning point in Heinrich Schliemann's life. He had suffered for years from severe chronic ear trouble, a lasting scar left by countless days working amid wind, sand, damp excavation grounds. After undergoing risky brain surgery to treat his inflamed ears, he ignored strict medical advice, rushing hurriedly to begin his journey home. The streets of Naples, Italy lay wrapped in bitter, icy winds. On the eve of Christmas, suddenly Schliemann was struck by Violent sharp pain collapsing heavily upon the cold stone pavement robbed instantly of the power of speech. Passers-by gathered around mistaking him for a homeless destitute old man dressed in plain worn clothes with no jewelry and no attendants at his side. No one knew inside this frail trembling body lay the mind behind one of the greatest archaeological discoveries in human history. It was only when doctors found his name card and large sums of cash in his pocket that onlookers realized his true identity. He passed away in quiet loneliness just as he had begun his relentless quest all alone long ago. After his death, modern archaeological advances confirmed beyond doubt that Troy truly existed, yet the layer Schliemann had uncovered dated far earlier than the actual Trojan War era. He misread timelines, misplaced ancient locations, and even misunderstood his own place in history. Yet through this glorious madness and beautiful error he opened an irreplaceable door leading humanity back into the lost Bronze Age. What Heinrich Schliemann truly left behind for the world may not be the golden artifacts resting silently inside museum display cases. It is instead the pure childlike courage to believe firmly that miracles can take root and come true. He planned every step with the rational calculation of a shrewd merchant, yet pursued his vision with the wild, passionate heart of a boy clinging to poetic dreams. If you linger tonight trapped in shadows of self-doubt, remember the young apprentice reciting poetry beside heavy herring barrels. He proved that dreams dismissed by the world as mere ruins, empty illusions, can rise up from the soil and shine as immortal stars if someone devotes an entire lifetime digging faithfully for them. The tale fades gently into the quiet night along with the last warmth of the hearth. May you find your own unbreakable everlasting Troy within the peaceful realm of your dreams. The world has fallen quiet, your breathing soft and light. May your night hold the grandeur of ancient epics and the gentle calm of flowing mountain streams. Good night. In the most violent twilight of the Cretaceous period, one single name stood for unshakable stillness. Ankylosaurus bore an impenetrable heavy armor that struck fear even into the heart of Tyrannosaurus itself. Tonight let us sink deep into this thick, unbreakable layer of safety, lay down all inner guard and drift into quiet afternoon slumber alongside this ancient timeless guardian. Would you rather become a hunter chasing the wild wind or an immovable mountain untouched by its gusts? Ankylosaurus chose the latter, spending its entire life shaping itself into a slow-moving, unyielding fortress. This is no tale of savage rivalry or bloodshed. It is a quiet spiritual practice of learning to rest in perfect peace. Close your eyes and let the low, soothing flow of this narration restore the long-lost inner barrier of calm and protection. Certain lives are born to embody the true meaning of standing firm as an immovable mountain when danger draws near. Ankylosaurus simply lowers its body in quiet resolve, sealing the chaotic world outside its heavy armored frame. Tonight's tale carries no sharp unease, only warm, solid tranquility wrapped in the passage of time. Follow this gentle, soothing narrative and let your mind unwind completely amid Ankylosaurus' steady, rhythmic breathing. Picture the final chaotic age of the Cretaceous, ruled by sharp fears, thunderous roars, and endless desperate pursuits among all living creatures. One being chose no hurried flight and took no part in meaningless struggles for power. Its broad rounded back rose like a low rolling hill covered in bony plates and tough hide harder than forged steel. Even the most ferocious overlord of that era could leave nothing but helpless shallow scratches upon its surface. This is Ankylosaurus, an ancient hermit who mastered the true essence of absolute inner safety. Tonight let the soft warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of its quiet existence. Release every trace of wariness lingering in your heart. Imagine retreating into a thick warm stone shelter sealed away from all unrest. Here amid the primeval sunlight of hundreds of millions of years ago, all worldly chaos fades into distant irrelevance, only Ankylosaurus' calm steady breath remaining to lull you gently into peaceful sleep. Across the ancient land that would later be named North America, the afternoons of the late Cretaceous hung wrapped in lazy, sweltering warmth. The ground trembled faintly beneath the distant stir of a hunt, and panicked cries of birds echoed through woodland canopies. Yet Ankylosaurus never lifted its head nor paused its slow, steady chewing of tender fern leaves. Observe closely and you will see every inch of its body crafted like a perfected work of defensive art, from the tip of its snout to the end of its tail. Countless bony plates interlocked like precise puzzle pieces fitting tightly over its thick leathery skin. These plates were far more than physical protection. They stood as an unbreakable barrier shielding its inner spirit. It understood well that the greatest power in this wild world lay not in sharp teeth and lethal claws, but in unwavering composure, unshaken by wind, rain, or turmoil. Its heavy footsteps sank deep into soft earth, each slow stride carried with quiet dignity and unspoken certainty. It needed not bend to the will of any other living being, for its natural armor granted it the right to turn away all malice and harm from the outside world. The true meaning of armor is never to shut oneself off from life but to filter the world and embrace only what brings peace. As afternoon sunlight filters through dense redwood canopies spilling over Ankylosaurus' dark brown armored back, its bony ridges take on the rich textured warmth of aged timber. Amid light and shadow it finds a quiet lowland dotted with small purple blossoms, far removed from riverside conflict and strife, where the air breathes with the sweet scent of soil and drifting pollen. Ankylosaurus slowly bends its forelimbs, moving with deliberate powerful grace in a motion steeped in quiet ritual. Its massive frame, weighing dozens of tons, settles gently onto soft grass, releasing a deep contented sigh of calm. It closes its eyes, delicate bony plates shielding its lid, softening harsh sunlight into a gentle wash of warm amber. The forest beyond still hides lurking predators and the endless tragedy of the strong, preying on the weak, yet within the small quiet circle surrounding Ankylosaurus a mysterious vacuum of perfect tranquility takes shape. This profound sense of safety comes not from the mercy of enemies but from its own flawless self-sufficient defense, needing no reliance on outside favor or protection. Some of the most touching and awe-inspiring moments of Ankylosaurus life unfold quietly amid the fading glow of dusk. Once a young hungry Tyrannosaurus set its sights upon the armored giant, brashly challenging absolute defense with the recklessness of youth. Deafening roars shattered the evening calm, the predator's crushing jaw power searching relentlessly for Ankylosaurus' only vulnerable spot, its soft unarmored underbelly. Yet Ankylosaurus simply and calmly tucks all four limbs beneath the heavy rim of its armor, pressing its body firmly into the earth, merging into an unyielding boulder rooted to the ground. Tyrannosaurus' teeth scrape harshly across bony plates, sending shrill grinding echoes into the air, managing only to strike faint fleeting sparks against the hardened surface. Ankylosaurus offers no counterattack, shows no trace of fear. It merely endures the intrusion in quiet stillness, waiting patiently for the threat to fade. The heavy bony club at the tip of its tail hangs suspended, motionless in the air like a meditating ancient monk, a final devastating warning held in silent reserve. In time the Tyrannosaurus retreats in frustration, leaving behind scattered scratch marks and the same unbroken solid silhouette standing quiet beneath the sunset. In this quiet standoff Ankylosaurus embodied the highest form of quiet pride. It need not defeat its foe, it only needed to make clear that such threats held no place within its realm of peace. The river of years flows slowly over Ankylosaurus' layered plates and ridges. It witnesses the rise and fall of countless ancient species. Those once unrivaled predators built for speed and raw strength mostly vanished amid famine, pain and endless strife. Yet Ankylosaurus remains within the quiet redwood groves, grazing peacefully on fern fronds and drifting away into long dream-filled afternoons. With the passing of time its armor grows thicker and more robust, sharp rugged spines emerging across its skin carrying a bleak timeless beauty. These spines serve little purpose in defense any longer, standing instead as silent medals honoring a lifetime of peaceful seclusion and quiet resilience. It grows fonder of long still slumber, its breathing slowing deeper and heavier each rise and fall like the slow rhythm of distant ocean tides. It understands true inner safety comes when closing your eyes, fully assured the world can bring no harm, and knowing you need not hurt others to claim the dignity of survival. Within this quiet unyielding logic of life Ankylosaurus becomes a living wordless epic. Every moment of peaceful slumber stands as the gentlest rebuke to a cruel unruly age and the most sincere quiet promise to its own soul. Today Ankylosaurus' heavy armored frame has long turned to silent fossil, locked deep within layers of ancient rock, yet the primal memory of absolute safety it embodied lingers on, carried to your heart through this unrushed timeless tale. It reminds us every human soul carries an invisible inner armor formed by personal boundaries, quiet composure and the gentle reverence we hold for ourselves when worldly noise grows loud and weariness weighs heavy upon mind and body. Learn from the quiet strength of Ankylosaurus. Retreat back into your own inner fortress. Here you find warm sunlight, soft grass and undisturbed freedom, untroubled by outside chaos. Breathe slow and deep, draw each breath gently into your chest. Embrace the profound relaxation of being wrapped in unbreakable armor, free from pretense, free from hurried struggle. The forest has fallen into perfect stillness, the wind has faded to calm, and you now lie resting in the same gentle afternoon peace where Ankylosaurus once slumbered. Good night, may your dreams be as solid, steady and unshakable as the warm sunlight of the Cretaceous age. On the ancient desolate wilderness time was never measured by ticking seconds but by the slow steady breath of living giants. Brachiosaurus, the colossal being standing tall toward the clouds, calmed the roaring restless forest with his slow heavy heartbeat. Tonight follow this ultra-low frequency pulse of life. Step away from the impetuous noise of modern days. Beneath the glow of primeval moonlight watch him chew away the passage of time with quiet elegance and drift into a deep peaceful dream. Some living creatures are born to redefine the very meaning of scale and magnitude. Brachiosaurus bore not only a towering physique that overlooked all earthly beings but also a tranquil, unhurried rhythm that hushed all nature into stillness. Close your eyes and imagine the soft whisper of his elongated neck sweeping over treetops. It is the murmur of the wind and a soothing requiem woven by nature itself. Follow this gentle, timeless tale into the true story of his long life and let your weary heart settle quietly amid the soft evening breeze of the Jurassic era. If the whole history of life were a vast spinning vinyl record, Brachiosaurus would embody its deepest, steadiest bass tone. At the very top of primeval forests in the late Jurassic, he lingered in quiet leisure, embracing the solitude that belonged only to him. This transcendent calm and unrushed poise is the finest gift for every restless sleeper. Tonight the firelight flickers soft and faint. Let us return to the warm embrace of the earth, and find long-lost peace amid the gentle breathing of this ancient giant. In that primeval age where even the pull of gravity seemed slow and languid, lived a form of life that almost defied the laws of physics. He had no need to run wildly or let out thunderous roars. Merely standing tall in solemn stillness was enough to cast an unspoken weight of restraint over all lurking predators. People marveled at his tower-like frame, yet few paused to notice the hundreds-kilogram heart beating deep within his broad chest. In the annals of prehistoric life, Brachiosaurus stands as a symbol of perfect balance and gentle restraint. Tonight let the soft warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of his quiet existence within this slow, almost timeless stretch of hours. There is no frantic chase, no hidden fear, only damp mist lingering above the treetops of ancient forests. Slow the pace of your wandering thoughts and feel the ultra-low frequency heartbeat echoing down from ancient times. It is the deepest quiet pulse of Mother Earth. The turning point carved into his fate arrived not with violent catastrophic disaster but with a drought that dragged on for years. It was an unusually sweltering afternoon in the late Jurassic, and ferns across the barren ground had withered, curled and dried. Young Brachiosaurus stood beside an empty, dried-up riverbed, his 9-meter-long neck feeling the true weight of survival. For the very first time, smaller dinosaurs around him fought frantically over the last remaining pools of water trapped in the hurried, fragmented rhythm of the weak and struggling. Yet Brachiosaurus never joined the chaos. He lifted his gaze toward higher ground, toward the coniferous canopies forever out of reach for ordinary mortal creatures. In that quiet moment he realized his solitude was never a limitation but a privileged stillness granted by nature itself. He lifted his massive forelimbs step by step, each heavy stride sending faint tremors rippling through the earth. The breath of the land and the fundamental rhythm of his own life. He learned to turn away from trivial conflicts beneath his feet, fixing his sight instead upon the eternally green, quiet realm beneath the clouds. This innate composure became his only defense against the cruelty of his era and shaped his slow, gentle spirit, capable of calming all living things around him. When Brachiosaurus reached full maturity, he was far more than a mere creature of flesh and bone. He became a moving miniature ecosystem wandering through the primeval woods each early morning. As the first ray of sunlight pierced through hazy mist, he had already begun his unhurried, quiet labor. Standing deep within the heart of the forest, his head towered 40 feet above the ground, a realm inhabited only by the wind and occasional soaring pterosaurs. One can hear the soft, rhythmic rustle of entire leaves drawn into his broad maw, slow, measured and steady like an ancient mill grinding away the passage of endless time. He never rushed to swallow each deliberate chew, accompanied by the faint, gentle friction of tongue and palate, a deeply comforting natural white noise deep inside his chest. His enormous heart embarked on a great physiological journey, pumping oxygen and nutrients all the way up his elongated neck to his towering head. Every heartbeat gathered strength over long, slow seconds, heavy, powerful and resonant like a giant drum echoing deep within silent ocean depths. This ultra-low frequency vibration traveled through his broad paws into the soil, wrapping every living creature for miles around in an unspoken sense of calm. As long as he stood rooted in place, time thickened into quiet stillness, and all hunting strife and mortal death fell temporarily into pause. The hierarchy of power held little meaning in Brachiosaurus' world, for he himself stood as the ultimate end of dominance. Even the fiercest Allosaurus would slow its pace involuntarily when passing his mountain-like frame. This quiet suppression stemmed not from hostility but from an unbridgeable gap of scale, of vastness that left ruthless predators feeling powerless and insignificant. On one occasion a pack of young carnivores dared to challenge his unmoving statue-like form, leaping and roaring wildly around his massive ankles. Brachiosaurus did not even lower his head to glance at them. He simply shifted his weight slightly, letting out a low, resonant hum rumbling up from deep within his chest. The sound was no angry roar, rather a muffled thunder that made the surrounding air ripple visibly beneath its vibration. Crushed by this primal physical pressure, the carnivores were overcome by unprecedented primal fear, finally slipping away into the thick undergrowth with tails tucked low. Brachiosaurus continued to chew calmly on coniferous foliage, a wise detached quiet lingering in his eyes, as if he had long foreseen the fleeting fate of these restless impetuous beings. He understood true strength never needed violence to prove itself. Silent dignity and gentle forbearance were the eternal essence of power. Yet the tides of an era never slowed for the kindness of a giant, and the twilight of the late Jurassic arrived. Inevitably, tectonic shifts turned once fertile basins into barren wastelands. Ancient forests withered away in vast stretches, and the sky hung veiled beneath thick layers of ash and haze. Brachiosaurus retained his unhurried heavy gait, yet deep within his spirit a quiet premonition of final rest began to take shape. He wandered, for the last time, into the redwood forest he had loved most, only to find even the highest treetops stripped of their former vitality. He ceased seeking food, choosing instead to stand where the sunset blazed richest, allowing golden light to flow softly across the folds of his weathered skin. He felt the rhythm of his heartbeat slowing gradually, not from weakness but from settling into perfect harmonic resonance with the pulse of the earth itself. Each breath stretched longer and more profound, as if sealing the entire story of his long life into the fading green wilderness. He recalled the sea of clouds he had gazed upon from lofty heights, the quiet peaceful afternoons endured through violent storms, feeling no fear, only gentle relief. He knew his colossal frame would one day melt back into the earth, while his slow timeless rhythm would linger forever, sealed deep within geological strata, waiting to be heard by generations far in the future. That mighty heart has lain silent for hundreds of millions of years, yet its lingering resonance still echoes through this quiet tale. Brachiosaurus taught us through his long life that even amid turbulent, restless times we all hold the right to choose a slow, peaceful pace. He answered the eternal riddle of life's true meaning. Vastness never stands for conquest, it embodies tolerance of a higher, quieter dimension. On this quiet late night, when anxiety, haste and confusion weigh heavy on your mind, call forth the giant standing serene beneath the clouds. Listen to the soft, steady sound of him chewing treetop leaves. Feel the faint tremor rippling through the earth beneath his feet, and let your own heartbeat slow little by little. Once more the embers in the hearth have dimmed low. The gentle Jurassic night wind drifts through cracks in time, brushing soft and light across your brows. You no longer need to reach for unattainable lofty heights, you need only sink into deep tranquil slumber, just as he does. Amid this all-embracing stillness all living things have settled into peace, and the giant's dreams are free from the pull of gravity. Good night, may you find ultimate tranquility beneath the starry sky of hundreds of millions of years ago. Therizinosaurus, a name defined by razor-sharp claws stretching nearly 1 meter long, yet imprisoned by human prejudice for hundreds of millions of years. While the whole world painted it as a terrifying brutal butcher, it wandered alone deep within the dappled shadowed woods. Tonight let us brush aside the thick fog of misunderstanding to seek out this lonely, gentle, peaceful soul on this unrushed journey of quiet reflection. Drift into serene slumber alongside Therizinosaurus amid the pure tranquility of nature. Have you ever wondered if the sharpest weapons could ever be used only to pluck the softest tender leaves with a life shrouded in unfair misunderstanding? Therizinosaurus shows us another graceful way of living. This is no tale of bloodshed and slaughter, but the quiet inner dialogue of a lonely hermit dwelling apart from the world. Close your eyes, sink into the low, soothing rhythm of this narration, release all the anxiety of the day and embrace the long-forgotten peaceful zen of retreating into solitude. Beneath the fading sunset of the late Cretaceous, Therizinosaurus stood quietly beside an ancient ginkgo tree. The faint scrape of its enormous claws brushing against rough bark became the only gentle melody echoing through the silent woodland. It never truly knew the ache of loneliness, for it had long learned to breathe in harmony with mountains and rivers and walk hand in hand with the passing of endless years. Follow this warm, tender tale. Let your thoughts drift away with Therizinosaurus, retreating into that timeless, peaceful haven hidden far from the noise of the world. In the wild, roaring age of the late Cretaceous, countless fearsome predators roamed the ancient earth, acting as ruthless reapers of life, yet none cast more unsettling shadows than Therizinosaurus, with its massive curved claws long enough to slice through the darkness. When its first fossil remains were unearthed, the whole world trembled at the imagined brutality of this perceived demonic beast, yet the deepest truth always hides within stark, unexpected contrast. This giant, armed with natural weapons fit for killing, chose instead to dwell deep within the thickest woods, living as a mild-mannered solitary hermit. This is Therizinosaurus, a peaceful recluse gravely misunderstood by the pages of natural history. Tonight let the soft, warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of its quiet existence. Slow your heartbeat, calm your mind, and imagine yourself wandering through this ancient, mist-shrouded forest. The air hangs soft and moist, time slows to a standstill, and we set out in search of that lonely, iridescent shadow hidden deep within the quiet woods. When Therizinosaurus paused for the first time in an open woodland clearing, the whole world seemed to hold its breath. Its immense frame covered in thick layered feathers cast a towering shadow beneath the sunset, resembling a slow-moving small mountain. Upon its forelimbs 3 gigantic curved claws shaped like the Grim Reaper's scythe glinted with cold sharp light in the fading glow. All nearby flocks of birds took sudden flight, certain a brutal massacre was about to unfold. Yet Therizinosaurus merely lifted its head slowly, its deep calm eyes holding none of the greed or frenzy of a hunting predator. It stepped gently toward an ancient tree draped in lichen, lowering its deadly claws to scrape softly at dry bark. Those massive talons, strong enough to pierce the chest of another giant creature, moved with gentle care, peeling away the brittle outer layer. There were no cries, no spilled blood, only the crisp soothing sound of dry wood splitting apart. It searched for tiny larvae hidden beneath the bark, or simply savored the subtle bitter taste of the tree's inner core. In that quiet moment the intimidating aura of raw power dissolved into overwhelming gentle calm. It stood like a seasoned warrior who had long laid down his thirst for blood, content to linger among trees and plants, passing away the long quiet days of eternity. Therizinosaurus' loneliness never stemmed from being cast aside by its own kind. It grew from an innate inner clarity and quiet restraint. Across the vast open plains of ancient Mongolia, packs of Mapiosaurus fought savagely over territory, the thick scent of blood drifting far on the wind. Therizinosaurus stood upon a high slope, breathing in the scent carried by the breeze, its gaze filled with a quiet compassion far beyond the mindset of its era. It could not understand why living creatures would exhaust their last shred of strength in endless conflict and rivalry. It turned away, choosing to walk deeper into the dense woodland where even sunlight struggled to filter through the canopy. It used its enormous claws to brush aside tangled twisting vines, moving slow and graceful, careful not to disturb small creatures resting in quiet slumber. This deliberate withdrawal from the chaotic world marked it as an outcast, a mysterious being that could never be fully defined. It needed no cheers from a herd nor fear from rivals, desiring only the quiet shelter of this undisturbed forest to call home. As night fell it would settle beside a flowing stream, resting its large claws crossed gently over its knees, listening to the soft rhythm of water lapping against stone. It tasted a profound sense of freedom, the cold pure peace belonging only to those who choose solitude and retreat. Yet choosing a life of seclusion never meant weakness. The price of lonely peace often demanded quiet inner strength to uphold. One storm-swept afternoon filled with thunder and rain, a lost hungry Tyrannosaurus stumbled into the tranquil sanctuary Therizinosaurus had cherished and guarded for years. It became a collision of two extreme instincts, unbridled aggression against quiet unyielding restraint. The Tyrannosaurus let out deafening roars, seeking to shatter its opponent's resolve, its every movement radiating overwhelming destructive pressure. Therizinosaurus simply stood tall and steady, slowly stretching its long neck into full height, radiating an awe-inspiring quiet dignity. It never struck first, instead holding its massive claws level before its chest like an ancient swordsman offering a respectful salute. The moment the Tyrannosaurus lunged forward, Therizinosaurus made only a subtle sweeping motion, its claws tracing a cold graceful arc through the air. It did not chase down the intruder nor roar in defiance. It merely guarded its sacred patch of land, using silent strength to declare this quiet refuge was never to be trespassed upon. Beneath its steady unwavering gaze the predator felt a heavy oppressive weight, deeper and more formidable than the fear of death itself, and finally retreated in defeat. Once the conflict faded, Therizinosaurus lowered its head once more, returning to peel and feed upon the tree bark it had left untouched, as if the brief confrontation had never interrupted its peaceful routine. As the ages turned, environmental hardship grew heavier by the day. Ancient forests withered away and once flowing streams shrank until they ran dry. In these fading times Therizinosaurus grew quieter than ever before. It watched its once lush homeland turn gradually into barren scorched earth, its steps growing heavier and the iridescent luster fading from its feathered coat. Yet it retained its quiet noble dignity, refusing to join the greedy scramble for survival even in times of desperate hunger. It fell into long hours of quiet meditation, standing motionless beside withered ancient trees carved by the slow passage of time into a living stone statue. It seemed to ponder if the world was destined for slow ruin, whether preserving one last trace of gentle kindness still held meaning. One brilliant star-filled night it felt the steady beat of its heart slow growing faint like a thunderstorm drawing to its final quiet end. It caressed the ancient tree that had accompanied most of its life, tracing the rough aged texture with gentle tenderness in a silent farewell. In that moment it found peaceful release, letting go of centuries of unfair prejudice and the quiet sorrow of being misunderstood, all fading into the dust alongside its mortal form. It lay down slowly upon a thick bed of fallen leaves, closed its eyes and let the glow of the night stars shroud its lonely figure completely. When scientists unearthed its enormous claws from layers of rock hundreds of millions of years later, they finally understood the quiet, lonely spirit spanning across time. Therizinosaurus left behind far more than fossil remains. It gifted humanity a profound life philosophy of staying true to oneself amid worldly chaos. Its life answers the quiet riddle left lingering at the start. True strength was never meant for destruction but to guard a gentle heart that refuses to conform to worldly chaos. Now that the tale has reached its gentle end, relax your body completely just as Therizinosaurus once did. Imagine yourself standing within this reborn lush green forest, soft wind brushing across your face, sweeping away all worldly noise and trivial troubles. Let your breathing deepen, grow slow and steady, every breath aligning with the quiet pulse of the earth. The hearth fire dwindles, low stars drift across the sky, and you drift slowly into that timeless peaceful haven, far removed from all unrest. All sound fades into perfect stillness. May this lonely ancient hermit cradle you into the calmest, most tranquil dream. Good night. Beneath the deepest boundless blue of the Pacific Ocean lingers an unsolved mystery that has puzzled the world for nearly a century. Amelia Earhart, the fearless woman who belonged only to the open sky, vanished into the endless meeting line of sea and cloud in the summer of 1937 after sending one final crackling, distorted radio cry into the air. Tonight follow the soft faint glow of twilight and drift alongside her unfinished flight that never reached its destined landing ground. Some souls are born to belong to distant horizons, and Amelia Earhart embodied this truth perfectly. She was never merely missing or lost, she was searching for a quiet corner of unchained freedom, forgotten by the busy ordinary world. On this calm, quiet night, close your eyes and listen to the low rumble of airplane engines echoing from the 1930s, and hear the final quiet farewell spoken by one brave spirit standing alone against endless solitude. If you could ask Amelia Earhart why she insisted on chasing reckless adventure, she would surely answer simply because the sky is there. Her disappearance became a grand embodiment of human loneliness and one of the most heartbreaking footnotes of an entire era. Tonight sink into this gentle, soothing tale, glide with her past the final layer of floating clouds and drift down into calm, undisturbed slumber. Dawn broke over the 2nd of July 1937, covered by a thin veil of mist spreading across the glassy surface of the South Pacific Ocean. Radio waves cut desperately through the heavy stillness above Howland Island, returning only broken static and faint rustling whispers. It marked the most famous unexplained disappearance in human history and the last haunting enigma Amelia Earhart left behind for the entire world. Tonight let the soft, warm glow of flickering hearth fire stay with us as we wander fully into the untold story of her life. Even to this day, searchers still comb the ocean floor hunting for wreckage of her bright red airplane, striving to draw a clear ending to her legend. Yet perhaps she never needed a solid landing strip at all. She simply climbed higher and higher until she faded gently into the endless layers of soft cloud. This extraordinary woman who never bowed her spirit to the limitations of earthly life completed the ultimate spiritual journey toward pure freedom through a state of absolute solitude. Now steady your breathing and follow those fading radio signals back to that calm, windless beginning long ago. The crack that shaped her destiny did not begin with her round-the-world flight, but with an innate inner refusal to be bound by earthly gravity. In that rigid old era, women were confined to long hemlines reaching down to their ankles, yet Amelia's heart soared far above all worldly restrictions. She once recalled the moment she first climbed aboard an old rickety training plane rising hundreds of feet above the ground. In that instant she knew she no longer belonged to dirt, dust and ordinary mortal life. She belonged to the cold, thin air of boundless sky and unyielding freedom. When she landed in 1928 as the first woman to cross the Atlantic by air, crowds cheered wildly and the media erupted into overwhelming frenzy. Yet standing alone in the center of the noisy crowd, Amelia felt a sharp, piercing loneliness deep within her heart. During that historic flight, she had merely been treated as passive cargo carried across the ocean while another pilot controlled the plane. This awkward sense of being reduced to nothing more than a symbolic figure lingered as an unshakable shadow over her entire life. She longed to grip the trembling control stick with her own hands and fight against the violent air currents capable of tearing an aircraft apart. She cut her long feminine hair short, traded delicate dresses for oil-stained leather flight jackets, and even let the sun bronze her skin, intentionally casting aside the polished, refined image society forced upon women to embrace. A wild, untamed spirit able to speak directly to the raging wind. This quiet, silent rebellion was never only about her passion for flight, it was about carving out a small breathing space for herself within the narrow, restrictive boundaries of her time. Turn now to the most influential man in Amelia Earhart's life, George Putnam. He was both her devoted husband and the powerful driving force behind her soaring career, their bond layered with complex intertwined burdens. Before their marriage, Amelia wrote an astonishing heartfelt letter declaring, "I will not bind you to any outdated medieval vows of loyalty, nor will I bind myself to them either." She viewed marriage as two souls flying side by side as equals rather than settling down into a fixed permanent home, a strikingly unconventional attitude far ahead of the social norms of the 1930s. Putnam masterfully built her public fame through grand commercial arrangements, organizing nationwide lecture tours and endorsing clothing brands. Amelia cooperated willingly with every arranged appearance, yet deep emotional cracks widened within her soul. Day by day she felt trapped like a rare caged canary placed on public display. Even with its wings gilded in shining gold, the overwhelming pressure of fame made her crave escape more desperately than ever before. She flew constantly into remote, untouched airspace avoided by ordinary pilots, finding brief moments of pure calm high above the quiet Pacific night sky. Only up there, away from flashing camera lights and endless demanding sponsors, existed nothing but the steady rhythmic hum of the aircraft engine. That steady drone acted like a gentle hypnotic rhythm and a silent, solemn declaration of the cost her dreams demanded. She began planning her final ambitious journey, a long perilous flight circling the entire globe along the equator. Putnam saw it as the peak of commercial fame and public influence, while Amelia understood clearly it was the last solitary spiritual retreat she prepared for herself. In the early summer of 1937, her bright red Lockheed Electra airplane sailed like a lone wandering bird across the curve of the equator. It was a moment of extreme physical exhaustion yet startling mental clarity for Amelia Earhart, plagued by her navigator Fred Noonan's struggle with alcohol addiction and outdated, unreliable navigation equipment. The entire journey hung perpetually in a state of fragile uncertainty. They soared over the vast landscapes of South America, crossed the barren deserts of Africa, every takeoff and landing feeling like a casual quiet gamble with fate. Once they entered the long Pacific stretch, the journey shifted from challenging to fatally dangerous. The open ocean stretched as an endless barren wilderness where the deep blue of the sea merged seamlessly with the pale blue of the sky, erasing all clear sense of direction. For more than 10 endless hours Amelia stared mechanically at the dim instrument panel, listening to the shrill whistle of wind sweeping across the plane's wings. Her initial excitement had long faded, replaced by a numbing serene calm. In her final letter to her husband she wrote with quiet fatalistic resolve, "Remember, I understand fully all the risks I face. If I fail, it will only be because I dared to try." During the final leg of her journey, exhaustion and time zone confusion dulled her judgment. Much like an engine leaking precious fuel, she knew her fuel supply was dwindling steadily, and those tiny scattered island dots far below were growing increasingly hard to pinpoint. Amid endless ocean emptiness, the raw despair of searching for one tiny fragile anchor within boundless empty vastness can never be fully captured by any historical record. The final 20 minutes of her journey unfolded as a haunting symphony of static radio noise and slow rolling ocean waves. "We must be directly above your island, yet we cannot see you. Fuel is nearly exhausted." Amelia's voice came through the radio, hoarse, faint and strained, marking her last clear connection to the world she left behind. Howland Island lay close nearby, yet a tiny minor error in coordinates hid it like a phantom shrouded behind thick cloud shadows. When Amelia glanced out the cockpit window for the last time, all she likely saw was endless churning sea stretching to every horizon. One enduring theory suggests she made an emergency landing on a remote, uninhabited atoll, spending the remaining days of her life in complete solitary isolation. Imagine once more a woman honored with medals at the White House, eventually sitting alone on a nameless quiet island, watching endless waves wash gently over her grounded aircraft. The stark, abrupt contrast from the heights of fame and public glory to raw, primitive loneliness stands as fate's most painful, cruel twist. She may have arranged stone formations on the sand to form desperate distress signals, or sat beneath coconut trees recalling George Putnam's anxious familiar face, yet every trace of her attempts was eventually smoothed away by the salty wind of the South Pacific. In that final quiet moment she gained the absolute lifelong freedom she had always chased, a freedom unshackled by worldly definitions, unbound by social rules, and untouched even by the permanent records of history. The price for such boundless liberty was unimaginably heavy, costing her every remaining breath and the entirety of her life. The wind still blows steadily over Howland Island today, and seabirds continue to circle lazily above the quiet waves. Has the core mystery surrounding Amelia Earhart ever truly been solved? What is the real meaning of the freedom she spent her life pursuing? Perhaps the answer lies frozen forever in the moment of her disappearance. She left behind no broken wreckage, no clear conclusion, only an eternal upward-reaching spirit. She teaches us that the greatest flights are never measured merely by safe Landings or successful endings, they live on through the brave soul that once dared to defy the gravitational pull of its era. The tale drifts slowly toward its gentle close, the distant rumble of airplane engines fading away, replaced by the soft soothing sound of waves lapping quietly against the shore. Amelia no longer needs a control stick to guide her path. She drifts along those fading radio waves, sinking deep into your most peaceful, untroubled dreams. Up there no confusion lingers, no fuel limits bind her, only endless, wide-open, clear sky stretches forever. Relax your shoulders fully and embrace the gentle calm drifting down from the clouds. The world has settled into quiet slumber, and it is time for you to rest. Good night, Amelia. Good night to every soul that dreams of flying free beneath the endless sky. Across the cold and endless highlands, where sharp winds sweep over ancient stone and snow settles quietly across the mountains, a solitary Pallas's cat sits motionless among the rocks. His thick fur rises softly in the freezing air, blending perfectly into the gray wilderness around him. At first glance, he seems almost unreal, like a small creature carved directly from the mountain itself. Calm, round, silent, and strangely comforting, he carries a stillness so complete that even the wind seems to slow down around him. Tonight, beside the soft crackling glow of a fireplace, let us walk quietly into the hidden life of the Pallas's cat. In his unmoving gaze and patient existence, there is a kind of peace that asks for nothing from the world. A peace that does not chase attention, victory, or speed. A peace that simply exists. Far above forests and cities, the highlands are harsh and unforgiving. The air is thin. The winters are merciless. Every creature that survives here must learn how to endure loneliness, silence, and endless cold. Yet the Pallas's cat does not fight against this world with aggression or force. Instead, he survives through calmness. He has mastered the art of remaining still. While other creatures rush desperately across the landscape searching for warmth or safety, he waits quietly between the stones. His body remains perfectly motionless, his wide eyes gently observing the shifting world around him. Snow falls across his fur. The winds howl against the cliffs. Yet he barely moves. In that silence, there is no panic. No frustration. No wasted energy. The mountain has taught him something many humans forget. Not every problem must be chased. Not every storm must be resisted. Sometimes survival means becoming still enough to let chaos pass around you. The Pallas's cat lives close to the earth. He does not seek grand territories or endless possessions. A narrow space between rocks is enough for him. A patch of sunlight resting across cold stone is enough. In a world obsessed with more, he survives with less, and somehow appears more complete because of it. His thick coat protects him from the brutal cold, but it is not only his body that has adapted to the highlands. His spirit has as well. Over countless winters, he has learned patience deeper than silence itself. He understands that rushing through life only exhausts the soul. So he moves slowly, carefully, with absolute awareness of every step. When he walks across the rocky slopes, his paws barely make a sound. He pauses often, lifting his round face toward the distant horizon as though listening to secrets carried by the wind. There is wisdom in those pauses. He knows that the world reveals itself only to those willing to be quiet enough to notice. Many people see the Pallas's cat and smile at his strange expression. His wide eyes and flattened face give him a permanently serious yet oddly gentle appearance, as if he has already seen everything life could possibly offer and decided none of it is worth unnecessary panic. There is something deeply comforting about him. He does not pretend to be fearless. He simply refuses to waste himself on anxiety. At night, when the temperature drops even further and frost spreads across the mountain stones, the Pallas's cat curls tightly into himself. His tail wraps around his body like a blanket, shielding him from the bitter cold. Hidden among the rocks, he becomes almost invisible. In those quiet moments beneath the stars, he appears less like a predator and more like a peaceful spirit resting inside the mountain. The silence of the highlands is unlike any other silence in the world. It is not empty. It is full of space to breathe, space to think, space to simply exist without pressure. The Pallas's cat belongs perfectly to that silence. He does not try to fill it with noise. He allows it to hold him gently. There were storms he survived that would have destroyed weaker creatures. Endless winters that buried entire valleys beneath snow. Long nights where food was scarce and the cold crept into every corner of the mountains. Yet through all of it, he remained what he had always been. Calm. Watchful. Unshaken. Perhaps that is why people feel drawn to him. In a world that constantly demands movement, performance, and urgency, the Pallas's cat reminds us of something ancient and necessary. Rest is not weakness. Quietness is not failure. Slowness is not falling behind. Sometimes strength looks like sitting peacefully upon a stone while the storm passes overhead. As dawn slowly rises across the highlands, pale golden light spills over the snowy peaks. The Pallas's cat opens his eyes and stretches lazily beneath the morning sun. Tiny crystals of frost fall from his fur and disappear into the wind. Once again, he sits silently among the rocks, watching the waking world with those deep, thoughtful eyes. He asks for nothing. He proves nothing. And yet his existence alone feels grounding, like a steady heartbeat hidden beneath the chaos of life. Maybe that is the lesson he leaves behind for those who are tired. You do not need to run endlessly to deserve peace. You do not need to carry every burden forever. Sometimes healing begins the moment you stop fighting the world and allow yourself to simply rest within it. Tonight, as the fire grows softer and the world outside becomes quiet, imagine yourself beside him upon that cold mountain stone. The wind is gentle now. The stars above are endless. There is no pressure to hurry anywhere. No need to explain yourself to anyone. Only stillness remains. And somewhere among the ancient rocks of the highlands, the little Pallas's cat closes his eyes beneath the snow, breathing slowly and peacefully as the entire mountain settles into sleep around him. Deep within the endless Arctic night, where the world is buried beneath ice and silence, the Arctic fox moves alone across the frozen wilderness. The snow stretches endlessly beneath pale moonlight, glowing silver beneath the stars, while bitter winds sweep across the open land with nothing to stop them. In this harsh and frozen world, where survival seems almost impossible, the Arctic fox walks softly and patiently, listening to every hidden movement beneath the snow. Tonight, beside the gentle flicker of a quiet fire, we enter the true story of his life and discover the strange peace hidden inside the stillness of winter. When the long polar night arrives and darkness settles over the Arctic for weeks at a time, most living things retreat from the cold. The land becomes silent beneath layers of ice and snow, and the horizon disappears into an endless white emptiness. Yet somewhere out there, moving carefully through the frozen landscape, the Arctic fox continues his journey. He does not dominate the wilderness through strength or size. He survives through precision, patience, and remarkable self-control. Wrapped in thick white fur so perfectly suited to the snow that he nearly disappears into the landscape itself, the Arctic fox becomes less like an animal and more like a quiet spirit of the frozen earth. His movements are light, deliberate, and almost invisible. Even the wind seems to pass over him without resistance. There is something deeply calming about the way he exists within such a brutal environment. He never wastes energy fighting against the storm. When fierce Arctic winds begin to howl across the tundra, he does not challenge them directly. Instead, he curls his small body tightly beneath the shelter of snow, allowing his warmth to blend gently with the land around him. While other creatures might panic in the face of such cold, the Arctic fox accepts it completely. His entire life is a long conversation with winter. To humans, cold often feels hostile and unforgiving. But the Arctic fox does not treat the frozen world as an enemy. He understands it too well for that. The snow protects him. The silence guides him. Even the darkness becomes familiar company. Over countless generations, he has learned how to exist in balance with conditions that would destroy almost anything else. What makes the Arctic fox so mesmerizing is not simply the way he hunts, but the extraordinary calmness he carries inside himself. Even in moments of danger, there is no panic in him. His survival depends on restraint. He listens more than he reacts. He waits more than he rushes forward. Sometimes he stops completely, standing motionless in the middle of a frozen field while snow drifts quietly around him. Then, with intense focus, he lowers his head toward the ground. Beneath several feet of snow, hidden from sight, tiny creatures move through tunnels in the darkness below. The Arctic fox listens carefully for the faintest sound. A scratch. A shift. A heartbeat beneath the frozen earth. In those moments, his concentration becomes almost unbelievable. The world around him disappears entirely. There is only silence, instinct, and patience. And perhaps that is why watching him feels strangely comforting. In a world filled with noise, urgency, and constant distraction, the Arctic fox survives by doing the opposite. He slows down. He listens carefully. He trusts stillness. During the endless Arctic night, loneliness becomes part of his existence. He wanders through a world painted almost entirely in shades of silver and white. Each footprint he leaves behind is temporary, soon erased by drifting snow and relentless wind. Yet he never appears afraid of solitude. Instead, he seems perfectly at peace inside it. Every movement he makes feels intentional. He does not waste effort on unnecessary motion. Even his walking has rhythm to it, as though he is quietly synchronized with the frozen land beneath him. In a place where resources are scarce and mistakes can be fatal, survival depends not only on physical endurance but on emotional steadiness. The Arctic fox has mastered both. Humans often imagine wild animals living in constant fear, trapped in endless struggle. But the Arctic fox teaches a different lesson. He understands the value of emptiness and pause. Before making his next move, he may wait silently for hours beside a patch of snow, conserving energy and clearing his focus completely. That ability to remain calm inside uncertainty is one of the greatest secrets behind his survival. Even when the Arctic briefly softens during the short season of endless daylight, something reserved and distant remains inside him. The sunlight reveals rocky hills, melting ice, and patches of exposed earth, but the fox never truly belongs to brightness or noise. He belongs to quieter places. He belongs to glaciers, frozen winds, and landscapes that reveal themselves only to those willing to observe carefully. When curious eyes follow him across the snow, he rarely stays visible for long. With graceful ease, he slips back into the wilderness and disappears beyond the blowing wind, leaving almost no trace behind. There is elegance in the way he protects his solitude. He understands something many humans forget: peace must sometimes be guarded carefully. Each season transforms him. As winter fades, parts of his brilliant white coat darken to blend with the rocky summer landscape. Then, when the cold eventually returns, fresh white fur grows once more across his body, restoring him to the color of snow itself. His life moves in quiet cycles of adaptation and renewal. Every blizzard becomes another lesson in endurance. Every winter becomes another opportunity to begin again. And perhaps that is why the Arctic fox feels so deeply symbolic. He reminds us that calmness is not weakness. Silence is not emptiness. There is incredible strength hidden inside restraint, patience, and the ability to remain steady while the world around us becomes chaotic. As another long winter settles over the Arctic, the fox continues wandering across the frozen wilderness beneath the stars. He listens to the hidden life moving quietly beneath layers of ice and snow. He trusts the rhythm of the land. He carries within himself a kind of wisdom shaped not by comfort, but by acceptance. Watching him move through the snow, you begin to realize how much human anxiety comes from constantly demanding more from life than the present moment can offer. The Arctic fox asks for very little. Warmth when it is needed. Silence when it is possible. Patience when survival requires waiting. In return, he seems to possess a kind of inner peace that cannot easily be disturbed. Tonight, as darkness settles softly outside your window, imagine the Arctic fox still crossing that endless white landscape beneath the northern sky. His journey may never truly end, but somewhere within the blowing snow and frozen silence, he has already discovered something many spend their entire lives searching for. He has learned how to feel at home even in the coldest places. And as the quiet rhythm of his footsteps fades into the deep Arctic night, let your own thoughts grow quieter too. Let the noise of the day dissolve gently into stillness. Let the calm patience of the Arctic fox guide you toward rest. Tonight, beneath the soft glow of fading firelight, may your dreams become as peaceful, open, and endlessly quiet as the snow-covered wilderness itself. Deep beneath the cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean, the Atlantic salmon moves through darkness guided by something older than memory itself. Hidden inside his body is a silent command written into his blood long before he was born. It is not a thought, and not a choice in the way humans understand choice. It is a pull toward the place where his life first began. Tonight, beside the soft glow of a quiet fire, we follow the true journey of this remarkable traveler and enter a story about devotion, endurance, and the strange peace that comes from returning to where the soul first awakened. If your entire life were leading you toward one final journey back to the beginning, when would you decide to leave? The Atlantic salmon never asks himself this question. He simply knows. After years spent growing strong in the vast ocean, after surviving storms, predators, and endless drifting currents, a moment arrives when the sea no longer feels like home. The deep water that once offered freedom begins to feel incomplete. Somewhere far away, beyond the crashing coastlines and winding rivers, waits a narrow stream of cold freshwater carrying the scent of his earliest existence. Most creatures spend their lives searching for comfort and safety, but the Atlantic salmon searches for something else. He searches for origin. The ocean may be enormous, but to him, size means nothing without belonging. In the stillness of night, suspended beneath dark blue water, he senses the distant rivers calling to him with impossible precision. Scientists would explain this through instinct and biology, through chemicals carried in water and encoded memory hidden within his nervous system. But when you watch the journey unfold, it feels like something much deeper. It feels almost spiritual. The salmon begins his return alone. The open Atlantic stretches endlessly behind him while unknown danger waits ahead. He travels thousands of miles guided only by currents, magnetic fields, and the faint memory of fresh water. Every movement forward takes him farther away from the life he has known in the sea. Yet there is no hesitation in him. Once the call awakens, there is no turning back. As he approaches the coastline, the world changes around him. The water grows shallower and more violent. Calm ocean swells are replaced by chaotic river mouths filled with crashing tides and shifting currents. Here, survival no longer depends on speed alone. Precision becomes everything. Every turn through the water requires focus. Every movement forward demands energy. He is no longer the graceful hunter of the deep ocean. He becomes a traveler balancing himself against the force of nature itself. Many people imagine returning home as something peaceful and easy, but for the salmon, homecoming is a brutal test. The rivers reject him at every step. Currents slam against his body with relentless pressure. Jagged rocks wait beneath the surface. Predators gather in shallow water where escape becomes difficult. Bears stand beside rushing rapids. Eagles circle overhead. Yet the salmon continues upstream with unwavering determination. There are moments when waterfalls rise before him like impossible walls. The river roars downward while he fights upward against gravity itself. Then, with explosive force, he launches his body into the air. For a brief second he hangs above the water, silver scales catching flashes of sunlight before crashing back into the torrent below. Sometimes he fails. Sometimes he is thrown backward by the current and forced to try again. But he never stops attempting the climb. The effort becomes a final act of loyalty to the purpose driving his life forward. As the journey continues, his body begins to change. The bright silver shine that once helped him blend into the ocean slowly fades. His skin darkens. His muscles weaken from exhaustion. He stops eating entirely, surviving only on the energy stored inside him. Everything unnecessary is abandoned. There is no distraction left in him now, no interest in the world around him beyond the river ahead. The only thing that matters is reaching the source. To an outside observer, the journey may appear tragic. Why spend every remaining ounce of strength on a return that will ultimately end in death? But to the salmon, this is not tragedy. This is fulfillment. Every mile upstream brings him closer to completing the purpose woven into his existence. The struggle itself becomes meaningful. In a strange way, the hardship gives him peace. There is something deeply human in this journey. People spend much of their lives chasing success, recognition, wealth, or escape, believing fulfillment exists somewhere far away. Yet many eventually discover that what they truly long for is much simpler. They long for connection. They long for meaning. They long to return to the version of themselves that once felt whole and unafraid. Watching the Atlantic salmon fight against impossible currents reminds us that some forms of devotion cannot be measured by logic alone. At last, after crossing rivers, rapids, and endless obstacles, the salmon reaches the quiet freshwater stream where his life began. The water here moves gently over smooth stones beneath the shade of tall trees. Sunlight filters softly through branches overhead. Everything feels calm again. The noise of the world disappears into silence. The salmon is exhausted beyond recovery. His body bears the marks of the impossible distance he has traveled. Yet in this final place, there is no fear left in him. There is only stillness. He has returned to the beginning exactly as he was meant to. Here, in the cold clear water, new life begins again. The next generation will one day follow the same ancient path across oceans and rivers, guided by the same invisible call. The salmon leaves behind more than offspring. He leaves behind a reminder that even after wandering through the largest and most uncertain places in the world, it is still possible to find the way home. Tonight, as the sound of flowing water fades gently into the quiet darkness, the story of the Atlantic salmon settles into the heart like a distant memory. His journey teaches us that no matter how far we drift, no matter how overwhelming the currents of life may become, there is always a path leading back to what truly matters. And perhaps the deepest peace we can ever experience comes not from conquering the world, but from finally returning to the place within ourselves that has been waiting patiently all along. High above the frozen northern wilderness, where icy winds sweep across empty mountain ridges and snow drifts endlessly over the rocky ground, a ptarmigan moves quietly through the cold silence. In winter, its feathers are pure white, blending perfectly into the snow-covered world around it. But hidden beneath those pale feathers is a remarkable secret. With every changing season, the bird itself transforms. Tonight, beside the soft warmth of a fire, we follow the peaceful life of this quiet mountain survivor. This is not a story about conquering nature or escaping hardship. It is a story about change. About learning when to let go. About understanding that survival sometimes means becoming someone new. The Arctic and alpine wilderness can feel timeless during winter. Snow covers everything in a soft white stillness. The sky turns pale and distant. Even sound itself seems quieter in the freezing air. In this frozen world, the ptarmigan almost disappears completely. Its white feathers are not simply beautiful. They are protection. Against the snow, predators struggle to see it. Foxes pass nearby without noticing. Hawks searching from above see only another patch of winter landscape. The bird survives not through strength or speed, but through harmony with its environment. It becomes part of the season itself. But winter never lasts forever. Slowly, almost unnoticed at first, the world begins to change. The sunlight lingers a little longer each day. Snow softens along the edges of the rocks. Tiny streams begin to form beneath melting ice. And for the ptarmigan, this changing season brings a difficult transformation. The white feathers that once protected it now become dangerous. Against dark rocks and thawing earth, bright winter plumage suddenly stands out. What once offered safety now invites danger. And so the bird must change with the land around it. One feather at a time, the white coat begins to disappear. Soft brown and gray patterns emerge beneath the fading winter feathers, matching the rocky ground of spring and summer. The process is slow and exhausting. During this period of transition, the ptarmigan exists between two worlds, no longer hidden completely in snow yet not fully adapted to the warmer landscape either. There is something deeply emotional about this transformation. Humans often hold tightly to the things that once protected them. Old habits. Familiar identities. Past versions of themselves. But the ptarmigan teaches a quieter truth. Sometimes the very thing that once kept you safe can eventually hold you back. The bird does not resist the change. It does not cling to winter after the snow begins to melt. Instead, it lets go with remarkable calmness. That surrender is not weakness. It is wisdom. The ptarmigan spends its life in constant conversation with the seasons. Every shift in weather asks something new of it. Every year demands another transformation. Yet despite living in such an unpredictable environment, the bird carries itself with surprising peace. Its movements are gentle and deliberate. It walks carefully across the rocky slopes, pausing often to observe the world around it. Even in harsh wind, there is stillness in its posture. A kind of quiet acceptance. Perhaps that calm comes from understanding something essential about life in the wilderness: nothing remains the same forever. Storms pass. Snow melts. Feathers change. Seasons move on. The ptarmigan survives not because it controls these changes, but because it adapts to them gracefully. There is a kind of hidden freedom in that. Many creatures spend their energy fighting against discomfort or resisting uncertainty. The ptarmigan does something different. It adjusts. Again and again. Not with panic, but with patience. Even when sudden snowstorms return during spring, covering the mountains once more in white, the bird remains alert without becoming frantic. Years of survival have taught it flexibility. It understands that nature rarely moves in straight lines. Winter can return unexpectedly. Warmth can vanish overnight. Safety is never permanent. Yet the ptarmigan keeps moving forward calmly through all of it. Its life becomes a quiet meditation on resilience. During summer, when the mountains finally lose their heavy blankets of snow, the bird's darker feathers blend perfectly with stone and tundra plants. It becomes nearly invisible once again, this time against earth instead of ice. Then, slowly, as autumn fades and the first snowfall returns, another transformation begins. Brown fades back into white. The cycle repeats itself endlessly. To an outside observer, such constant change may seem exhausting. But for the ptarmigan, it is simply life. Adaptation is not an interruption of its existence. Adaptation is its existence. And maybe that is why there is something strangely comforting about this small mountain bird. It reminds us that change does not always have to be feared. Letting go does not always mean losing yourself. Sometimes transformation allows you to survive. Sometimes becoming something new is the most natural thing in the world. As night settles over the mountains once more, cold wind drifts softly across the silent ridges. Snow begins falling again, slowly covering the rocks beneath a fresh layer of white. Somewhere in the distance, nearly invisible against the frozen landscape, the ptarmigan rests quietly beneath the Arctic sky. Its feathers shifting once more with the season. Its small heartbeat steady against the endless wilderness. And tonight, as your own thoughts slowly begin to quiet, perhaps you can learn something from this peaceful creature of the mountains. Let old worries fade like winter snow melting into the earth. Let go of the versions of yourself that no longer fit the life ahead of you. Trust that change does not always mean losing what matters. Sometimes it simply means growing into harmony with a new season. Somewhere high above the frozen world, the ptarmigan continues its endless transformation. Calm. Silent. Unafraid of becoming something different. And as sleep gently carries you toward dreams, perhaps its quiet wisdom can guide you there too. Beneath the thick snow of the Arctic tundra, hidden far below the freezing wind and endless white storms, a tiny lemming moves quietly through a maze of tunnels carved into the earth and ice. Above the surface, the polar wilderness feels harsh and unforgiving. But down here, inside this carefully built network beneath the snow, there is warmth, structure, and surprising peace. Tonight, beside the gentle glow of a fire, we step into the hidden world of one of the Arctic's smallest survivors. This is not a story about strength or dominance. It is a story about creating safety in difficult places. About building order when the world outside feels cold and uncertain. And perhaps most of all, it is a story about finding comfort in small and quiet things. The Arctic winter can feel endless. Snow blankets the tundra in thick layers that stretch across the frozen land for months at a time. Bitter winds sweep across the surface with enough force to erase tracks within seconds. Temperatures fall so low that survival itself becomes a daily challenge. Yet beneath all that snow, life continues quietly. The lemming spends much of its existence underground, building intricate tunnels beneath the frozen surface. These passageways protect it from predators, freezing winds, and the brutal cold above. Inside this hidden world, every turn and chamber serves a purpose. There are sleeping areas lined with soft grasses. Small storage spaces carefully packed with food. Narrow escape routes leading in multiple directions. Even the walls of the tunnel seem thoughtfully maintained, shaped again and again by tiny paws working patiently through the snow. For such a small creature, the lemming creates a remarkably ordered life. There is something deeply comforting about that. While storms rage across the tundra, the lemming remains hidden below, quietly repairing tunnels or gathering food with calm determination. It cannot control the weather outside. It cannot stop winter from coming. But within its small underground world, it creates stability wherever it can. Perhaps that instinct feels familiar. Humans often search for the same thing in their own lives. A place that feels safe. A corner of the world that belongs entirely to them. Somewhere warm enough to rest while uncertainty moves outside the walls. The lemming understands this instinctively. Its tunnels are more than shelter. They are a kind of sanctuary. Down beneath the snow, sound becomes softer. Wind fades into a distant whisper overhead. The thick layers of snow actually help trap warmth inside the tunnels, creating a surprisingly insulated environment despite the deadly cold outside. Inside this hidden world, the lemming moves carefully through routines repeated every day. Dig. Gather. Repair. Rest. Then begin again. At first glance, such a life may seem small or repetitive. But there is quiet meaning inside those routines. Each tunnel strengthened against collapse. Each piece of food carefully stored away. Each pathway maintained through the winter becomes an act of survival and care. The lemming does not waste energy fighting against the Arctic itself. Instead, it works with the environment, transforming snow and frozen earth into protection. That may be its greatest wisdom. Some creatures survive through force. The lemming survives through preparation. Its black eyes remain alert even in darkness. Tiny ears listen carefully for vibrations above the snow. Foxes, owls, and Arctic predators move across the tundra searching for movement beneath the surface. Danger is always nearby. Yet the lemming continues building anyway. There is courage in that persistence. Even knowing that tunnels may eventually collapse during spring thaw, the lemming never stops maintaining them. It understands something important about life in harsh places: the value of shelter does not disappear simply because it cannot last forever. The warmth still matters while it exists. Humans often struggle with impermanence. We fear change. We fear losing the things we carefully build. But the lemming quietly teaches another perspective. Even temporary safety has meaning. Even fragile structures can bring comfort while they stand. And perhaps that is enough. During the long Arctic night, when darkness stretches endlessly across the tundra, the lemming remains tucked safely beneath the snow. The world above may feel enormous and dangerous, but inside the tunnels there is rhythm, familiarity, and calm. The snow ceiling overhead softens every sound. Tiny paws move gently across packed earth. Warm breath gathers inside the narrow chambers. In this hidden underground kingdom, the lemming creates peace not by escaping winter, but by building carefully within it. There is beauty in such small acts of order. Over time, the tunnel system grows more complex. New pathways branch outward beneath the frozen ground. Old chambers are repaired or abandoned. Every expansion becomes a quiet response to the challenges of survival. The lemming's life may appear insignificant against the vast Arctic wilderness, but its determination carries surprising emotional weight. In one of the harshest environments on Earth, this tiny creature still insists on creating warmth, structure, and security. That quiet effort feels deeply human. As spring slowly approaches the Arctic and sunlight begins returning to the frozen land, the snow above the tunnel starts to soften. Ice melts. Passageways weaken. Some tunnels collapse under the changing season. Yet even then, the lemming remains remarkably calm. It adapts. Rebuilds. Begins again. Not because it expects permanence, but because building itself has become part of living. And tonight, as your own world slowly grows quiet, perhaps you can learn something from this tiny Arctic architect. Let the noise outside soften into the distance. Imagine yourself beneath a warm blanket of snow where the cold winds can no longer reach you. Let your thoughts settle gently like falling snowflakes while everything unnecessary drifts away. Somewhere beneath the frozen tundra, the lemming is still moving quietly through its tunnels. Small. Patient. Completely at home within the world it has built for itself beneath the snow. And as sleep slowly carries you deeper into dreams, perhaps its hidden little sanctuary can guide you there too. Under the burning heart of the desert, where the sun turns every grain of sand into drifting fire, a small desert cat moves quietly across the endless dunes. His delicate paws press softly into the warm earth as he searches for the perfect place to dig. Beneath the surface of the scorching desert lies a hidden world of coolness and silence, and he has spent his entire life learning how to carve safety out of chaos with nothing but patience, instinct, and persistence. Tonight, beside the gentle crackling of a fireplace, let us follow the desert cat into the stillness beneath the sands. In his world there is no noise, no urgency, and no need to compete with the endless rush above the surface. There is only the slow rhythm of breathing earth, the quiet comfort of shelter, and the deep peace that comes from building a home with your own hands. When the desert winds roar across the horizon and erase every footprint in sight, most creatures flee in panic. Yet the desert cat does something different. Instead of fighting against the harshness of the world, he disappears beneath it. With calm determination, he begins to dig. Each movement of his paws is careful and precise. He understands the sand better than anyone. He knows which ground will remain cool through the heat of the day and which walls will hold firm against shifting winds. To others, the desert may seem empty and unforgiving, but to him it is full of hidden possibilities. Beneath every blazing dune lies the promise of refuge. As the tunnel deepens, the world above slowly fades away. The screaming wind becomes distant. The burning heat softens into gentle warmth. Even the light changes, dimming into a peaceful amber glow that settles around him like a blanket. Inside this narrow chamber beneath the earth, the desert cat finds something more valuable than comfort. He finds control over his own existence. His shelter is small, but every corner carries meaning. Every curve in the tunnel has been shaped with intention. This place is not built from luxury or excess. It is built from instinct, patience, and trust in his own ability to survive. That is why the space feels sacred. It is proof that even the smallest creature can create safety in a world that often feels too large and too cruel. During the hottest hours of the afternoon, the desert above becomes unbearable. Waves of heat twist the horizon, and silence stretches endlessly across the dunes. But deep below the surface, the desert cat rests peacefully in the cool darkness. Curled tightly within his carefully carved sanctuary, he listens to the faint heartbeat of the earth around him. There is no pressure here to be faster, louder, or stronger. Hidden beneath the sand, he no longer needs to prove anything to the world. In this stillness, his breathing slows. His muscles soften. The exhaustion carried from endless wandering melts gently away. Sometimes, he closes his eyes and simply listens. He listens to the distant shifting of sand above him. He listens to the soft echoes of the desert night preparing to arrive. In those quiet moments, the world no longer feels threatening. It feels vast, ancient, and strangely gentle. As evening approaches, the desert begins to cool. The sky transforms into deep shades of gold and crimson while shadows stretch across the dunes like flowing water. Slowly, the desert cat rises from his shelter and climbs back toward the surface. His small head emerges from the sand, followed by those sharp, watchful eyes that have learned to read every movement in the wilderness. The night air brushes against his fur, carrying with it the scent of distant stone and dry earth. Above him, countless stars begin to awaken one by one across the darkening sky. At moments like this, he appears almost peaceful beyond understanding. There is no greed in him. No endless hunger for more. His happiness comes from simpler things. A cool place to rest. A safe corner beneath the earth. A quiet night untouched by danger. The desert cat has seen storms powerful enough to bury entire landscapes. He has watched precious water disappear beneath endless heat. He has crossed lonely distances where survival depended on every careful decision. Yet none of these hardships hardened his spirit completely. Instead, they taught him the importance of building calmness from within. That is the true secret hidden inside his life beneath the sands. Safety is not something handed to him by the world. It is something he creates patiently with his own effort. Again and again, he digs downward, not to escape life, but to protect the fragile peace inside himself. Perhaps that is why his story feels so comforting to those who are tired. Deep down, many people long for exactly what the desert cat has already discovered. A quiet place untouched by noise. A hidden room where anxiety cannot follow. A small corner of the world where breathing becomes easy again. In the modern world, people spend so much time running across emotional deserts, searching desperately for somewhere to rest. Yet the desert cat reminds us that peace is rarely found on the surface. Sometimes it must be carefully carved out beneath the chaos, one patient movement at a time. As night fully settles across the desert, the winds finally begin to calm. The dunes cool beneath the silver glow of the moon, and the endless sea of sand becomes soft and dreamlike. Once more, the desert cat disappears into the shelter he created with his own paws. Inside that deep chamber beneath the earth, the world becomes quiet again. No noise reaches him there. No fear follows him there. Only stillness remains. And in that stillness, wrapped safely within the cool embrace of the desert, the little desert cat finally closes his eyes and falls peacefully asleep. Far out across the endless surface of the ocean, the gray whale begins one of the longest migrations on Earth. Year after year, he travels across entire coastlines and vast stretches of open sea, guided by instincts older than memory itself. His journey is lonely, exhausting, and unimaginably long, yet there is something deeply powerful in the way he continues forward without hesitation. Tonight, beside the soft crackling glow of a quiet fire, we follow the true story of his life and drift into the calm rhythm of a traveler who was born to cross oceans. When the tides begin to shift and the temperature of the deep ocean changes ever so slightly, something ancient awakens inside the gray whale. He does not need maps, and he does not wait for instructions. Somewhere within him exists a silent understanding that it is time to move once again. The icy northern waters that once sustained him slowly begin to feel temporary, as though even the sea itself is gently pushing him onward. The gray whale is not a creature built for stillness. He is a traveler shaped by distance. His enormous body carries scars collected over years of survival. Barnacles cling to his rough skin like weathered memories from journeys already completed. Every mark on his body tells a story of storms endured, predators escaped, collisions survived, and oceans crossed. These scars are not signs of weakness. They are proof that he has lived. In the freezing Arctic waters, surrounded by drifting sheets of ice and endless silence, he lingers for a final moment before departure. The world around him feels cold and ancient. Beneath the pale northern sky, he rises slowly to breathe, releasing a cloud of mist into the air before sinking once more into the dark water below. There is no dramatic farewell. No celebration. Only a quiet understanding that it is time to leave again. For many creatures, migration is simply about survival. But for the gray whale, the journey feels larger than survival alone. It becomes a lifelong promise to keep moving towards something meaningful, even when the destination lies thousands of miles away. He does not carry possessions or seek comfort. He carries only the instinctive certainty that somewhere far to the south waits warmer water, safety, and renewal. As he leaves the frozen seas behind, the true scale of his migration begins to unfold. Before him stretches an enormous blue wilderness with no visible end. Day after day he swims through waters that seem infinite. Sometimes the ocean is calm and reflective like polished glass beneath the sunlight. Other times massive waves rise around him, violent enough to swallow smaller creatures whole. Yet through every change in weather and every shift in current, the gray whale maintains the same steady pace. Long-distance travelers understand something the rest of the world often forgets. Survival is not always about speed. Sometimes survival depends on patience, rhythm, and the ability to keep going long after exhaustion begins. Loneliness becomes his constant companion. During quiet nights, when the ocean darkens beneath the stars, he surfaces alone to breathe. The white mist from his blowhole rises into the cold air and drifts across the moonlight like smoke. In those moments, he appears almost ghost-like against the vast Black Sea. There are no cities here. No noise. No distractions. Only the steady movement of water and the sound of his breathing echoing into the darkness. Perhaps if he could think like humans do, he might ask himself what exactly he is searching for after all these endless miles. Is it truly the warm lagoons waiting in the south? Is it safety? Is it instinct alone? Or is the journey itself the thing that gives meaning to his existence? Maybe the answer lies somewhere deeper. Perhaps the migration is not about reaching a destination at all, but about proving to himself that despite storms, distance, and time, he is still capable of following the same ancient calling that has guided his kind for generations. As the weeks pass, the journey grows more difficult. Powerful ocean currents push against him from every direction. Storms gather without warning, turning the sea violent and chaotic. During the worst weather, the gray whale dives deep beneath the surface where the water is calmer and the noise of the storm fades into muffled silence. Down there, hidden beneath towering waves, he moves through darkness with slow determination. He is no longer the giant creature confidently rolling across the surface. In these moments, he becomes quiet and restrained, conserving energy and enduring hardship without complaint. The ocean tests him constantly, but he has learned long ago that endurance matters more than resistance. He does not waste strength fighting every wave. He survives by continuing forward through them. Sometimes he encounters other whales along the migration route. Their paths briefly cross in the open ocean before separating once again into the endless blue distance. There is something strangely human in these encounters. Lives touching for only a moment before continuing onward in different directions. No one can complete the journey for another. Every traveler must carry their own exhaustion. Every traveler must find their own way through the darkness. Over time, the solitude changes him. Instead of making him feel empty, it makes him calmer. The farther he travels, the quieter his spirit seems to become. Somewhere in the loneliness, he discovers a deeper understanding of himself. Growth often happens this way, in silence, far away from witnesses or applause. Finally, after traveling across half the planet, the water begins to change once more. The currents grow warmer. The sea softens. The gray whale enters the protected lagoons where generations before him have come to rest, give birth, and recover from the long migration. Here, for the first time in months, his body relaxes completely. The tension that carried him across oceans slowly disappears into the warmth of the shallow water. He floats peacefully beneath golden sunlight while gentle waves move around him. There is no need for celebration. No need to prove anything. The journey itself has already spoken for him. This quiet lagoon is more than a destination. It is the reward for every mile endured, every storm survived, and every lonely night spent crossing dark water. It is the place where exhaustion finally transforms into peace. And perhaps that is why the story of the gray whale feels so moving to us. Human life is also a kind of migration. We spend years searching for places, people, and moments that make us feel whole again. We move through uncertainty, loneliness, ambition, heartbreak, and change, often without knowing exactly what we are looking for. Yet deep inside, many of us are guided by the same hope that guides the gray whale, the hope that somewhere ahead exists a quieter place where we can finally rest and reconnect with ourselves. Now the night grows deeper. The tides slowly settle. The gray whale's long migration fades gently into the rhythm of the ocean, like ripples disappearing beneath moonlight. He leaves behind more than the image of a massive creature crossing the sea. He leaves behind a reminder that strength is not always loud, and courage is not always dramatic. Sometimes true strength is simply continuing onward, even when the journey feels impossibly long. Tonight, let the slow breathing of the gray whale quiet your thoughts. Let the endless motion of the ocean carry away the weight of tomorrow. And as his ancient journey disappears into the stillness of night, allow yourself to drift gently into a place of calm, clear, and dreamlike peace. Deep beneath the frozen Arctic waters, where sunlight can no longer reach and silence stretches endlessly in every direction, a lone narwhal glides through the darkness with calm and effortless grace. In the ancient legends of sailors, creatures like him were once mistaken for sea unicorns, mysterious beings hidden beyond the edge of the known world. Even now, drifting through the icy black ocean, he still feels less like an animal and more like a forgotten spirit from another age. Tonight, beside the soft crackling glow of a fire, we follow the quiet journey of this extraordinary creature. There is nothing to memorize here, no loud adventure waiting to unfold. This is simply the story of a life lived in silence, far beneath the frozen surface of the earth. And somewhere within that silence, there is a strange kind of peace. When the final traces of daylight disappear behind layers of Arctic ice, the deep ocean becomes a world without color or time. Most creatures fear this darkness, but the narwhal was born inside it. He moves slowly through the freezing water, his pale body almost glowing against the endless black sea. Every motion feels careful and deliberate, as if the ocean itself has taught him patience. The narwhal's long tusk is what fascinates people the most. For centuries, humans believed it held magical powers. Kings once paid fortunes for narwhal tusks, believing they came from real unicorns. Some thought the tusk could cure sickness. Others believed it protected people from poison and evil. But for the narwhal himself, the tusk is not a symbol of magic or power. It is simply part of who he is, another way of sensing the hidden world around him. Scientists now believe the tusk helps him detect tiny changes in temperature, pressure, and salt deep within the Arctic waters. In a place where visibility disappears and survival depends on instinct, even the smallest sensation matters. The narwhal does not fight the darkness. He listens to it. Far below the ice, the ocean is not empty. Cold currents carry memories from distant places. Ancient glaciers drift silently overhead like floating mountains. The remains of forgotten ships sleep on the ocean floor, untouched for centuries. Through this hidden kingdom, the narwhal travels like a silent guardian, witnessing changes no human eyes will ever see. There is something deeply calming about the way he lives. He never rushes. He never wastes energy. Even in dangerous moments, he remains composed. Sometimes thick ice traps him beneath the surface, leaving only tiny openings where he can breathe. Other animals would panic. The narwhal waits. He trusts the tides, the currents, and the rhythm of the sea. His strength does not come from aggression. It comes from endurance. Humans often describe the narwhal as lonely, but perhaps loneliness is not the right word. Solitude can also be a choice. In the deep Arctic waters, far away from noise and chaos, the narwhal exists entirely on his own terms. He does not seek attention. He does not need the surface world to understand him. The ocean is enough. Sometimes he swims alongside others of his kind, and in those moments there are no dramatic displays or loud calls. A small movement, a brief glance, a gentle shift in direction is enough. Their understanding exists in silence. In the deep sea, words are unnecessary. There is a haunting beauty in the narwhal's world. His pale body moves through black water like a ghost drifting through a dream. For only a second, he catches the faint shimmer of light filtering through cracks in the ice above, then vanishes once more into darkness. It is this fleeting elegance that makes him unforgettable. His life is proof that beauty can survive even in the harshest places on Earth. In freezing water cold enough to kill most living creatures, the narwhal remains graceful. In endless darkness, he continues forward without fear. In isolation, he finds peace rather than despair. As the Arctic seasons slowly change and the ice begins to melt, the narwhal becomes more active. Schools of fish return to the northern waters. The currents shift. Life stirs beneath the frozen surface. Yet even then, the narwhal rarely ventures close to the noisy world above. The shallow waters feel unfamiliar to him. He belongs to the deep. Perhaps that is why people feel so connected to this mysterious creature. Everyone experiences moments of darkness in life. Everyone knows what it feels like to move forward alone, carrying worries nobody else can see. And yet the narwhal reminds us that silence does not always mean emptiness. Sometimes silence is where peace begins. There is wisdom hidden inside his quiet existence. He teaches us that survival is not always about fighting harder or moving faster. Sometimes true strength is the ability to remain calm when the world around you feels cold and uncertain. Sometimes courage is simply continuing forward through the dark. Now the night grows deeper. Outside, the wind may still be moving through the trees or against the windows, but far beneath the Arctic ice, the narwhal continues his endless journey through the silent sea. Slowly, his figure disappears into the darkness once more, leaving behind only the feeling of something ancient, peaceful, and impossibly distant. And maybe tonight, as sleep finally begins to pull you gently into dreams, you can carry a little of that stillness with you. Let the worries of the day sink quietly beneath the surface. Let the noise drift away like waves fading into the night. Like the narwhal moving through the deep ocean, keep only what truly matters, and continue forward at your own quiet pace. Somewhere in the endless Arctic darkness, the narwhal is still swimming. Calm. Silent. Unafraid. Waiting patiently beneath the frozen sea as the world above slowly falls asleep. Far across the Arctic Ocean, where drifting sheets of ice crack and shift beneath pale northern skies, a beluga whale moves gracefully through the cold blue water. Its white body glides between the floating ice like a living beam of light, soft and almost unreal against the dark depths below. In the silence of the polar sea, the beluga's voice rises through the water in gentle whistles, clicks, and songs that echo beneath the ice like distant music. Tonight, beside the quiet warmth of a fire, we enter the peaceful world of this remarkable Arctic traveler. This is not a story about power or dominance. It is a story about lightness. About keeping a sense of wonder even in one of the harshest environments on Earth. And most of all, it is about finding calm in a world that is constantly changing. The Arctic is never completely still. Ice shifts with the tides. Winds reshape the frozen landscape overnight. Entire pathways through the sea can disappear within hours as floating ice drifts together again. Yet somehow, the beluga whale moves through this unpredictable world with extraordinary grace. Its body seems perfectly designed for the Arctic. Unlike many whales, the beluga has no large dorsal fin, allowing it to swim easily beneath thick ice without injury. Its flexible neck lets it turn its head freely, giving it a level of movement unusual among whales. And then there is its color, that soft glowing white that makes the beluga appear almost dreamlike beneath the northern light. But what people remember most is its voice. Belugas are often called the canaries of the sea, because of the incredible variety of sounds they make underwater. They whistle, chirp, click, hum, and sing to one another constantly. In the deep Arctic silence, those sounds travel for miles beneath the ice, filling the ocean with strange and beautiful echoes. Listening to a beluga feels less like hearing an animal and more like hearing the ocean itself trying to speak. Even in dangerous moments, the beluga rarely loses its playful curiosity. While other creatures become hardened by survival, the beluga somehow keeps a kind of gentleness. It explores cracks in the ice with careful interest. It swims alongside members of its pod with an almost joyful energy. Even in freezing darkness, there is still lightness in the way it moves. Perhaps that is what makes the beluga feel so comforting. It reminds us that softness can survive even in cold places. Throughout its life, the beluga follows long migration routes across the Arctic seas. As winter tightens its grip and ice closes around the northern waters, the whales travel together searching for open channels where they can surface to breathe. Some journeys stretch for hundreds of miles through narrow passages of shifting ice. These migrations are filled with both reunion and separation. Pods gather together in certain seasons, filling the ocean with constant communication and movement. Then, slowly, they drift apart again into the endless Arctic blue. The beluga spends much of its life balancing these cycles of closeness and solitude. There is something deeply human in that rhythm. Sometimes the beluga swims alone beneath the ice, surrounded only by darkness and the distant groaning sounds of frozen glaciers shifting overhead. In those moments, its songs continue anyway. The whale keeps singing even when no answer comes back immediately through the water. That persistence feels strangely beautiful. Humans often believe joy depends entirely on perfect circumstances. But the beluga teaches something quieter. It shows that lightness can exist even during uncertainty. That beauty does not disappear simply because life becomes cold or difficult. There are times when the Arctic itself becomes dangerous. Sudden freezing can trap whales beneath the ice with very few breathing holes remaining. Predators move silently through open waters. Storms transform calm seas into violent fields of moving ice. Yet even during these moments, the beluga continues navigating with remarkable calmness and instinct. Its survival depends not on fighting the ocean, but on flowing with it. The whale listens carefully to shifting currents and distant sounds beneath the ice. It senses openings where others might see only barriers. It adapts constantly, changing direction when necessary while never fully losing its peaceful nature. There is wisdom in that flexibility. Many people spend their lives resisting change, trying desperately to hold the world still. But the Arctic never stays still, and neither does the beluga. The whale survives because it understands how to move with change rather than against it. And somehow, through all that movement, it never loses its sense of purity. Its white body drifting beneath the sea feels almost symbolic, like a reminder that clarity and gentleness can still exist in a harsh world. Not because danger disappears, but because the beluga chooses not to let the darkness define it. As autumn returns to the Arctic and the first layers of fresh ice begin forming again across the sea, the beluga swims back toward familiar waters beneath the floating ice fields. Above the ocean, stars shimmer faintly across the freezing sky. Below, the whale moves silently through deep blue shadows, its soft calls echoing like silver bells through the cold water. Calm. Bright. Weightless. And tonight, as the noise of your own world slowly begins to fade, perhaps you can carry a little of that feeling with you. Let the heavy thoughts sink quietly into the deep. Let the pressure of the day drift away like broken ice floating out to sea. Imagine yourself moving gently through calm blue water beneath the Arctic sky where every breath feels lighter and every sound softens into peace. Somewhere far beneath the frozen ocean, the beluga whale is still singing through the darkness. Its voice rising clearly through the shifting ice, untouched by fear, untouched by noise. And as sleep slowly carries you toward dreams, perhaps its gentle song can guide you there too. Silently gliding through the rugged steep rocky ridges of the wild mountains, the mountain lion moves with unrushed graceful precision, remaining the most sober watcher of the untamed wilderness and a devoted practitioner of quiet solitary living. Tonight, accompanied by softly flickering warm firelight, we wander into the profound quiet life of this noble mountain spirit. Embrace the calm focused strength inherent in its gentle steady presence and let your mind retreat slowly into the safest most peaceful corner of your inner soul. As nightfall gently drapes over rolling mountain ranges wrapping the entire wilderness in crisp cold stillness, you may pause to wonder about a rare form of life that chooses the highest loneliest rocky ridges to carve pure dignified grace out of endless solitude. The mountain lion, the quietest most resolute guardian of the wild territories, never relies on noise, aggression or display to prove its existence. With every silent fluid movement across sharp cliffs and rugged slopes, it commands the quiet respect of the entire silent forest and mountain land. Tonight, beside warm dancing fire flames and unhurried soothing storytelling, we uncover the true essence of its quiet extraordinary life. It never roars aggressively or seeks outward recognition to validate its strength, for it understands that the truest most powerful resilience in life always resides in profound restraint, sharp focus and inner calm. If daily trivialities and endless busyness leave you feeling weary, drained and mentally exhausted, follow the mountain lion's light yet firm footsteps throughout this tranquil night and drift gently into the reassuring peaceful realm built entirely by quiet mindful stillness. For the mountain lion, the invisible boundaries of its territory are never rigid restrictive rules of dominance, but subtle inner lines that preserve personal calm, emotional balance and unshakable composure. It leaps freely across undulating jagged rock formations, placing every step with impeccable accuracy and gentle restraint. This flawless masterful control over its own body reflects a complete peaceful acceptance of life's natural rhythm and fate. Along this long solitary mountain path it never craves companionship or validation from others, for it deeply understands that certain journeys in life are meant to be traveled alone, and this quiet solitude is the only true path toward discovering your innermost authentic self. As soft valley winds brush lightly through its subtle wild mane, it stands steady, gazing calmly toward the distant mountain horizon, the sacred home of its soul and the quiet lifelong sanctuary it always defends. This gentle solitude carries no trace of abandonment, despair, or loneliness. It is a conscious, powerful choice to embrace the whole world with quiet independence while remaining untouched and undisturbed by trivial worldly distractions. Every quiet breath the mountain lion takes teaches us to anchor ourselves fully in the present moment instead of dissipating peace and vitality dwelling on past regrets or uncertain futures. Its deep calm eyes observe the endless seasonal cycles of the mountain forest with steady clarity, maintaining perfect emotional balance through harsh freezing winters and warm blazing summers alike. Within its intense focused state of awareness, all external noise, chaos, and disturbance fade completely away, leaving only the steady rhythm of its own breathing and the soft, faint crunch of dry twigs beneath its careful steps. This minimal, pure logic of survival turns its entire life into an ongoing peaceful spiritual practice, free from unnecessary desire, greed, and restlessness, simply wandering its sacred territory and guarding the quiet serenity it holds dear. Whenever anxiety, confusion, and restlessness trap your mind in endless looping worry, visualize this noble spirit standing tall beneath the cool moonlit ridges, grounded and centered, seeing nothing beyond the peaceful mountains and valleys stretching out before it. The world often misunderstands the mountain lion's inherent solitude, mistaking its quiet independence for cold detachment and pride. Yet for this wild mountain guardian, solitude is merely the most natural, comfortable, authentic state of being, rooted deep within primal life instincts. It lingers patiently in the quiet, shadowed corners of the wilderness, overlooked by the busy human world, observing nature gently and mindfully, never evading potential risks nor initiating unnecessary conflict. As night deepens across the mountain landscape, its silhouette blends harmoniously into the quiet earth, becoming one with the wild terrain. This silent gliding movement is the sincerest form of reverence and gratitude toward the land it protects. Its entire life is dedicated to preserving this untouched stillness, safeguarding the wholeness and quiet peace of its sacred territory, a rare, precious persistence in our modern, fragmented, fast-paced world filled with constant noise and distraction. The effortless calm it naturally embodies is a profound act of self-kindness, having fully accepted the weight of solitude and transformed quiet aloneness into an endless, steady source of inner strength and forward courage. With the gentle passage of time, the mountain lion's understanding of its homeland has gradually evolved from youthful conquest and dominance to complete, harmonious integration with nature. No longer rushing restlessly to scale every peak and claim every distant ridge as it did in younger days, it has learned to wait patiently in open, windswept spaces, rest peacefully beneath warm sunlight, and reconcile gently with the slow-flowing passage of time. Its gliding figure across the rocky ridges moves slightly slower now, yet carries a profound, mature steadiness, a quiet wisdom gifted only by years of solitary, mindful living. Regardless of shifting mountain scenery, changing seasons, and outer worldly chaos, it always stands firm within its invisible boundary of self-respect and dignity, remaining the loyal guardian of its own soul through every storm and quiet night. This hard-earned, settled stillness holds the quiet answer we constantly search for in our busy lives. No matter where we wander or what challenges we face, as long as we preserve our inner sacred territory of calm and focus, we will never truly lose our way. Night deepens fully and every living thing across the mountain settles into peaceful slumber. The mountain lion's graceful figure, fading softly among the shadowed cliffs, merges gently with your steadying breathing, dissolving slowly into the tranquil night. Its lifelong journey teaches us that solitude is never loneliness, it is a gentle invitation to freedom and inner peace. When you learn to walk steadily alongside your own soul, the entire world becomes your safe, peaceful territory. All chaotic, troubling thoughts that unsettle your heart will gradually settle and fade beneath the mountain lion's rock-solid calm gaze, returning your mind to its original pure, cool tranquility. Sink into the tender protection of moonlit mountain stillness, following this noble solitary guardian into a vast, dreamlike, serene slumber. Let your heartbeat grow steady, firm, and unhurried, just like the mountain lion wandering peacefully along the high rocky ridges. Tonight, nestled within its profound, silent, timeless companionship, drift completely into the deepest, softest, and most peaceful dreamland. Beneath the shadow of thick grass and tangled roots, the rusty-spotted cat moves with tiny and graceful steps through a world that feels impossibly large. His body is small enough to disappear between fallen leaves, yet inside him lives a quiet reverence for balance, order, and peace. Tonight, beside the soft glow of a crackling fire, we follow the true life of the rusty-spotted cat and wander gently into his hidden world. There, in a place untouched by noise and ambition, we may finally lay down our defenses and rest beside something small, warm, and deeply comforting. The forest at night is never truly silent. Crickets hum beneath the earth. Leaves tremble softly in the warm evening wind. Somewhere in the darkness, water drips from moss-covered stone into shallow pools hidden beneath the roots of ancient trees. Most creatures move through this world with urgency. Large animals shake the ground beneath their weight. Predators roar to announce themselves. Storms sweep through the wilderness with violent force. But the rusty-spotted cat lives differently. He slips quietly through the undergrowth with such delicate precision that the grass barely bends beneath his paws. Every movement is measured. Every pause feels intentional. He does not demand space from the world. Instead, he learns how to belong within the smallest corners of it. Though he is one of the smallest wild cats on earth, there is nothing fragile about the way he lives. His strength comes from attention. From patience. From understanding that survival does not always belong to the loudest or largest creature. Sometimes he pauses beside a patch of moonlit moss and simply watches the world breathe. The sway of branches overhead. The tiny insects moving beneath bark. The silver reflection of stars caught in puddles after rain. To others, these details may seem unimportant. But to the rusty-spotted cat, they are everything. He understands that peace is built from small things. A safe hollow beneath a tree root. A warm patch of earth still holding the memory of sunlight. The comforting rhythm of familiar sounds echoing through the grass each evening. While larger creatures chase territory and dominance, he protects something quieter and far more delicate. A sense of calm. A small life lived carefully and completely. There is something deeply soothing about his world. Nothing feels excessive there. Nothing moves faster than it needs to. During long afternoons, he often curls upon soft moss hidden deep beneath bushes where sunlight filters gently through layers of leaves. Golden light settles across his fur while the forest hums softly around him like a lullaby. In those moments, he seems entirely at peace with existing exactly where he is. He does not dream of becoming greater than the forest. He does not wish to conquer distant lands. The little world he protects is already enough. And perhaps that is why his presence feels so healing. Humans spend so much of life believing happiness waits somewhere far away. Beyond another achievement. Beyond more success. Beyond endless movement and noise. But the rusty-spotted cat teaches a quieter truth. Sometimes peace is found in staying still long enough to appreciate what already surrounds you. He survives not because he controls the wilderness, but because he listens to it. When storms arrive, he retreats beneath roots and stone. When the heat grows harsh, he rests in cool shadows until evening returns. He wastes nothing. He forces nothing. Even his solitude feels warm rather than lonely. At night, after wandering through the undergrowth, he carefully cleans his fur beneath the stars. Every movement is calm and unhurried, like a ritual repeated across countless peaceful evenings. There is dignity in that simplicity. The rusty-spotted cat never hurries to prove his importance. He simply lives fully within each quiet moment, and somehow that becomes enough. As seasons pass, he watches the forest change around him. Rain transforms dry earth into rivers of green life. Fallen leaves return to soil. Flowers bloom briefly before disappearing again into memory. Yet through every change, he remains close to the ground, close to the rhythms of small living things. He knows that even in a giant world, tiny spaces can still hold enormous comfort. Perhaps you understand that feeling too. Perhaps there have been moments when the world felt too loud, too demanding, too large to carry. Moments when all you truly wanted was a small corner of peace untouched by expectation. The rusty-spotted cat lives inside that feeling. He reminds us that there is no shame in protecting your quiet. No weakness in choosing simplicity over chaos. No failure in building a small life filled with warmth instead of endless ambition. As dusk settles over the forest, purple shadows slowly spread across the grasslands. The rusty-spotted cat becomes harder to see now, his tiny shape blending perfectly into the fading earth tones around him. Soon, he disappears completely into the darkness beneath the bushes. No grand announcement follows his departure. No sound breaks the stillness. Only the soft whisper of leaves remains. And somehow, that silence feels comforting rather than empty. Tonight, as your own thoughts begin to slow, imagine the rusty-spotted cat curled safely inside his hidden sanctuary beneath the roots of the forest. The outside world continues to rush and roar far away, but inside his little shelter, everything is calm. Everything is warm. Everything is enough. May you carry some of that feeling with you tonight. May you allow yourself to release the unnecessary weight you have been carrying. May you stop chasing every distant noise and instead return gently to the quiet center of your own heart. Like the rusty-spotted cat, you do not need an enormous world to feel safe. Sometimes all you need is one peaceful place where your soul can finally rest. Tonight, let the forest grow soft around you. Let the grass sway quietly in the dark. Let the warmth of the fire fade gently into sleep. And somewhere beneath the tangled roots and moonlit leaves, let the tiny footsteps of the rusty-spotted cat guide you into the deepest and most peaceful dreams. Far across the frozen Arctic tundra, where the wind howls endlessly across endless fields of snow and ice, a herd of musk oxen stands together beneath the pale northern sky. Their heavy bodies form a quiet circle against the storm, each animal pressing close to the next, shoulder against shoulder, creating warmth in a land where warmth barely exists. Tonight, beside the soft crackle of a fire, we step into the hidden world of these ancient survivors. This is not a story filled with chaos or adventure. It is a slow and peaceful journey into one of the coldest places on Earth, where survival depends not on speed or strength alone, but on trust, patience, and staying close to those who stand beside you. When winter storms sweep across the Arctic wilderness, the cold becomes almost impossible to imagine. Temperatures plunge far below zero. The air itself feels sharp enough to cut through skin. Snow moves sideways in violent waves, erasing tracks and swallowing entire landscapes beneath white silence. In such a place, most creatures search desperately for shelter. But the musk ox does something different. Instead of running from the storm, they move toward one another. As the wind grows stronger, the herd slowly gathers together with remarkable calm. Adults form a defensive ring around the younger calves, their thick coats facing outward against the freezing wind. There is no panic. No frantic movement. Only quiet instinct passed down through countless generations. In the center of that circle, even the smallest newborn calf can survive the brutal Arctic night. There is something deeply moving about the way musk oxen protect each other. Their strength is not built on aggression or dominance. It comes from unity. Every step they take through the snow feels deliberate, patient, and steady. They understand something many humans often forget: survival becomes easier when nobody faces the storm alone. The musk ox is one of the oldest large mammals still walking the earth today. Long before modern cities existed, before roads, before history was written down, their ancestors already wandered the frozen north alongside mammoths and saber-toothed cats. They survived ice ages that wiped out countless other species. Even now, standing beneath the Arctic sky, they still carry that ancient endurance within them. Their appearance feels almost prehistoric. Thick curved horns frame their faces like ancient armor. Long shaggy fur nearly touches the snow beneath them, protecting their bodies from temperatures cold enough to freeze exposed skin within minutes. Hidden beneath that heavy outer coat is an incredibly soft underlayer called kyviot, one of the warmest natural fibers on Earth. Yet despite their intimidating appearance, musk oxen are surprisingly gentle animals. Most of their lives are spent quietly grazing across frozen plains, searching patiently beneath snow for roots, moss, and small Arctic plants. Food is scarce in this harsh environment, but they rarely fight over what little they find. There is a calmness in the way they move through the world, as if they have fully accepted the rhythm of the Arctic itself. Perhaps that is their greatest strength. They do not waste energy resisting what cannot be changed. They endure. They adapt. And above all, they stay together. During the long polar nights, darkness can last for weeks or even months. The sun barely rises above the horizon. Endless cold stretches across the land like an ocean without end. Yet even in this darkness, the musk ox herd remains close. Sometimes, if you could stand quietly in the middle of a snowstorm and look toward the herd in the distance, you would see only vague shapes through the blowing snow. A silent circle standing against the wind. No chaos. No fear. Just the steady sound of breathing and the soft shifting of hooves against ice. It almost feels less like a group of animals and more like a living shelter. There is wisdom hidden inside that circle. Humans often celebrate independence and solitude, believing strength means facing hardship alone. But the musk ox teaches a different lesson. Out in the frozen wilderness, survival depends on connection. Warmth comes from closeness. Safety comes from trust. No creature survives the Arctic entirely by itself. When predators approach, the herd tightens its formation instantly. Wolves may circle the group for hours, searching for weakness, but the musk oxen rarely break formation. Adults lower their massive horns outward while the calves remain protected in the center. The herd becomes a wall of fur, bone, and determination. What makes this defense so remarkable is its restraint. Musk oxen do not attack unless absolutely necessary. Their power exists only to protect. There is something noble in that quiet self-control, something deeply peaceful even in moments of danger. Imagine standing on the outer edge of that circle, facing the freezing wind directly while knowing others rest safely behind you. The cold bites harder there. The storm feels heavier. Yet the musk ox never abandons its place. It remains steady because the survival of the herd matters more than individual comfort. And maybe that is why people feel emotionally drawn to them. Deep down, everyone longs for a place where they can finally rest. A place where the storms of life cannot reach them quite so easily. A place where they do not have to carry every burden alone. The musk ox herd becomes a symbol of that feeling. Not just survival, but belonging. Now the Arctic storm begins to weaken. The powerful winds slowly fade into silence as pale morning light stretches across the frozen horizon. One by one, the musk oxen loosen their protective circle. The calves step carefully back into the open snow while the adults begin moving once more across the endless tundra. Their journey continues quietly, just as it always has for thousands of years. And tonight, as you slowly drift toward sleep, perhaps you can carry some of their calmness with you. Let the noise of the world grow distant. Let your worries settle like snow falling softly across the frozen earth. Imagine yourself standing safely inside that warm circle beneath the Arctic sky, surrounded by quiet strength and steady protection. Because no matter how cold life sometimes feels, nobody was meant to face every storm alone. Somewhere beneath the northern lights, the musk ox herd is still moving slowly through the snow. Calm. Patient. Together. Waiting peacefully beneath the endless winter sky while the rest of the world finally falls asleep. The Arctic belongs to silence. Far beyond the reach of crowded cities and restless human ambition, there exists a frozen wilderness where the wind speaks softly across endless fields of ice. There, beneath skies painted with drifting snow and pale northern light, the polar bear walks alone. His enormous white figure moves slowly across the frozen world, not with fear, but with a quiet understanding of the land beneath his feet. To many, he appears powerful and untouchable. But hidden within that vast and solitary presence is something far gentler, a creature who has learned how to live in harmony with stillness itself. Tonight, let us sit beside the soft crackling of the fire and step quietly into the true life of the polar bear. In the rhythm of drifting snow and distant waves beneath the ice, may every anxious thought slowly fade away, until only calm remains. Long before humans crossed oceans or built great cities, the polar bear already wandered the northern ice. Generation after generation, he learned the language of storms, the patience of winter, and the wisdom hidden inside solitude. He does not rush through life. The Arctic has taught him that survival belongs not to the fastest, but to those who understand how to endure. Every movement across the frozen sea is deliberate. The ice beneath him is never fully still. It cracks, shifts, and drifts endlessly with the tides below. Yet the polar bear walks calmly across it all, trusting his senses more than certainty. His wide paws spread gently across the snow, carrying his weight with remarkable grace, almost as though he focuses only on what matters in the present moment: warmth, movement, breath, rest. And despite the immense loneliness of the Arctic, there is tenderness in him too. A mother polar bear creating a snow den for her cubs carries a softness powerful enough to survive the coldest winters on Earth. Within those hidden dens beneath thick layers of snow, tiny cubs sleep safely against the warmth of their mother's body while storms rage endlessly outside. Even in the harshest places imaginable, life still protects life with extraordinary gentleness. As the years pass, the Arctic changes. The ice shifts differently now. The seasons grow less predictable. Yet the polar bear continues walking across the frozen world with the same ancient dignity carried by countless generations before him. He does not complain about the changing world. He simply adapts, step by step, breath by breath. Maybe you, too, are carrying exhaustion deep inside yourself. Maybe the world has become too loud, too fast, too demanding. The polar bear understands that feeling better than most. His life reminds us that solitude does not have to mean emptiness. Stillness does not mean failure. And slowing down does not mean losing your way. Sometimes healing begins the moment we stop fighting the storm and allow ourselves to rest within it. Now the fire burns softer beside us. Outside, the night has grown quiet. Far away across the frozen ocean, beneath drifting curtains of pale northern light, the polar bear disappears once more into the endless snow. His enormous footsteps fade gently into the Arctic wind. But the calm he leaves behind remains. Tonight, may you rest as he does. Wrapped in stillness. Protected from the noise beyond your thoughts. Let every unnecessary worry drift away like snow carried across the frozen sea. And as sleep slowly closes around you, may the spirit of the polar bear guide you gently into the deepest, warmest, and most peaceful dream of all. Mist drifted softly through the emerald canopy while high above the forest floor, a small red panda curled itself into a quiet ball of fur and sleep. In a world constantly rushing toward noise, urgency, and endless motion, the little creature seemed untouched by any of it. Resting peacefully upon a swaying branch, he looked less like an animal and more like a forgotten dream left behind by the mountains themselves. Tonight, beside the faint crackle of a glowing fire, let us wander slowly into the long and gentle life of the red panda, and perhaps, somewhere within his quiet breathing, rediscover the art of finally letting go. As dusk settled over the distant ridges, the forest began to soften. The winds grew calmer, the birds surrendered their final songs to the evening sky, and the ancient trees disappeared beneath drifting clouds of silver fog. Hidden among those branches lived the red panda, a creature who had never cared for conquest, dominance, or speed. While other animals fought for territory or survival with sharp teeth and restless ambition, he searched only for comfort, warmth, and a place where his heartbeat could remain steady. There was something deeply healing in the way he moved. Every step along the branches was careful and slow, as though he understood that peace could only exist when life itself was approached gently. In the cold mountain forests where he lived, survival was never easy. The air was thin, winters were harsh, and food often disappeared beneath layers of frost. Yet even in those difficult seasons, the red panda refused to surrender himself to panic. He adapted not through aggression, but through patience. In the pale light of early morning, he would wait quietly beneath curtains of mist. Before searching for food, he often spent long stretches of time grooming his soft fur with extraordinary care. To an outside observer, the ritual may have appeared lazy or unnecessary, but for him, it was something sacred. Each movement seemed to slow the world itself. The gentle brushing of his paws through his fur, the calm blinking of his tired eyes, the rhythmic sway of his striped tail balancing against the branch, all of it formed a silent meditation against the chaos of existence. The forest around him was never truly silent. Hidden insects whispered beneath moss-covered stones. Faraway rivers hummed softly through valleys. Wind drifted through the bamboo groves like waves upon a distant shore. Yet somehow, the red panda remained calmer than all of it. He had mastered something many humans spend their entire lives searching for, the ability to exist without constantly resisting the present moment. When winter arrived, the mountains transformed into a world of white stillness. Ice gathered along the branches, and freezing winds swept through the forests like invisible blades. Food became scarce. Many creatures grew desperate during those long months, but the red panda responded differently. Instead of fighting harder against the cold, he withdrew deeper into himself. Curled tightly upon the highest branches, he preserved his warmth, his strength, and his peace. There were nights when snow buried the forest beneath endless silence. During those dark hours, the little creature would close his eyes and sleep while storms raged around him. His breathing remained slow and even, untouched by the violence beyond the trees. It was as though he understood a secret older than language itself, that survival is not always about resisting the storm. Sometimes survival means learning how to rest inside it. Many creatures in the forest misunderstood him. They saw only a sleepy animal hiding among the branches, avoiding conflict and drifting quietly through life. But the mountains understood him differently. The forests knew that his stillness was not weakness. It was wisdom. The red panda had long ago realized that exhaustion comes not only from hardship, but from endless striving. The world below him was full of creatures chasing something larger than themselves: power, territory, recognition, certainty. Yet high within the fog-covered branches, he needed none of it. He carried no desire to dominate the forest. He simply wished to belong to it. There were moments when he climbed to the very highest branches and stared out across the endless mountain ranges disappearing into clouds. The valleys below shimmered beneath moonlight while rivers twisted through the darkness like silver ribbons. In those quiet moments, he seemed almost weightless, suspended between earth and sky. Perhaps he once dreamed of distant places beyond the mountains. Perhaps he wondered if somewhere beyond the horizon existed a life untouched by winter or loneliness. But as the years passed, he slowly discovered that peace could never truly be found in another place. It had to be grown carefully within. So he stopped searching outward. Instead, he learned to treasure small things. The warmth of sunlight resting upon wet fur after rain. The comfort of moss beneath tired paws. The soft creaking sound of branches swaying gently in the night wind. These tiny moments became enough. As time moved forward, age began to settle quietly upon him. His movements grew slower. His long hours of sleep became even longer. Yet there was no sadness in this change. If anything, he appeared softer, calmer, more complete. The frantic energy of youth faded into something gentler, a deep acceptance of life exactly as it was. He had watched countless seasons rise and disappear. He had seen forests bloom beneath spring rain and vanish beneath winter snow. He had listened to storms tear through valleys, only to witness sunlight return once more. Through it all, he remained where he belonged, among the branches, breathing slowly beside the drifting clouds. And perhaps that is why the red panda feels so comforting to those who watch him. In a world obsessed with movement, achievement, and noise, he reminds us that rest is not failure. Slowness is not weakness. Solitude is not emptiness. Sometimes the most powerful thing a soul can do is simply become still enough to hear its own breathing again. Now the night grows deeper. The fire beside us burns lower, glowing softly against the darkness. Somewhere beyond the mist-covered mountains, the little red panda has curled himself into sleep once more. His striped tail wraps gently around his body while the branches cradle him like an old lullaby. The forest continues breathing around him, ancient and patient. Perhaps tonight, you too can let go of the weight you have been carrying for so long. You do not need to chase every fear. You do not need to answer every noise. Like the red panda resting quietly above the clouds, you are allowed to pause. You are allowed to soften. You are allowed to rest. So close your eyes now. Let the distant wind drift through the trees. Let the quiet rhythm of the forest carry away the tension in your chest. And as the world slowly fades into silence, may you find yourself wrapped in the same gentle peace that has always lived within the sleeping red panda high above the mountains, hidden softly among the stars. Beneath the endless green canopy of the tropical rainforest, the sloth moves with a pace so slow it almost feels untouched by time itself. While the rest of the world races forward in endless pursuit, the sloth quietly chooses stillness, protecting the fragile peace hidden within each gentle breath. Tonight, beside the soft glow of a crackling fire, we step carefully into the true life of the sloth. And within that forgotten rhythm of slowness, we slowly loosen every burden from our hearts and drift into the deepest sleep. The rainforest never truly falls silent. Even in the darkest hours of night, life hums softly through the leaves. Rainwater slides down tangled vines. Insects whisper through the humid air. Far away, unseen creatures call to one another beneath the heavy shadows of the jungle. Yet high above the restless forest floor, hanging quietly between ancient branches, the sloth exists in another world entirely. A world where nothing needs to hurry. From the very beginning, the sloth was misunderstood. To faster creatures, he seemed lazy. Too quiet. Too slow for survival. In a jungle filled with hunters, climbers, and endless movement, his stillness appeared almost impossible. But the sloth understands something the rainforest rarely explains out loud. Not every life is meant to be rushed. His movements are slow not because he is weak, but because he refuses to waste himself chasing things that do not truly matter. Every stretch of a paw, every careful grip upon the bark, every gentle shift from one branch to another becomes almost ceremonial, as though he is moving through sacred time rather than ordinary hours. There is a strange wisdom hidden inside that patience. The rainforest grows wildly in every direction. Plants compete endlessly for sunlight. Creatures hunt, flee, fight, and disappear. Yet amid all that chaos, the sloth survives by doing the opposite of everything around him. He conserves. He pauses. He lets the world move without demanding that he move with it. And somehow, in that quiet resistance, he finds peace. As sunlight filters softly through the rainforest canopy, the sloth often remains perfectly still for hours at a time. Warm beams of golden light settle gently across his fur while leaves sway slowly around him in the humid breeze. To others, it may appear like sleep. But perhaps it is something deeper. A kind of trust. The sloth trusts the branch beneath him. He trusts the rhythm of the forest. He trusts that life does not always need to be forced forward. Sometimes it is enough to simply exist fully within a single moment. There is no envy in his heart. He does not envy the jaguar sprinting through the undergrowth. He does not envy the monkeys leaping wildly between the trees. For the sloth, the warmth of sunlight upon his body is already enough. The sound of rainfall tapping softly against broad jungle leaves is already enough. This ability to remain completely present is his quiet gift to the world. Humans often believe peace can only be found after achievement, after victory, after reaching some distant destination. But the sloth teaches something entirely different. Peace can exist now, within the breath you are already taking. Within the stillness you usually ignore. At night, when heavy storms roll across the rainforest, the jungle transforms into a place of thunder and darkness. Rain crashes endlessly through the canopy while fierce winds bend even the tallest trees. Yet the sloth simply curls tighter against the branch, holding quietly to his small pocket of warmth. He does not panic. He does not fight the storm. He waits. And eventually, the storm always passes. Perhaps that is why the sloth feels strangely comforting to watch. He reminds us that survival is not always about force or speed. Sometimes survival is about softness. About knowing how to remain gentle in a world that constantly pressures you to move faster than your spirit can bear. High above the forest floor, the sloth witnesses countless seasons come and go. Clouds gather and disappear. Rivers rise and fall. Entire branches grow old and collapse beneath the weight of time. Yet he never tries to control these changes. Instead, he quietly adapts himself to the natural rhythm surrounding him. There is profound freedom hidden inside that surrender. The sloth does not waste energy carrying unnecessary fears about the future. He lives carefully inside the small space he can truly touch. A branch. A leaf. A breath. A patch of sunlight moving slowly through the afternoon. And perhaps that small world is already enough. As evening settles across the rainforest, the sky deepens into rich shades of blue and violet. Mist drifts softly between the trees while the sounds of the jungle grow lower and more distant. Hanging gently beneath the ancient canopy, the sloth sways almost invisibly with the night wind, like an old leaf that has long ago stopped resisting the movement of the world. He leaves behind no monuments. No grand stories. No loud victories. Yet somehow, his life feels deeply complete. Because he has discovered something many never do. True safety is not found in controlling everything around you. It is found in learning how to rest peacefully within yourself. Tonight, as the fire grows dim and the rainforest slowly disappears into darkness, may you rest like the sloth resting high among the trees. May you release the pressure to race endlessly toward distant horizons. May you remember that your worth does not depend upon how quickly you move. And as sleep gently wraps around you like warm jungle air, may your thoughts grow slower, softer, and quieter, until all that remains is stillness, breathing, and peace. Above the endless dunes of the desert, beneath a sky filled with cold silver moonlight, the sand cat moves quietly through the silence. Every grain of sand shifts beneath its paws like drifting water, soft and endless, stretching far beyond what the eye can see. In a world where most life struggles to survive, the sand cat has chosen something different. He does not fight the desert. He listens to it. He moves with it. And somewhere within that endless ocean of sand, he has discovered a kind of peace that many humans spend their entire lives searching for. Tonight, as the fire crackles softly beside us and the night grows deeper, let us walk beside this quiet traveler and step into the true rhythm of his life. In his slow footsteps and patient breathing, there is something ancient and comforting waiting to be understood. The desert appears empty at first glance, but emptiness is only another form of silence. The sand cat understands this better than anyone. While the modern world races endlessly toward noise, speed, and distraction, he survives by doing the opposite. He pauses. He waits. He pays attention. During the heat of the day, the desert becomes almost unbearable. Waves of warmth rise from the dunes, bending the air into shimmering illusions. Most creatures retreat underground, hiding from the burning sun, and the sand cat does the same. Deep beneath the surface, inside cool burrows abandoned by foxes or carved gently into the earth, he rests without urgency. He does not waste energy trying to conquer the desert. He simply adapts to it. There is wisdom in that. Many people spend their lives exhausted because they believe every challenge must be defeated immediately. But the sand cat teaches another lesson. Sometimes survival is not about pushing harder. Sometimes it is about knowing when to become still. When evening finally arrives, the desert transforms completely. The burning gold fades into soft blue shadows. The temperature drops. Stars appear one by one until the sky resembles an endless river of light. This is when the sand cat awakens. His eyes open slowly in the darkness, calm and alert. His oversized ears twitch at the faintest vibration beneath the sand. Somewhere nearby, a small movement echoes through the silence. A hidden lizard. A desert mouse. Perhaps only the wind itself brushing against dry grass. Every sound matters here. He steps carefully across the dunes, leaving almost invisible tracks behind him. His thick fur protects him from the cold night air, while the fur covering his paws shields him from the scorching sand beneath. Nature shaped him perfectly for this lonely world, not by making him stronger than the desert, but by allowing him to belong within it. That is the secret of his survival. The sand cat never rushes. He can sit motionless for long stretches of time, watching, listening, breathing with the desert itself. To another creature, this stillness might look like hesitation. But for him, patience is power. In the modern world, silence often makes people uncomfortable. We fill every empty moment with noise, notifications, conversations, and endless movement because we are afraid of stillness. Yet the sand cat lives almost entirely inside stillness, and because of that, he notices things others miss. The changing direction of the wind. The hidden vibration beneath the sand. The exact moment the desert shifts from danger into safety. Perhaps peace has always required slowness. As the night deepens, moonlight washes over the dunes like pale silver water. The sand cat climbs quietly to the top of a ridge and pauses there, staring across the open wilderness. There are no cities here. No crowds. No applause. Only wind, stars, and the endless breathing of the earth. And somehow, it is enough. He does not need to prove his worth to anyone. The desert asks for no performance. It only asks for awareness. Presence. Respect. Sometimes the strongest creatures are not the loudest ones. Sometimes strength belongs to those who can remain gentle in harsh places. Storms eventually arrive, of course. In the desert, they always do. Powerful winds rise suddenly from the horizon, carrying walls of sand that swallow the landscape whole. The sky darkens. Visibility disappears. Even the dunes themselves seem to lose shape beneath the chaos. But the sand cat does not panic. He lowers himself close to the ground and waits for the storm to pass. He trusts the rhythm of the world around him. He understands something humans often forget: not every storm must be outrun. Some storms are survived simply by enduring them quietly. There is something deeply comforting about that thought. Many people carry invisible storms inside themselves. Anxiety about the future. Regret about the past. Fear that they are falling behind. But the sand cat would never understand the idea of falling behind, because he has never measured life as a race. To him, life is simply this moment. This breath. This patch of moonlit sand beneath his paws. And maybe that is why he appears so peaceful. As dawn slowly approaches, the sky begins to soften into pale shades of gray and gold. The cold air warms again. The stars fade one by one into the coming light. Somewhere beyond the dunes, the world will soon awaken into noise and motion once more. But the sand cat turns quietly toward his shelter beneath the sand. His body disappears slowly into the earth until only silence remains behind him. No grand farewell. No dramatic ending. Just the gentle continuation of another quiet day in the desert. And perhaps that is the most beautiful part of all. Tonight, as sleep slowly finds you, imagine the desert growing calm beneath the moonlight. Imagine cool winds brushing softly across endless dunes. Imagine the sand cat walking silently through that vast and peaceful darkness, carrying nothing except trust in the world around him. Let the noise inside your mind drift away like sand in the wind. You do not need to solve everything tonight. You do not need to outrun tomorrow. Like the sand cat beneath the stars, you are allowed to rest. You are allowed to become still. And somewhere inside that stillness, you may finally discover the quiet place your heart has been searching for all along. Upon the vast and endless blue of the ocean, the sea otter drifts gently with the rising and falling tides. Its small paws remain tightly intertwined with another, preserving the warmest thread of comfort within an ever-moving world. Tonight, beside the soft glow of a flickering fire, we quietly enter the true life of the sea otter. And within the rhythm of the waves, we slowly release every fear and defense, sinking peacefully into the ocean's gentle cradle. When night settles over the sea, the ocean becomes something immense and unknowable. Dark water stretches endlessly beneath the moonlight, breathing softly with the pulse of the tides. Waves rise and fall like the slow heartbeat of an ancient world, carrying with them the quiet weight of distance and time. Most creatures would fear such endless drifting. But the sea otter does not. Floating calmly upon the surface, wrapped within silver reflections of moonlight, the sea otter has learned how to turn uncertainty itself into home. While storms may change the direction of the currents, while winds may scatter the tides across thousands of miles, the sea otter survives through something astonishingly simple. Connection. Long ago, the sea taught them an important truth. Anything left alone upon the water can drift away in the darkness. And so, when the sea otters sleep, they often hold tightly onto one another's paws, gently anchoring themselves together against the movement of the tide. That gesture may seem small to the outside world. But within it lives one of nature's quietest forms of love. The sea otter does not attempt to conquer the ocean. It does not challenge the storms or command the waves to become still. Instead, it chooses trust. Trust in the rhythm of the water. Trust in the warmth of companionship. Trust that even within a world that never stops moving, there can still exist moments of safety. As dawn slowly colors the horizon with pale gold light, the sea otters drift peacefully across the calm surface. Their thick fur glimmers beneath the early sun while gentle ripples spread outward around them like silk unfolding upon the water. There is no rush in their movements. No desperation. Only softness. With careful pause, they groom their fur for long stretches of time, smoothing each strand with quiet concentration. To some, it may appear like an ordinary routine. But in truth, it resembles a kind of meditation. A slow and deliberate act of care. The sea otter understands that peace is built through small rituals repeated gently over time. In the human world, people often search for stability by trying to control everything around them. But the sea otter knows another way. It knows that life upon the ocean can never be fully controlled. The tides will always shift. The waves will always rise again. And so, instead of exhausting itself fighting the sea, it learns how to float with it. There is wisdom hidden inside that surrender. At times, storms sweep violently across the water. Cold winds roar through the darkness while towering waves crash endlessly beneath the clouds. Yet even then, the sea otter continues to drift with remarkable calmness, allowing its body to rise and fall with the movement of the ocean rather than resisting it. Its strength is not loud. It is gentle. And perhaps that is why the sea otter feels so comforting to watch. In a world filled with pressure, ambition, and endless striving, this small creature survives not through dominance, but through tenderness. Through trust. Through closeness. The sea otter reminds us that vulnerability is not weakness. Sometimes the bravest thing a soul can do is simply reach out and hold on. As evening returns to the ocean, the water darkens into deep shades of blue and silver. The scent of salt drifts softly through the cool air while distant waves murmur quietly against hidden rocks. The sea otters gather once more upon the surface, floating side by side beneath the stars. They do not fear the darkness. Because they are not alone within it. There is something profoundly healing about that image. Two small creatures drifting upon an endless sea, connected only by the warmth of their intertwined paws, yet somehow completely at peace. Perhaps many people spend their lives searching for exactly that feeling. Not perfection. Not control. Only the quiet certainty that someone, somewhere, is still holding on beside them. The sea otter's life may appear simple from a distance, but hidden within its softness is an extraordinary resilience. Day after day, wave after wave, it continues floating through uncertainty without losing its capacity for gentleness. That is its quiet miracle. And maybe there is something deeply human hidden within that lesson as well. You do not always need to carry the entire weight of the ocean by yourself. Sometimes it is enough to drift for a while. Sometimes it is enough to rest beside warmth you trust. Sometimes healing begins the moment you stop fighting every current and allow yourself to simply breathe with the tide. Now the fire beside us burns low, and the sea has become almost completely silent beneath the moonlight. Far away upon the dark water, the sea otters drift together like small islands of warmth floating through the endless night. Tonight, may you rest as peacefully as they do upon the gentle waves. May you loosen your grip on every fear that has followed you through the day. May you remember that even in the middle of uncertainty, tenderness can still exist. And as sleep slowly carries you outward like the quiet tide beneath the stars, may your heart grow lighter, calmer, and softer, until all that remains is the sound of distant waves and the comforting warmth of being safely held. Beneath a sky overflowing with silver stars, a fennec fox wandered quietly through the endless desert. The sand glowed softly under the moonlight, shifting like waves across the sleeping earth, while cool night wind drifted gently over the dunes. In that enormous silence, the tiny fox moved carefully and peacefully, leaving behind only delicate footprints that would disappear again by morning. Tonight, beside the warm crackling of a fire, we step into the life of the fennec fox and follow him deep into the stillness of the desert, where the world becomes quiet enough to hear even the smallest dreams. During the daytime, the desert could feel harsh and unforgiving. The sun burned across the sand with relentless heat, and the air shimmered beneath endless blue skies. Most creatures hid from the scorching light. The desert appeared empty, almost lifeless. But when night arrived, everything changed. The heat faded slowly into cool air. Stars emerged one by one across the heavens until the entire sky seemed alive with light. The desert became peaceful again, ancient and calm, as though the earth itself had finally exhaled after a long day. This was when the fennec fox awakened. Small and light-footed, he stepped from his underground den and paused beneath the moon. His enormous ears tilted gently toward the darkness, listening carefully to sounds most creatures would never notice. The movement of insects beneath sand. The distant rustle of dry grass. The whisper of wind traveling across faraway dunes. Those great ears were more than a curious feature. They were how he understood the world. In a place where silence stretched endlessly in every direction, the fox learned that survival depended on listening. Not forcing. Not fighting. Listening. The fennec fox never tried to dominate the desert around him. He adapted to it instead. He accepted its loneliness, its quietness, and its endless open space without resentment. And because of that, the desert welcomed him gently. Every night, he traveled slowly through winding dunes painted silver beneath the stars. He never hurried. There was no reason to rush in a world so ancient and patient. He moved with the rhythm of the night itself, calm and deliberate, as though every step was part of a peaceful ritual. Sometimes he climbed to the top of a tall dune and simply sat there for long stretches of time. The stars stretched endlessly above him while cool wind brushed softly against his pale fur. In those moments, the tiny fox seemed completely at peace, perfectly balanced within the vast emptiness around him. Humans often fear solitude. We fill our lives with noise, distractions, and endless movement because silence can feel uncomfortable. But the fennec fox understood something many people forget. Silence is not always loneliness. Sometimes silence is rest. Sometimes silence is where the soul finally feels safe enough to breathe. The fox carried that quiet understanding everywhere he went. When cold desert winds swept across the dunes during winter nights, he found shelter in carefully dug burrows beneath the sand. Deep underground, the world became warm and still. Curled tightly into a small ball of fur, the fox rested peacefully while the stars continued their silent journey overhead. Even in sleep, he remained gentle and alert, connected to the rhythm of the desert around him. As the years passed, the fennec fox came to know every hidden corner of the wilderness. He memorized where cool shadows rested at dawn and where small patches of life survived between the dunes. The desert no longer felt empty to him. It felt alive. He understood that beauty did not need to be loud or overwhelming. Sometimes beauty existed in tiny things. A soft breeze at midnight. Moonlight touching sand. The faint sound of distant wind beneath the stars. The fox never needed more than that. Far away from crowded cities and endless human ambition, he lived a life built from simplicity. A safe den. A quiet night. Enough space to move freely beneath the sky. And somehow, that small life felt complete. Over time, however, the world around him slowly changed. Roads stretched deeper into the desert. Lights appeared where darkness once ruled completely. The sounds of distant engines occasionally echoed through valleys of sand that had once known only wind. Still, the fennec fox retreated deeper into the wilderness, seeking the quiet places untouched by noise. Not because he hated the world, but because he understood the value of peace. There was wisdom in the way he lived. He did not waste himself fighting battles that would steal his calm. He protected his energy carefully. He chose stillness over chaos whenever he could. And perhaps that is why people feel strangely comforted when they see a fennec fox beneath the desert stars. Something about him reminds us that life does not always need to be fast or complicated. Peace can exist in small hidden moments if we are willing to slow down enough to notice them. The older the fox became, the softer his movements seemed. His pace slowed, but his spirit grew calmer and deeper with time. He no longer wandered endlessly through every corner of the desert. Instead, he spent more nights resting atop familiar dunes, watching the stars drift quietly across the sky. He had stopped searching for something greater. He had already found enough. Tonight, as darkness settles gently around your own world, imagine the fennec fox standing alone beneath a sky overflowing with stars. The desert stretches endlessly in every direction, silent and peaceful beneath silver moonlight. A cool breeze moves softly across the dunes while tiny grains of sand shimmer like scattered pieces of glass. The fox lifts his head slightly, listening to the quiet heartbeat of the night. And somewhere within that endless stillness, your own thoughts begin to slow. The worries you carried all day start to loosen and drift away like sand in the wind. You do not need to solve everything tonight. You do not need to outrun tomorrow. Like the fennec fox beneath the stars, you only need a small place of warmth, a quiet moment of stillness, and permission to finally rest. So close your eyes now. Breathe slowly. Feel the calmness of the desert night surrounding you. And follow the gentle footsteps of the fox into the deepest and most peaceful sleep. Deep within the endless heart of the tropical rainforest, where thick vines twist around ancient trees and moonlight struggles to touch the forest floor, a golden figure moves quietly through the darkness. High above the sleeping world, the kinkajou drifts from branch to branch with effortless grace, as though the night itself is carrying him. Tonight, beside the faint warmth of a glowing fire, let us wander slowly into his hidden world, and within the cool silence of the rainforest canopy, learn how to release the noise we have carried for far too long. As evening settled over the jungle, the forest began to breathe differently. The bright chaos of the day softened into something older and calmer. Birds disappeared into hidden nests. Insects replaced daylight songs with delicate rhythms that echoed endlessly through the leaves. Moisture gathered along the bark of towering trees while distant rain clouds rolled quietly beyond the horizon. Somewhere within that living darkness, the kinkajou awakened. Unlike many creatures of the rainforest, he belonged entirely to the night. Daylight had never interested him. While the jungle beneath the sun overflowed with movement, competition, and restless survival, the nighttime canopy offered him something far more precious: space to think, space to breathe, and space to exist without urgency. His golden fur shimmered faintly beneath scattered moonlight as he climbed carefully through the branches. Every movement felt impossibly smooth, almost dreamlike. His long tail curled naturally around vines for balance while his sharp eyes reflected tiny fragments of silver light. Watching him move through the forest was like watching water flow silently through stone. Yet beneath that graceful elegance lived a creature deeply familiar with solitude. The kinkajou spent most of his life alone among the highest branches, far removed from the noise below. But his loneliness was never bitter. It was chosen. In the quiet heights of the rainforest canopy, he discovered something the crowded world beneath could never offer him: stillness. Night after night, he traveled slowly through the tangled green maze above the forest floor. He searched for ripe fruit hidden among leaves glistening with rainwater. Sometimes he paused beside clusters of flowers, drinking sweet nectar while cool winds drifted through the trees. Other times he simply rested upon a branch, listening to the rainforest whisper around him. The jungle never truly slept. Beneath him, unseen creatures rustled through fallen leaves. Frogs sang beside hidden streams. Faraway thunder rolled softly across the mountains. Yet somehow, none of it disturbed him. The kinkajou had learned to move with the rhythm of the forest instead of resisting it. Perhaps that was his greatest gift. Many creatures survive by fighting against the wilderness, trying endlessly to conquer fear, hunger, and uncertainty. But the kinkajou chose another path. He surrendered himself gently to the flow of the rainforest. He trusted the branches beneath his paws. He trusted the darkness surrounding him. He trusted the slow turning of seasons above all else. During heavy rainstorms, when the sky opened and water poured endlessly through the canopy, he would curl beneath broad leaves and wait patiently. The cold rain tapped softly against the foliage above him like thousands of tiny fingers drumming upon the earth. While other creatures panicked beneath the violence of the storm, the kinkajou simply closed his eyes and listened. To him, even the rain carried comfort. There were nights when thick fog swallowed the treetops entirely, turning the rainforest into a floating sea of shadows. On those quiet nights, he moved even more slowly than usual. The air smelled of moss, wet bark, and blooming flowers hidden somewhere beyond sight. His body blended perfectly with the darkness, as though he were becoming part of the forest itself. Over time, the rainforest taught him many things. It taught him that silence is not emptiness. It taught him that solitude can heal rather than wound. It taught him that not every path must lead somewhere meaningful to be worthwhile. Some journeys exist simply so the soul can breathe more deeply while taking them. Humans who glimpsed him rarely understood him. They called him mysterious, elusive, almost ghost-like. They imagined him wandering endlessly through the jungle searching for something hidden. But the truth was far gentler than that. The kinkajou was never searching for anything at all. He had already found what most creatures spend their lives chasing. He had found peace in simply belonging where he was. As the years passed, his movements gradually slowed. The quick leaps of youth softened into careful climbs filled with quiet thoughtfulness. Silver traces appeared within his golden fur whenever moonlight touched him just right. Yet age did not diminish him. If anything, it made him calmer, softer, and more deeply connected to the forest around him. Now he spent longer hours resting among the treetops, gazing silently across the endless sea of leaves stretching toward the horizon. Sometimes he watched rain clouds gather in the distance. Sometimes he followed the movements of fireflies drifting between branches like wandering stars. Other times he simply sat in complete stillness, breathing slowly while the entire rainforest pulsed gently around him. He no longer felt the need to outrun time. The fears that once haunted him dissolved quietly into the rhythm of the jungle. The desires that once pulled at his spirit faded like mist beneath morning light. Little by little, he allowed himself to become part of something larger than his own thoughts. And perhaps that is why the kinkajou feels so comforting to imagine in the darkness. In a world constantly demanding attention, speed, and endless striving, he reminds us that there is another way to exist. A slower way. A quieter way. A way where peace is not earned through achievement, but discovered through presence. Now the fire beside us burns low. The rainforest grows colder as midnight deepens. Somewhere high above the sleeping jungle, the golden creature curls himself carefully among the branches once more. His tail wraps gently around his body while soft winds move through the leaves like distant ocean waves. Perhaps tonight, you too can release the weight you have been carrying. You do not need to chase every expectation. You do not need to answer every fear. Like the kinkajou resting quietly beneath the moonlit canopy, you are allowed to disappear for a while into softness, silence, and rest. So close your eyes now. Let the cool breath of the rainforest wash slowly through your thoughts. Let the distant rustling leaves carry away your tension one piece at a time. And as sleep finally drifts over you like warm tropical rain, may you find yourself wrapped gently within the same golden stillness that has always belonged to the lonely wanderer high among the trees. Beneath the quiet glow of the moon, deep within the shadowy forests and rolling hills, the raccoon dog moves at an unhurried pace through the sleeping world. He does not rush. He does not compete. While the modern world races endlessly toward noise, speed, and exhaustion, the raccoon dog carries himself with a calmness that feels almost forgotten. Every slow step he takes across fallen leaves and damp earth seems to hold a kind of quiet wisdom, as if he understands something the rest of the world has lost. Tonight, beside the soft crackle of a warm fire, we follow the gentle path of the raccoon dog and step into the story of his life. A life shaped not by ambition or conquest, but by patience, stillness, and peace. And somewhere within his quiet journey, perhaps we can rediscover the calm our own hearts have been searching for. As darkness settles over the forest, the air grows colder and the wind softens into a distant whisper between the trees. The raccoon dog emerges slowly from his hidden den beneath tangled roots and moss-covered stone. He pauses for a long moment before moving forward, lifting his nose gently into the night air. He listens first. Not because he is afraid, but because he respects the world around him. The forest speaks in small ways. The shifting of grass. The flutter of wings high above the branches. The faint trickle of water moving through the rocks nearby. Most creatures hurry past these sounds without noticing them, but the raccoon dog treats each one like part of an ancient conversation between himself and the wilderness. His life has always been slow. Not slow from weakness, but from understanding. He has learned that survival does not always belong to the strongest or the fastest. Sometimes it belongs to the creature willing to move gently through the world, disturbing as little as possible. Through spring rains and long winters, he follows the same quiet trails through the forest. The paths are familiar now, shaped by years of patient wandering. He knows where mushrooms grow after storms. He knows which streams remain unfrozen during the coldest nights. He knows where the moonlight touches the ground between the cedar trees just before dawn. There is comfort in this rhythm. A kind of peace that comes from asking for very little. Many animals fight constantly for territory or dominance, but the raccoon dog seems uninterested in proving himself to anyone. He does not waste energy chasing glory through the wilderness. Instead, he searches for smaller things. Warm earth beneath his paws. A safe place to rest before sunrise. The gentle comfort of silence. And perhaps that is why his presence feels so calming. In a world where everything demands urgency, the raccoon dog reminds us that life does not always need to be loud to be meaningful. During the colder months, the forest becomes harsh and empty. The trees stand bare beneath pale skies, and frost gathers silently across the hills. Food grows scarce. The nights stretch longer. Yet even then, the raccoon dog does not panic. He simply adapts. Curled safely inside his den, he rests quietly while winter storms move above him. Snow falls softly across the entrance while the forest outside grows silent and still. Inside the darkness, he breathes slowly, conserving warmth and energy. There is something deeply comforting about the way he accepts the changing seasons without resistance. He understands that hardship is temporary. That no winter lasts forever. Humans often spend their lives fighting against every uncomfortable moment, trying desperately to control things beyond their reach. But the raccoon dog survives differently. He bends gently with the changing world instead of breaking beneath it. And because of that, he carries very little fear. On clear nights, when the clouds disappear and the stars spread endlessly across the sky, he wanders quietly along the edge of rivers and sleeping forests. Moonlight brushes softly across his thick fur as he walks. Sometimes he stops beside the water and simply watches. No destination. No urgency. Only stillness. The river continues moving whether he hurries or not. The stars continue shining whether anyone notices them or not. And perhaps, in those silent moments beside the dark water, the raccoon dog understands something many people forget. Life is not only about reaching somewhere. Sometimes it is enough simply to exist peacefully within the moment you are already living. As years pass, the world around him slowly changes. Roads appear where forests once stretched endlessly. The distant glow of cities brightens the horizon at night. Human voices echo deeper into places that once belonged only to wind and trees. The raccoon dog notices these changes, but he does not carry anger in his heart. Instead, he retreats quietly into quieter corners of the wilderness, protecting what little peace remains. There is sadness in this retreat, but also dignity. He refuses to let the noise of the world steal the softness of his spirit. Even as he grows older, his movements remain calm and deliberate. His fur becomes rougher with age, and his pace slows beneath the weight of passing seasons, yet something gentle continues glowing inside him. Wisdom. Not the loud wisdom of speeches or victories, but the quiet wisdom earned through years of listening to rainstorms, surviving winters, and walking alone beneath endless skies. And maybe that is why watching him feels strangely healing. Because deep down, many of us are tired. Tired of rushing. Tired of noise. Tired of carrying worries that never seem to end. The raccoon dog asks for none of those things. He teaches us that peace can still exist in small hidden places. In soft footsteps through the dark. In the sound of wind through trees. In the simple comfort of slowing down long enough to breathe. Now the night grows deeper. The fire crackles softly beside us as the forest settles into silence once more. Far away, beneath silver moonlight and drifting clouds, the raccoon dog disappears quietly into the sleeping woods. No grand farewell. No final sound. Only peace. And as the darkness gently closes around the forest, perhaps you too can let go of the weight you carried through the day. Let your thoughts slow like his quiet footsteps along the earth. Let your breathing soften like wind moving through distant trees. Tonight, beneath this endless sky, may you rest as peacefully as the raccoon dog resting deep within the silent forest. Deep within the dense forest, there is always a soft rustling sound drifting gently through the fallen leaves. It moves slowly beneath the trees like a quiet rhythm carried by the wind itself. Tonight, beneath the warm glow of a fading fire, let us follow that sound into the hidden world of the Coati family, and perhaps within their steady footsteps, rediscover a sense of safety the modern world has long forgotten. As evening settled over the forest, the last traces of sunlight dissolved into deep shades of amber and brown. Shadows stretched quietly across the earth while the ancient trees swayed beneath a cooling breeze. Somewhere beyond the thick undergrowth, a line of small figures emerged from the darkness. Their movements were calm, deliberate, almost ceremonial. Together they crossed the forest floor in perfect rhythm, their paws brushing softly against dry leaves, creating the gentle sound that had echoed through these woods for generations. The Coatis never truly walked alone. Even in silence, they moved as one living current flowing through the wilderness. Unlike many creatures who spent their lives fighting for territory, dominance, or solitude, the Coatis built their world around togetherness. Their safety was not found in strength or speed, but in the quiet trust they carried for one another. At the center of the group walked an older Coati whose fur had faded softly with age. His long striped tail swayed behind him while his narrow nose hovered carefully above the ground, sensing every shift in scent and movement. Around him, younger members of the family shuffled close together, occasionally brushing against one another as though seeking reassurance from simple contact alone. There was something deeply comforting about the way they traveled. No one rushed ahead. No one was abandoned behind. The entire family adjusted naturally to the pace of the slowest among them, as though they understood a truth many humans forget, that peace is often found not in reaching somewhere quickly, but in moving together without fear. The forest around them was alive with hidden sounds. Insects whispered beneath moss-covered bark. Distant streams hummed softly between the roots of ancient trees. Somewhere far above, unseen birds settled into sleep among the branches. Yet none of those sounds felt threatening while the Coatis moved together. Their presence transformed the wilderness itself into something softer, warmer, almost protective. As night deepened, the air grew colder. Mist drifted low across the forest floor while moonlight filtered through the canopy in pale silver ribbons. The younger Coatis stayed close to the older ones, occasionally pressing against their sides whenever the wind grew sharp. No words were exchanged. None were needed. Their comfort came from rhythm, closeness, and the steady certainty that no one would face the darkness alone. Life in the forest was never entirely gentle. Storms arrived without warning. Heavy rains flooded familiar paths. Predators sometimes lingered silently beyond the shadows. Yet even during difficult seasons, the Coatis rarely surrendered to panic. They survived through cooperation, through instinctive trust, and through an almost sacred devotion to remaining connected. During violent storms, they would gather tightly beneath dense roots or hidden rock formations. Their bodies curled together into one warm cluster while rain hammered the forest around them. The young slept protected beneath layers of soft fur and steady breathing. In those moments, surrounded by darkness and thunder, the Coatis created a small world of safety entirely through presence alone. The older Coati understood this more deeply than anyone. Over many seasons he had watched forests change, rivers shift, and familiar pathways disappear beneath time. He had learned that survival was not about resisting every hardship with force. Sometimes survival simply meant staying close to those who carried warmth into your life. Many creatures misunderstood the Coatis. To outsiders, they appeared endlessly occupied with simple things, searching beneath leaves, sniffing tree roots, wandering slowly through the undergrowth. Yet hidden within those quiet routines was a profound attentiveness to life itself. Every overturned leaf, every pause beside the earth, every synchronized movement through the forest formed part of an ancient dialogue with nature. The Coatis listened to the world carefully. Their long noses searched not only for food, but for subtle changes carried in the air. A shift in moisture. A distant scent. The faint vibration of approaching danger. They remained deeply connected to the rhythms of the forest in a way modern life rarely allows. Perhaps that is why their presence feels so calming. They remind us that security does not always come from walls, possessions, or certainty about the future. Sometimes it comes simply from belonging. From walking beside others who know your pace. From hearing familiar footsteps beside your own in the dark. As years passed, the older Coati grew slower. His movements became more measured, more thoughtful. Yet the family naturally adjusted around him without frustration or impatience. Younger members began walking closer to his side, learning quietly from his calm awareness. He no longer needed to prove himself through speed or strength. His wisdom lived within the rhythm of his presence. There were moments when sunlight pierced through the canopy in soft golden beams, warming patches of moss and fallen leaves. During those rare quiet afternoons, the older Coati would stop moving entirely. He would simply sit beneath the trees, eyes half closed, breathing slowly while the rest of the family rested nearby. In those still moments, he seemed less like an animal and more like the spirit of the forest itself, patient, grounded, and completely at peace with the passing of time. Eventually the moon climbed high above the forest, bathing the world in pale silver light. The Coati family finally reached a sheltered clearing hidden beneath tangled roots and ancient branches. One by one they curled together, their rustling movements slowly fading into silence. The soft sound that had followed them through the forest all night gradually disappeared into stillness. And perhaps tonight, you too can let your restless thoughts settle beside them. You do not need to carry every burden alone. You do not need to race endlessly through the noise of the world. Like the Coatis moving patiently beneath the trees, you are allowed to slow down. You are allowed to rest beside those who bring warmth into your life. So close your eyes now. Let the distant rustling of leaves soften the edges of your thoughts. Let the steady rhythm of the forest carry away your anxieties one by one. And as the night grows deeper, may you drift gently into sleep surrounded by the same quiet sense of belonging that guided the Coati family safely home beneath the moonlit trees.